Hello and welcome back to the water. My name is Beast, and today we're back with a new game, namely Secret Agents, Secret Agent at the Night Academy. I wonder what it's be about. What it'll be about. Anyways, usual bookkeeping. Down in the description below, you'll find the link to the store page on Steam. However, I will immediately say I have not installed the R18 patch this time because I did not hear anything that would tell me that it's kind of needed without the story being ruined. In fact, the only reason why I did it for Clover Days was because apparently they like cut too much too frequently, so I just kept it in. Either way, what else is there to say? Alright, Not D&D character again. Yeah, literally, like, after I got home from work, I just decided, you know what, I could start recording Secret Agent right now, but I kind of took way too fucking long to come down here. So I decided, you know what, I'll just leave it, because if I do, I want to record it for a longer time. So I saved it for today. And so instead, I just spent the entire day watching the rage of one Hiragi Emuri while she's trying to play a Kirby game. Which was kind of funny because I was also like, you know what, I feel like making a D&D character. And then I just sat there, looked over at the stream, was like, you know what would be funny? Make a D&D character based on her. And I was like, I mean, she's like, her entire thing is like, ah yes, violinist. And then I heard her scream, so clearly a bard should be a thing. Then I heard her scream in the game, okay, I guess Barbarian, just because of the rage. So she is now a Barbarian, and I've posted the character sheet I made for the character in her Discord. Funnily enough, I have decided, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna ask the chat, like her chat, what race they'd want her to be. And one of them was like, ah yes, Dark Elf, because they never see the light of day. Because they never go under the sun. And I just said that, like, you know, fun little burn, but are you aware of some of the lore for the drow? You know what? I'm actually going to be nice here. I didn't actually tell her one piece of lore in her stream because you don't want to read out that piece of lore in a stream. But I'm gonna fucking curse my own video here. It is. Let's just read here. It is common for pregnant drow to carry twins or even triplets. Even in these cases, multiple births are rare as the strongest of the fetuses feeds on its siblings in the womb. Pregnant drow can sometimes feel these mortal combats take place in their bellies. Such prenatal battles produce in their mothers a euphoric sensation referred to in the undercommon tongue as chatsak. The feeling is infinitely stronger than that produced in the bedchamber or by any intoxicants. Without it, it is doubtful that drow women, selfish to the core, would ever deign to suffer the inconveniences of reproduction. Don't you just wish you didn't have ears today? It's understandable that Visitor of the Coast just completely erased that piece of the lore from reality. Like, they just like, it's like they're trying to like hide it under a bed to hide it from the sight of anyone else because of their shame. Anyways, I've prattled on for long enough. Stop.
我々は決して歴史の表舞台には現れない。たとえその名が広く伝わっていたとしても、実態をつかまれなければ存在しないも同じだから。それはそう、我々が例えられる影のように。 隠密やスパイ、時代や場所によって様々な呼び名はあれど本質は変わらない。その時代の主という光の後ろで世の平和と秩序を守る者。忍者、それは人知れずことをなす自由に潜む影の刃。
Episode 1, Ninjas and Knights. Crimson Ninja Semimaru. I commend you for making it this far.
このままでは。頑張って、セミマルさん。しかし、ここで倒れるわけにはいかない。愛する姫の、そして俺自身の自由を。
Still standing, are you? Give up now if you don't want to suffer.
死して屍を晒すその瞬間まで、俺は自由のために戦い続ける。それがこの俺、グレンの忍者、セミマルだ。
You can grandstand all you want, fool, but your fate is sealed. Prepare to die.
俺は決して諦めない。どれだけ追い詰められようとも、必ず姫のもとへたどり着いてみせる。くらえ忍法無限分身切り。出た忍法無限分身切り。
Ah! Impossible! How are you still able to fight with such strength?
心だよ。
I'm going to end myself.
自由を愛する心さえあれば不可能なことなどない。
やっぱりセミマルは最高の忍者ですね。
Sound of an alarm startles her and she looks at the clock.
もうこんな時間、急いで準備しなきゃ。
She gets up and turns the power off on the device, watching the final scene where Semimaru and the princess share a passionate embrace. Dies.
そこにいるのは誰？
Side characters aren't voiced. Excuse me.
私に何か用？
Yes, I was wondering if I could ask a favor of you, Shirogane senpai.
私に？それは個人的なお願い？
Want your help as a chevalier since you know you hold the title of vice. I mean, she does look white.
シュバリエとしてか。
Only one I can turn to. I've heard that you don't discriminate against ordinary students.
別に私だけということもないと思うけれど、まあそれはいいとして、それでお願いしたいことって？
I was hoping you might be able to act as my
デュエ
proxy.
ルしたいシュバリエがいるということかしら。詳しく話を聞かせてくれる？
Sure, see, the thing is...
わかった。後のことは私がやっておきます。
Thank you so much. I was at my wit's
シュバリエ
end.
として同じシュバリエの行いを正すのも大事な仕事よ。
I thought you'd be more intimidating, but you're actually super nice.
そういうわけじゃ。
That is a very masculine female student, apparently. Bye, thanks again.
うん。怖い人か。別にそんな風に意識してるわけじゃないんだけどな。それにしても また一般学生との揉め事か。最近増えてきてるみたいだけど、大きなトラブルにならなければいいけど。舞さんは気がついている？
Okay, her voice immediately sounds familiar. Hold on. Anyways, also something that I've decided to get myself Dokapon Kingdom. By I meant most likely a family purchase, because that's gonna be my entire New Year's Eve with sitting with my family and you know, robbing them of all their valuables in the game. Yes, Secret Agent VNDB. So we go Kusahara Yui. Yep, there we go. Narusawa Meguru. That's the little sister voice actress, as I like to call her, because she voices a lot of little sisters for some reason, which is, you know, mildly worrying. She's also Yuzuki in Giniro. And all that. And she is Saki in Koikari. Oops, I still have the fucking online die roller open. You know what? Fuck it. Let me roll some. Let me roll a set of stats. Wow, that is shit. A 14, a 10, a 13, a 7, a 12, and a 14. Those stats are abysmal. What the fuck?
ゆうべちょっと頑張りすぎちゃったかな。まあいいか。授業中に寝れば。
Is it English class? Because yes, if yes, I agree.
全員整列。
びっくりした。なんだ騎士団か。朝から大きな声出さないでよ。
Grumbling, she looks over at the source of the voice to see a group of students wearing cloaks bearing the symbol of the Order of Knights lined up neatly.
そこ、遅れているぞ。
After an apparent latecomer joins the line, the one speaking stands on the podium and begins to give some kind of impassioned speech.
毎日毎日朝からご苦労様だよ。
She casually watches the spectacle when her gaze meets with a certain person's.
やば。
She frantically averts her gaze and leaves with hastened steps. However, a pair of slender fingers then grasps her shoulders, halting her. Upon her turning around, she sees the girls who she made eye contact with a moment ago.
もう逃げることないじゃない。
She also sounds familiar. Immediately looking it up again. Like, I know a character that is voiced by her. The issue is that I cannot recall who. Oh, this apparently has a fan disc. Huh. Made by Ensemble. Do I know anything else from Ensemble? I feel like the name sounds familiar. Apparently not. I'm just insane. Anyways, characters. Tono Soyogi. Let's see. No, I'm not going insane. And no, I know that voice. Ah, she's in Yoakimai. She's up from like a fan disc of Yoakimai though. Moonlight Cradle. Oh, nah, hold on. Never mind. Since Moonlight Cradle is the version for PSP that actually I played the translation for. I should know. Anyways. Come on. I know that that's not the one I was thinking of, though. Come on. She's Ritsuko in Princess of Angel, but I'm not. Also, wasn't thinking of that one. I'm pretty sure. Come on. I know I recognize that voice from somewhere. Oh, yeah. Tsubame. Literally the last game I fucking played. I'm fucking stupid. Why was I struggling so much? Oh, she's also what I... Oh, actually, yeah, that's the one that's the one I was thinking of. Orihime from A Sky for the Stars. That's who I was hearing.
私に何かご用ですか？そんな他人行儀な言い方しなくてもいいでしょ？知らない仲じゃないんだし。そこまで仲がいいわけでもありませんけどね。ずれないなぁ。でもそういうクールなところもあなたの魅力の一つよね。その上、学年でトップの成績を収めているだけじゃなく、ドローンや最新技術にも明るいし、そんなあなたの才能をもっと活かせると思うの。そう、騎士団に入ればね。お断りします。その話はもう何度もお断りしてますよね。そこをなんとか。騎士団に入ればデュエルのお手伝いだけじゃなくいろんなことができるし、ちょっとだけお試しで入ってみたりとかしません。っていうか騎士団の団長さんが私なんかのために朝礼を抜け出していいんですか？いいのいいの。朝礼は優秀なシュバリエがやってくれてるし、私にとってはあなたと話す方が大事だから。優秀なシュバリエがいるのなら私は必要ないと思いますけど。そんなことないわ。我々騎士団はいつだって優秀な人材を求めてるんだから。あなたのような才女ならなおさら放っておけないわよ。才女ですか。姉に比べれば。あなたにはあなたにしかない力がある。それを騎士団で存分に発揮してほしいの。お断りします。騎士団に興味ありませんので。
Yui politely declines before turning around and rushing to the school building.
また振られちゃったか。でも諦めたりはしないんだけどね。さすがに朝から劇場版を見るのは無理があったかな。でもかっこよかった。私が忍者だったらあの塀や屋根をピュンピュンって飛んでショートカットできるんだろうな。私も忍者みたいに。やばい、予鈴が鳴っちゃってる。お願い、間に合って。
She's a weeb, great. Oh no.
まだ来てないの？あの子ったらまた。
Hey, did you see that video? Yeah, I totally did. The bat did it again, huh? I don't know why I decided to make them groupies. Man, if that becomes public, they're done for. Well, they'd be getting what they deserved. They act all nice and sympathetic, but then go and do all sorts of awful things when no one's looking. How many people is he up to now? Feels like the bat's been awfully busy. That's a good thing. He fights evildoers, so if he keeps defeating them at the rate he is, we'll have world peace before long. Yeah, probably. Oh, hey, Kanon. There's a mess. Did you run all the way from the dorm?
お部屋でのんびりしてたら遅くなってしまって。おはよう、カノン。おはようございます、神楽さん。また忍者アニメ見てたんでしょ。さすが神楽さん、鋭いですね。好きだね、忍者。はい、忍者は私の憧れですから。忍者ね。漫画やアニメなんかじゃよく見るけど、本当に実在したのかな？
The Japanese ninja are the worst type because you know they exist. That's like a random ass meme I saw online like a fucking few years ago at this point.
忍者は実在しますよ。今の時代にだってきっと。
Oh, we just get to see what he looks like, huh? That's sick. Anyways, hi, Mr. Ninja.
風邪ですか？
Momoka speaks to me through my earphones, and I tap my response on my handheld device. I don't think so.
これから任務に当たるわけですから、くれぐれも気をつけてください。忍者が風邪をひいて任務に失敗したなんて。
I'm well aware. Look out the window to distract myself from her rebuke. The scenery outside abruptly changes from the city area to the suburbs. I have an unobstructed view of the mountain off in the distance. I've only traveled 1 hour since I boarded in the city, but it feels like I'm in a very far-off land.
目的地である仙台学園都市まであと30分程度です。
Do you think the bat's going to be there?
それを調査し報告するのが組織に所属する忍者であるあなたの任務です。
As Momoka said, I'm currently heading to Sendai Academy City to procure intelligence on the shadowy entity known as the Bat. Momoka is my support AI, by the way. She not only responds to my orders and answers my questions, but has the capability to think and make suggestions herself. She was developed in the R&D center of the city we're headed to, and is apparently considered the most advanced AI in the world. Can you show them the footage from the recent incident?
もちろんです。映像流れます。
Look down on my device and see the video footage start. Displayed as a shopping district full of people. The video quality is relatively good, but it must have been shot on some sort of portable device since it's quite wobbly. In the center is a man wearing a suit standing atop a stage before a podium, microphone in hand, with a huge monitor behind him. The camera zooms in on his facial expression. The man is a congressman named Mizuta. He focuses on feminist issues and has gained quite the following. This is a pre-incident footage. He was greeted by generous applause, and after smiling and waiting for a few seconds, he begins speaking. His deep voice carries clearly, and his calm tone sets the crowd at ease. Looking at the images portrayed in billboards, it appears to be an event centered around gender equality and advancing women's rights. The mood conveyed through the screen seems to indicate that everyone in the audience agrees with his message. They are listening intently to his speech. I've always thought that women are indispensable pieces of society. There are currently many such women pursuing careers in politics. They are giving fresh perspectives to our stagnant ideas. However, sexism towards women is undoubtedly still ingrained in many parts of our society. I want to act as an ally of all women, a blade that will sink their unheard voices into the heart of politics when necessary. If necessary, I will be their defender, a shield that will protect them from the vile sexism and discrimination that still exists. That, I believe, is my duty as a representative of the people. The crowd cheers enthusiastically. He responds to this with a friendly smile and then turns to look at the monitor at his back. I prepared a video which better conveys my message. It isn't long, so please watch. Promotional video prepared specifically for this event, I'd assume. However, what plays on the monitor is something else entirely. Come on, Switch, just give me company for one night. I'll give you whatever you want if you do. The person shown is a clearly drunk Mizuta with a flushed face. He has his arms around the shoulder of a woman in a suit, and his face is close enough to kiss her ear. Stop, sir. I don't want this. You bet you're a dude. Who do you think you are? He flies into a rage upon hearing her rejection. He forcefully pushes her down and leans her over, imposingly with a menacing glint in his eye. Tried being nice to you, but it's just shit you give me. I guess I'll need to teach you your place. Okay, Jesus Christ, calm down there. No, please stop, Mr. Mizuta. Do I have to read out these? Shut the hell up, you whore. You women only exist to please me. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, yeah. That politician is getting cancelled on social media. Your bodies are mine, your ideas are mine, everything about you exists for me. This really has some very similar energies to you should kill yourself now. You know what I'm saying? Ah! The woman screams, echoes throughout the venue. What on earth is this? Stop the video now! He angrily shouts bewilderment at the unexpected footage airing. Wait, this is what it looks like. That man is not me! His calm demeanor undergoes a 180 as he fumbles incoherently to make an excuse. The video doesn't stop, however. The monitor continues to display his disgusting behavior. The more he speaks, the less convincing his words become. When are you going to get this video off the screen? Second after he shouts, something explodes overhead and a huge mass of pamphlet rains down on the audience. People pick up the fluttering pamphlets. They contain detailed images of Mizuta's shameful behavior, along with written details. Once people set their eyes on the information, they begin to direct their rage towards him. You can hardly blame them for being outraged upon finding out that someone they thought championed their cause was in actuality one of the very kinds of people he spoke out against. The crowd he thought were his allies close in on him. He moves to flee hastily. However, they storm the stage, preventing him from doing so. Chaos ensues and something bordering on a riot breaks out.
以上が先日の事件の模様を記録した映像です。こちらがネットで拡散され、大きな話題となりました。傾向から見て、今回の事件もコウモリによるものだと考えられています。それを調査し報告するのが組織に所属する忍者であるあなたの任務です。
You just said the same thing a moment ago.
そうですね。同じことを何度も言わせないでください。
Partner's retorts are annoying, but still I think back to what you said, or what was said when I was given this mission. I was summoned by my the commander, a week ago, the morning after the incident with Congressman Mizuta. After watching the recording of it, I sat on the sofa opposite my superior officer and commander, Mikage Mishizuka.
このように、ここ数ヶ月、水田のような有力者、あるいは有名人をターゲットにした事件が相次いで発生しているわ。
Envy his dad.
ターゲットとして選ばれるのは、いずれも政治家や芸能人など、社会的地位のある者ばかり。そういった人間の罪を言い逃れできない状況で暴露し、その裁きを世間に委ねる。それが向こうのコウモリのやり方よ。
I've seen that name on the internet. In certain corners they champion him as some sort of hero.
ま、実際ターゲットは犯罪や何かしらの反社会的行為をしているわけだから、義憤に駆られてそれを暴露するっていうのはいかにもヒロイックな行為だと言えるかもしれないわね。そして世間っていうのはそういう分かりやすいことが好きでしょ。ネットを使えば自分は安全な場所にいながら当事者として騒動に参加することもできるんだし、相手が罪を犯した人間なのであればそれを叩く大義名分はある。世の中にはそうやって抱えた思いを吐き出したい人がたくさんいるものね。
God damn it, I don't know why my hair is being so annoying right now. Are they really?
みんなあなたみたいに素直じゃないの。
The commander evades my doubt with an indescribable smile. I've seen that expression many times when I was a child. To be honest, it makes me kind of uncomfortable. I shift my frame of mind into work mode and proceed to ask my next question. So what's my mission this time? Very much envy his dad. That's a pretty unusual job for our organization.
どちらかといえば、コウモリがしているようなことをするのが私たち組織の仕事だから。我々は決して歴史の表舞台には現れない。たとえその名が広く伝わっていたとしても、実態をつかまれなければ存在しないも同じだから。それは、そう。我々が
We literally just heard this speech.
時代や場所によって様々な呼び名はあれど、本質は変わらない。その時代の主という光の後ろで、世の平和と秩序を守る忍者。
We've heard all these. We've heard all these.
組織なんて曖昧な名前なのも名を残してはいけないから。伊賀や甲賀なんてブランドは必要ない。むしろ邪魔なだけだからね。闇に紛れて悪を打つ。それが私たちの使命。
I've been hearing it from the elderly folk in our hometown non-stop since I was a kid.
よろしい。では、それを踏まえて。
They investigate crimes, spread the evidence. They investigate crimes, spread the evidence publicly, and leave judgment to the people. It is familiar, of course. It resembles our methods in a lot of aspects, and the moniker "bad" was given to them by the public. The public is associating the incidents with the name "bad," but not because the criminal has styled themselves as such. A huge silhouette that resembles a bat was displayed behind the scene of the first crime incident, thought to be attributed to him. Social media then adopted the word "bat" to discuss other further incidents caused by this individual.
似ているどころか、ほとんどやってることは同じよ。これまで遂行したあなたの任務もそうだったでしょ。政治家と某企業の密会現場と汚職の証拠をつかむことも、半グレ組織の拠点と構成員を調べ上げたのもそう。すべては隠された犯罪に光を当てるため。そのために情報を集め、時には超法規的な活動も許されている。それは私たちが国に所属した組織であるから。
So we'd need to crack down on those doing the same without authority.
そうしないと困る人がたくさんいるのよ。水田のように叩かれると埃がいっぱい出ちゃうような人が。そういう人たちの中には、コウモリは私たち組織の人間なんじゃないかって疑ってる者もいるわ。
And that's why we have to apprehend the bad ourselves to dispel any unfounded accusations.
その通り。もし本当にコウモリが私たちと同じ忍者だったなら、素性や所属に知りたいことはたくさんあるから。
Are there other ninja beside us in this day and age?
いるかもしれないし、いないかもしれない。そもそも存在を悟られないようにするのが。
That is true. So do we have any leads?
これまでコウモリは自分につながる証拠を一切残さなかった。ところが今回に限り、現場に妙なものを置いていったのよ。それがこれ。
So that's some kind of accessory.
これはね、仙台学園都市にある東華学園の騎士がその身分を示すために身につける証よ。
Knights in an academy. That sounds like a strange school.
そうね、珍しい校風だと思うわ。映像機器をコントロールする場所に落ちていたの。聞き込みをしたところ、関係者には心当たりがないそうよ。こっちでも調べたけど、現場にいた人間に東華学園とのつながりは確認できなかった。
Meaning the bad left it there intentionally.
その可能性は高いわ。これまでコウモリは証拠を残さず完璧に仕事をこなしてきた。そんな人間が場にそぐわないものを置いていくのには。
I don't know why, but because I keep like taking sips from this, I just imagine that the MC is actually just sitting on the couch, just like taking a sip of alcohol every now and again, and his mom is just sitting here like, you know, I'm going to forgive you for doing this since this is currently business time, but the moment I go back into mom mode, I'm going to beat your ass!
現場に残されたこの装飾品は一般には流通していないことが分かっているわ。制作元、流通、そしてエンドユーザーの10日学園。調べる取っかかりはできたと。そこであなたの出番というわけ。製造元や流通からの装飾品の流れはつかめるけど、学園に届いてから誰の手に渡っているのかは直接学園に行って調べるしかないわ。あなたの任務は10日学園に学生として潜入し、この装飾品とコウモリとの関連性を調べること。
I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna be honest. Like, my eyeballs have been stuck in the cleavage there. It is just very blatant.
方法は任せるわ。何かあれば必ず報告すること。
Understood.
ついでに学園生活を楽しんでいらっしゃい。
I don't think I'll have time to do that while I'm performing my mission.
はい、そういうところ。あなたのそういうところ良くないと思うわ。
The grim work expression changes into a motherly one I'm all too familiar with. Oh no, she's gonna beat my ass for the alcohol. I don't know what you want me to do.
真面目なのはいいことよ。これまでの実績も優秀だし、忍びの技術に関しては私以上に才能があると思う。でもね、あなたは精神的に未熟すぎる。人としての経験が足りないのよ。恋をしてもおかしくない年齢なのに、未だに女の子とうまく話せないなんて。
What? How'd you know that?
お母さんは何でも知っているのよ。
Her tone has completely changed from that of my superior officer as she smiles a bit impishly at me. Frustratingly, I can't refute it. She's completely
あ
right.
なたも現代に生きる忍者なのであれば、仕事とプライベートを両立させてみなさい。それができる男ってものよ。
Recalling what my mother said, I heave a sigh in spite of myself. I spent all my waking hours ever since I was little training to be a ninja in my hometown with my ninja clan. I tempered myself daily in the mountains and rivers, learning the principles of living as a ninja in the modern era from my retired seniors. The training was grueling, but I strove to one day become a full-fledged ninja like them. It was my dream, and I was rewarded for my effort when everyone acknowledged the skills I was able to forge. However, that didn't come without sacrifices. Namely, being able to be a normal kid my age. I have almost nothing in the way of school experiences. Of course, I did attend a local school. However, I kept my interactions with my classmates to the barest minimum more to avoid drawing attention to myself. In addition, I had so much training that I virtually never got to hang out with friends, to say nothing of dating. As a result, I no longer understand how to communicate with girls my age. Essentially, I get rather tongue-tied. My mom has recognized that shortcoming of mine, which is why she pointed it out to me. I do want to better myself, but I have so little social experience that I'm at a loss. I can manage just fine with older ladies and grandmas in my hometown, though, for some reason.
ため息なんてついている場合ではありませんよ。もう間もなく仙台学園都市に到着します。
Walker's voice jolts me back to my senses and I look outside. Cue that my girl rushing up to him and inviting him to the nights, and he's just completely fucking freezes and passes out because of overexposure to the opposite sex. The countryside scenery from a moment ago has completely changed to modern buildings. There's evidence that I'm nearing the city. Shake my head to shrug off any misgivings and prepare to disembark the train.
専用のコンタクトレンズはちゃんと着用していますか？
I put them on just before leaving town.
そうですか。それがないと仙台学園都市の最大の特徴である AR や VR、MR を利用できませんからね。
AR and VR, and when they're combined, you get mixed reality, so MR. Is that what it is?
その通りです。仙台学園都市の上級院で研究されており、その技術力は世界的に注目されています。上級院については、各国から優秀な研究者や技術者を募り、この国の科学的な発展を担ってきました。 そういった背景もあり、現在仙台学園都市では AR や VR を利用した開発が進められています。
So you can experience the AR stuff while AR and stuff while walking through the city.
そうですね。それらを体験するために仙台学園都市では専用のメガネやコンタクトレンズが無償で配布されています。それらを着用した上で都市滞在中は同じく無料配布される専用のデバイスもしくはアプリを常時起動することが義務付けられています。デバイスやアプリから発信される情報をもとに対象に合わせた AR や VR、MR の表示が可能になります。
Necessary items are all provided free of charge. I must cost a loss.
国も協力している研究ですから。デバイスから発信された情報は上級院に収集され、さらなる研究開発に利用されます。
Isn't that essentially a fucking tracking device then? Yeah, okay, so they can gather data from the freely distributed items and the city can benefit as
もっと
well.
も、都市に滞在する人々にとってそこまで負担のあるものではありませんの。専用のアプリはこちらのデバイスにインストール済みですので、都市に入り次第起動します。
Alright. A little while later, the train arrives at the Sendai Academic City Station. A large suitcase full of my belongings rattles as I get off the train, and I follow the directory to exit the ticket gate. I guess I should head to my dorm now. My body's stiff after the long journey. I stretch my limbs after I check my surroundings. A bright light flashes before my eyes and a girl appears. What the? I immediately become on guard and all my reflexes are loaded, ready for any part of my body to act. A high-pitched melodious voice greets me.
ようこそ仙台学園都市へ。私の名前はアナト。よろしくね。
She smiles amicably at me. Huh? It's bizarre enough to have a person appear with a flash of light, but having a girl talk to me in addition to that leaves me at a complete loss. Realizing that, her smile quickly flops to a troubled
いきな
frown.
り出てきて驚かせちゃったかな。まずは自己紹介をさせてくださいね。私はアナト。仙台学園都市のマスコットであり、皆さんの生活をサポートするバーチャル AI です。
You know, I see that the mascot is designed to draw a certain type of crowd. Virtual AI.
その通り。ちょっと触ってみてください。
What? I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to touch a woman I just met.
いいからいいから。
I timidly reach out to Anato. Poke. My fingertips touch. Wait, what? Just as they're about to make contact, they pass straight through her. AR.
正解。なので街中にあるスポットで呼んでもらえたらいつでも現れちゃいますよ。この街で暮らす人をサポートするのが私の役目ですから。まずは私のことを知ってもらうためにこの街に初めて来た人にはこうして挨拶をさせてもらってるんです。
Here's a demonstration of the newest AR technology. She looks absolutely real. Considering the size of her, I imagine quite a lot of equipment and resources would be required to display her. I recall seeing things that seem to fit the bill, but they've probably been placed in locations around the city in a way to not disturb the landscape.
何かご用の際はいつでも気軽にアナトって呼んでくださいね。人気のお店や街からのお知らせ、その他街に関することなら何でもお答えしますから。仙台学園都市が提供する新しい時代の生活をぜひ。
Thanks.
どういたしまして。それではまた。
She answers cheerfully, then becomes a bright dot before disappearing completely. She appears way too randomly.
出会いはインパクトがあった方がそれだけ印象に残りますから、そういう意図があってプログラムされているんでしょ。
I mean, yeah, but still. Well, whatever. I catch my breath and take another look at my surroundings. Landscape looks no different from any other metropolitan areas. The only difference is the AI-produced information is visible in various locations. You want to bet one of the routes includes the entire AR system breaking down? Red and green writings are displayed like gates in front of the traffic lights. As I walk past the restaurant, a menu appears on the window, offering animated menu recommendations. The hamburger appearing on the hot grill looks delicious, and steam almost looks like it give off an aroma. Looking at the bus roundabout, the schedule is displayed above the stop, along with how long it'll be before the next bus arrives. Countless other information is displayed using the AR, so much so that I'm having trouble keeping up. And I'm getting dizzy.
現在はすべての AR を表示する設定になっていますからね。
Shouldn't it be AR information, not AI information? Wait, ah! A Yappa's Momoka suddenly appears in front of me. I can tell if this is a fantasy or science fiction.
どうしましたか？
Should that be obvious? You left my device screen.
それは正確な表現ではありませんね。仙来学園都市に設置されている機器を利用し、あなたのように AR として姿を表示しただけです。
Man, I read up on the city before coming here and thought I was prepared. But after experiencing it firsthand, this is gonna take some getting used to. There's too much information to process. I'm getting lightheaded.
でしたら、AR の表示を制限してみてはいかがですか？
Can you do that?
配布された専用デバイスやアプリで、より個人に合った形で AR を表示できるようカスタマイズする機能があります。要は、必要な情報だけ見られるようにするということですね。情報表示の設定を変更しますか？
Yes, please.
了解しました。
A number of AR information screens
情
disappear.
報表示の設定を中程度に変更しました。こちらをベースに必要な情報の取捨選択をし、AR の表示をカスタマイズしてください。
Getting everything just right is gonna be a hassle.
AR の表示が必要ない場合は、私に伝えてもらえれば、今後表示しないように設定を変更します。ただ、道路信号の表示や緊急速報など、一部の情報は個人での変更ができませんので、
Well, yeah, I fucking hope so. like someone just can just so otherwise someone can just casually just stand there and be like, you know what? I don't feel like seeing the red light today. So I'm just gonna have to get used to that in addition to everything else, I guess. This is an academic city, a city with AR and VR technology in abundance. I've received my baptism by fire, I guess. I was initially taken aback, but I should be able to manage. It's more of a matter of getting used to it than thinking about it. Much like combat training. I continue to look around
あ
curiously.
んまりキョロキョロしていると、田舎者であることがバレてしまいますよ。
Well, I am one, so not much I can do to hide it. I belong to the organization and only left my ninja hometown a few months ago. I was just starting to get used to city life when I got this mission. I didn't have enough time to fully accustom myself to it, and I was busy with missions, so I had no time to play. Need to be careful that my role origins don't stand out in a bad way.
転んで怪我をする前に寮に着いた方が良さそうですね。ルートを表示します。
A big arrow appears in front of me. Should I just follow this on
え
foot?
え、その通りです。迷わないように通常の3倍の大きさで矢印を表示させています。
You know, just for your dumbass, I made it 3 times bigger. I don't think I need that much help, but I wouldn't get lost if you just showed me the map.
仙来学園都市は AR にあふれた街です。今のうちから少しずつ使いこなせるようにならないと、田舎者丸出しのままでは 任務に支障が出ますから。
Well, I appreciate the concern.
礼には及びません。私は静香様よりあなたのことを任されていますから。
Follow the unnecessarily large arrow, wheeling my luggage along before coming to a building. Passed to the entry gate. Oh, this place is a lot more luxurious than I was expecting.
手続きは済んでいますので、寮長に入寮の挨拶をしてきてください。簡単な説明があった後、部屋の鍵をもらえるはずです。
Right. Just, make sure to disappear when I talk to them.
私がそんなミスをするとでも？
She really doesn't pull her punches. Let's do this. I've finished introducing myself to the dorm supervisor, who gave me a quick rundown of everything I need to know about the place. Apparently everyone living here is a Toka Academy student. The building is a U-shape, and the first building I entered was the main one. It has a lounge and a dining hall, and the male and female dorms branch off from there. Aside from the main building, we're strictly forbidden from entering buildings where our rooms aren't located. I imagine all the dorms around here are like that. In addition to that, they explained how to use the dining hall and large public baths, requirements for staying out overnight, and various other basics before handing me the key. Need to unpack my belongings once I get to my room. I opened everything that was delivered. By the time I finished setting up the bare minimum living environment, the sun is setting. That's it for today. Mocha put me through the mom.
了解。静香様との直通回線につなぎます。
It barely rings before I hear mom's voice.
無事に着いたみたいね。問題はない？
The abundance of AR in the city overwhelmed me, but apart from that, no issues.
そこはそういう街だから、あなたが慣れるしかないわね。最先端の技術を体験できるのだから、もっと楽しんだ方がいいわよ。
Oh, I'll try my best.
荷物の整理は済んだの？
Pretty much, except there are a few things I don't remember packing.
例えば？
Manga and a game console, and some clothes beside my uniform.
ああ、それは私が荷物に入れたのよ。必要になるかと思ってね。
I rarely read any manga or play games.
だからじゃない。年頃の男の子の部屋にそういったものが一つもないなんておかしいでしょ。普段のあなたみたいに最低限の服とトレーニング機器しかない部屋で生活している子なんていないの。
Well, I guess you make a good point.
それに誰かが部屋に来た時にそういったアイテムの一つもなかったら
I don't plan to bring anyone to my room during my mission.
あるかもしれないじゃない。お友達とか彼女とか。
I wouldn't have any friends, let alone a girlfriend.
言ったわよね。あなたも現代に生きる忍者なのであれば仕事とプライベートを両立させてみなさいって。
I take it the fucking weeb is main route. Okay.
無理に友達や彼女を作れとは言わないけど、そういうことに対してもっと積極的になってもいいんじゃないかしら。そういった経験があなたの心を強くするはずよ。
I'm well aware of my own mental immaturity, so she's probably right. Still, I need to get over this. I'm going to proactively mingle and overcome my social inadequacies. At least until I can talk comfortably with girls.
いい機会だから漫画も読んでゲームも遊んでみなさい。今まで触れてこなかったものに触れるのもいい刺激になるわ。というか、男の子ってこういったものに自然と興味を持つものじゃないの？修行はしなさいと言ったけど、漫画やゲームを禁止した覚えはないんだけどな。
I just wasn't interested. I prefer training outdoors to playing inside. Get the fuck away from me, you monster. He's the worst type of fucking extrovert. The one that only wants to be outside.
もっといろいろ遊びに連れてってあげればよかったわね。まあいいわ。任務が最優先だけど、それ以外 学園生活を楽しむことも忘れないように、これは組織の長官として、そしてあなたの母親としての命令よ。
Yes, ma'am.
よろしい。疲れたでしょうし、今日は休みなさい。本番は明日からよ。いろんな意味でいい知らせを待っているわ。
I cut the line and collapsed onto my bed. The manga and games Mom prepared are still in the cardboard box they came in. I opened the box and left them there. Not that I expected it to be simple, but this is panning out to be a tricky mission. So with that in mind, there's only one thing to do. Put the manga and games box in the corner and open my suitcase. I move aside the package clothing and open the zipper inside. My equipment appears from within. My stealth suit, along with my throwing knives, my sword, and other weapons. My stealth suit, my stealth suit called utility belt contains emergency medicine and rations. And finally, my wirework equipment. If I launch the wire from my sleeve and affix it somewhere, the motor on my back will reel it in and pull me towards it. It's invaluable in this line of work. Climbing onto the roof of a building is as easy as pie using this. Just like a certain famous spider-like hero, it allows me to freely move from place to place as long as I have somewhere to hook my wire into. As useful as it is tricky to handle and took me years to master. Oh, now I can use it as freely as my own limbs.
メンテナンスですか？静香様は漫画やゲームを楽しむようにと言われていたと思いますが。
Yeah, but caring for your work tools is important. It'd be a disaster if I failed my mission because I neglected them.
そういう意味で言ったわけではありませんよ。
I know you're trying to tell me I'm a workaholic. That's just my nature. I joined the organization voluntarily. I wanted to become a full-fledged ninja like my elders. So I don't want to
あ
fail.
なたは失敗しませんよ。私がサポートしますから。
Like the confidence. I don't know. It just vaguely feels like me just drinking so much in the first part of the series is just giving him mild Ura vibes, if you know what I'm saying. Actually, yeah. 2 out of 5 games for the poll were about ninjas. I swear that wasn't on purpose. Honestly, I have to wonder who designed your personality. Sighing at my partner's words of reassurance, I began looking at my work tools. Tomorrow I'll be finally infiltrating Toka Academy. I'd find some trail there that will lead me to the bat. The next morning, I arrived at school earlier than the scheduled time. I blend in with the other students wearing the same uniform and slip into the school building. On my way to the faculty room, I spot a male teacher. Perfect, that'll get him to give me directions. Good morning, my name is Mikaki Jin. I'm a new student, and today's my first day.
君が転校生か。話は聞いているよ。東華学園へようこそ。
You know what? I appreciate the drip. That is a very attractive young man right there. Not young, really, but you know what I'm trying to say. You know, I would appreciate it a bit more if he had an actual beard instead of just stubble to show that he's old.
僕は久喜清志郎。この学園で地理や歴史を教えてる。よろしくね。
Can you like brush your hair aside? I want to see the X scar. I won't believe you otherwise. Nice to meet you, sir.
それじゃあちょっとついてきてくれるかな。
And then proceeds to walk past the faculty room towards somewhere else. Don't we need to discuss my class and other things in the faculty room?
普段ならそうするんだけど、今学園長と理事は別の場所にいるんだ。君をそこに連れて行った方がいろいろと説明の手間が省けると思ってね。
Follow him for a while. Eventually he stops outside a room with a sign that reads Order of Knights Room.
連城寺さん、まだ理事たちはいらっしゃるかな。転校生を連れてきたんだけど。
いらっしゃいますよ。
He opens the door and we enter the room. Inside are two men in suits and a uniform-clad girl. First thing that catches my attention is the girl standing directly opposite me. She's wearing the same uniform as the other student, but with a light cape over top it. I recognize the woman holding the cape in place. It's the same as the one that Battle left at the scene of the incident.
はじめまして。私の名前は連城寺舞。この東華学園で騎士団の団長を務めているわ。
She walks up to me and holds out her hand with zero hesitation. Her large eyes are staring right at me, causing me to lose my breath for a moment. What am I supposed to do in this situation? I'm Mika-jin, nice to meet you. I managed to get out my name and timidly grab her hand. Her slender hand firmly grasps mine and
転
shakes
校
it.
初日だもの。緊張するのも無理ないわ。
Sorry. She must have felt the sweat on my palms. Her calm demeanor speaks to her skills as a
紹
leader.
介させてもらうわね。こちらが我が東華学園の学園長の秋山先生よ。
Does he happen to run a money lending business? Or, got one hell of a kick, the usual. She gives me a welcoming smile and thrusts his arm out for a handshake. He gives me a welcoming smile. His hand is puffy like bread and his body is just as plump.
そしてこちらが学園理事のお一人、田崎さんよ。
Nice to meet you. Likewise. After I like to respond, he checks his watch. Conversely, he's too thin, and his appraising gay stare gives me the impression that he's has a high-strung personality. He's holding something in his arms. Is that a laptop? What, is something on my face? Oh, no, sir. May I leave now? My schedule's tight.
それでは闘技場の設備の件よろしくお願いします。学園長もありがとうございました。
Two of them promptly take their leave. Then Georgie watches them leave, then heaves out a heavy sigh once the door shuts.
忙しいのはあなただけじゃないんだけどな。
連城寺さん、こぼれているよ。
おっと、つい本音が。
Her stiff demeanor has faded. Now she gives off a more casual air. Maybe this is her true personality.
これから学園生活を送るにあたっていくつか説明させてもらうわね。基本的にはあなたがこれまで通っていた学園とそこまで変わらないと思うわ。なので私からは東華学園独自のシュバリエという役職について説明させてもらいます。
I call him Marita or something. Or Cavalier. Why always the French Chevalier? I know Cavalier, the word, in itself is a transformation of the word Chevalier, but into German. But still. I mean, even Marita technically is tied to horse. Anyways.
この学園にはいわゆる委員会や学生会が存在しないの。その代わりそういった仕事のすべてをシュバリエおよび騎士団が行っているわ。さっきも言ったけど私はその騎士団の団長を務めているの。そしてそちらの久喜先生が
騎士団の顧問をやらせてもらっているんだ。と言ってもたまに相談を受ける程度のお飾りみたいなものだけどね。連城寺さんたちシュバリエには学生を取りまとめる役目のため僕ら教師よりも強い権限が与えられているんだ。
Shit like that is always weird to me. Like, you should never give students more authority than teachers. I've been a student in my lifetime. Students have terrible ideas. Wow, really?
東華学園は自主性を重んじる校風なんだ。シュバリエに選ばれた学生に様々な権限を与えることで優れたリーダーシップを育てていこう。
その分責任も大きいですけどね。 詳しく説明すると、他にもうちの学園特有のルールがあるんだけど、一度に話しても混乱させてしまうでしょうから、今は騎士団が学園を取り仕切る役職だということだけ覚えていて。
May I ask a question?
ええ、何かしら。
I was a bit curious about that ornament on your chest.
ああ、これはシュバリエとしての証である騎士章よ。
You want to bet that the bat isn't actually part of the knights? Either the bat isn't part of the knights and they're just trying to confuse us, or they are part of the knights but not quite part of the organization, and they just want to like negotiate with the ninjas.
騎士団には他の学生に認められたシュバリエとその見習いである騎士見習いがいるの。
シュバリエになるためにはまず騎士団に入団して騎士見習いになって他の学生から認められる必要があるんだ。活動が認められるとシュバリエの役職と一緒にあの騎士章が授与されるんだよ。
So that ornament is pretty special?
そうね。騎士団に入ればマントの着用が許されるけど、騎士章をつけられるのはシュバリエだけだから。
騎士章をつけるっていうのはこの学園ではかなりのステータスなんだ。
その分シュバリエの名に見合った責任のある行動をしなければならないのだけどね。
I see. This adds to what I was told by Mom. The item the bat left at the scene of the incident was a knight's badge that only a chevalier is permitted to wear, and chevalier hold special positions in the school. So why would the bat leave behind such an item? Did he have some connection with the chevalier, or maybe even the order as a whole? That wouldn't be a smart move, though. Or maybe they have absolute confidence that they won't be caught and did this to provoke the investigators. Well, either way, I now know that the knight's badge can only be obtained at Toka Academy. If decorated students are allowed to keep their badges, that would mean that we'd have to investigate the alumni as well. Still, that seems like an awfully easy trail to find the bat. Well, it's probably too early to draw conclusions. Need to gather more information to ascertain the relation between the bat and the badge.
見影くん？
And then Georgie brings her face so close to mine that it let out an awful
急に
awkward
黙り込
grunt.
んじゃったからどうしたのかと思って。
Oh, that was just taking in all the information. No.
それもそうよね。今はそういうのがあるんだなーくらいに思ってくれていたらいいから。初めは慣れないかもしれないけど、少しずつ馴染んでもらえたら嬉しいわ。
Okay. I try to steady my beating heart while managing to give her some sort of excuse. I'm uncomfortable enough dealing with the opposite sex as it is, but having such an attractive girl right in front of me is so much worse. I need to get over this ASAP. It'll only hinder my mission, but my life... It'll not only hinder my mission, but my life in general here, too. I know I can do it. I just need more experience. As long as I can keep calm, I'll be fine. A ninja must act calmly no matter the situation.
本当に大丈夫？
Yeah, I'm fine. Except for the sweat dripping down my back. I managed a placid, awkward grin on my face in response. After saying goodbye to Mr. Kuki, Mr. Kuki leads me again to the faculty room. I'm introduced to my homeroom teacher, and we go to our classroom together. We arrive just as the bell rings, and I see that my classmates are awaiting the teacher's arrival. As I enter, students begin eyeing me curiously. After the teacher greets everyone, he gives a simple introduction. I write my full name on the whiteboard as prompted. I'm Mikage-chin. Nice to meet you all. The classmates give a round of applause to my very bland introduction. My first impression should be neither here nor there. I don't want to draw any particular attention to myself, so it is perfect. Mikage only moved here yesterday, so I imagine he's very unfamiliar with the town. I hope you all will help him in that regard. Your seat is, is there a free seat somewhere? Can you, you have all the seats in your field of vision. Yeah, sure, there may be 6 students, so you can't be sure, but you can just say, okay, What students are sick? Okay, those students are sick. They usually sit there, there, and there, so that seat is free. Sit there.
先生、私の隣が空いています。
Oh, we're going to sit next to the weeb. A girl in the back thrusts her hand up with a smile. Around, you'll be sitting next to Mayfield, son. Oh boy. I go next to the girl who raised her hand.
はじめまして、ミカゲ君。私、カノン・メイフィールドと言います。気軽にカノンって呼んでくださいね。
I remember that once was a kid at the school I went to. I think his name was like Karen. Like he was a dude, of course. And I got along with him okay. But one day we were like the sports fest, everything was loud around him, and I wanted to like call to him, so I said Karen. And apparently because it was so loud around me, he thought I called him Karen. So he just got really fucking aggressive, like, my name's Karen, not Karen! So I just said, like, I called you that! And I just knew. This kid has been bullied by being called Karen before. I don't know how I got to that. Blame my mind. Alright, nice to meet you, Kanon. Even after I sat down, I could still feel her eyes on me, and when I knew she'd talk to me, it's still nerve-wracking. Why is it so hard to control my own body? I'm keenly reminded of my inexperience. I seriously have to conquer this as quickly as possible, or it'll hinder my mission. Ah, I know. I'll become friends with the girl next to me. That should help me get used to talking to girls, and eventually I'll be able to do it completely naturally. She proactively spoke to me, so I doubt she's the shy type, and being in the seat next to me, I should have plenty of opportunities to talk to her. Alright, let's go ahead and strike up a conversation. What did I talk about? I can't think of a single thing! What do guys usually talk to girls about? Oh, it's just small talk, so I probably don't have to think too deeply about it. I should just pick something random as a starting point for now. I have virtually no experience talking to girls, so I can't think of anything. All the while, the awkward silence ensues. They're just giving me a strange look. Something to talk about!
少し緊張していらっしゃるみたいですね。
Yeah! Obvious that she noticed. I don't know why, but getting into voice such a like overly awkward character is weirdly funny.
無理もありません。私も母国を離れ、初めてこの学園に来た時はとても緊張していましたから。
You know, I heavily doubt that it's actually going to turn out that way, but there is the possibility that Kanon is actually the bat, and she started doing that just because she was so obsessed with ninjas. But I feel like that is such an obvious plot twist that they're not actually gonna go for it. Oh, wait, your homeland? Are you from overseas?
はい。この国に惹かれて飛び出してきちゃいました。
And the thing about her face, her hair color and eye color look very non-Japanese. Was I so flustered that I didn't even notice? As you moved to Japan around the same time you started school here.
そうですね。なので、この国に来て2年になります。
Wow, your Japanese is very good considering that.
日本語については母国にいた頃から勉強していました。
Okay, at a language school?
いいえ、アニメと漫画です。あと、ゲームなんかもとても勉強になりました。
What? Really?
私、この国の文化が大好きなんです。アニメや漫画などのエンターテインメントもそうですけど、やっぱり一番は。カノ、そろそろ授業始まるよ。
Girl in front of us rebukes Kanon and she puts her hand to her mouth with a gasp.
もうそんな時間ですか。いけませんね、私。夢中になると時間を忘れてしまって。あ、紹介させていただきますね。今声をかけてくれたのがお友達の白金神楽さんといって。私のことはいいから。
Saying that, she turns back around. Would have liked to have said hello. Oh well, maybe next time.
そうだ、お昼休みに学園の案内をさせてください。
I appreciate the offer, but you don't have to, you don't want to.
そんなことありません。私、あなたと仲良くなりたいですから。
Thanks. Somehow, over the course of our conversation, I get offered a tour to school. Well, it'll be a good opportunity. I just think of it as training. I'll get to learn more about the school and hopefully get more used to talking to girls. Nodding silently, I take out my textbooks for the first class. After finishing my lunch, I stand outside the classroom waiting for Connor. You know, thinking about it, like, objectively, it gotta be really awkward to, like, actually be a ninja. Like, try to infiltrate a place, and then there's someone that is just super fucking obsessed with ninjas. They constantly sit there like, oh my fucking god, this is going to be fucking difficult. Because either she is very obsessed with it, and it'll be very awkward if she ever finds out accidentally, or she is 100% aware that I'm a ninja and she's just trying to taunt me into revealing it. And finishing my lunch, I stand outside. Already about that. She invited me to eat lunch with her, but I politely refused, saying I'd already bought a sandwich. The prospect of having lunch with a girl is too big a hurdle for me at this stage. It would have been hard to hold a conversation while eating, so buying a sandwich in advance was probably a wise decision. I'm staring vacantly out the window when Conan waves at me and comes over. Oh, hey, thanks for taking your time out of your lunch break to show me around. She gives me a bright, cheery smile in response. Sure. What is it? Huh?
なんだかすごく緊張されているみたいなので、私と話している時もとても丁寧な言葉遣いをされていますし。
Well, honestly, at this point, a good cover story would just be, sorry, like, I'll try my best, but I'm not really too used to talking to other people my age, because the village I come from has quite the elderly population. She's absolutely right. I know we've only just met, but since she's a classmate, I don't need to speak politely. If anything, it would be more natural to speak casually. This is my experience with girls getting the better of me. Of course, sorry. Yeah, sure.
その方が楽だというのなら構いませんよ。無理はしないでくださいね。
That's fine, I just can't get over my nerves. But I think you've helped me relax some, thanks.
いえいえ、どういたしまして。それでは行きましょうか。
Thanks to concern, I feel a bit better. She really is nice.
まずはここ、中庭ですね。この時間だとお昼をここで食べている人もたくさんいます。向こうの花壇には季節のお花がたくさん植えてあって、四季折々の彩りを見せてくれるんですよ。
Courtyard is directly outside the school building. Well-maintained lawn. The well-maintained lawn is expansive, not expensive. Hiccups. Not expensive, but expansive. And as she said, there are people eating, reading, napping, each enjoying themselves in their own way.
東華学園はいくつか校舎が分かれているんです。私たち普通科の教室が入っているのがこっち。国際教養科や専門授業の教室が入っているのが向こうの校舎になります。それから職員室や騎士団の方々が詰めている校舎が。
Yeah, I already know. That's where I first went this morning. This campus sure is big, though. Those buildings don't even appear to be the only ones.
そうですね。私も最初は迷ってしまいました。でもすぐに慣れると思いますよ。続いてこちらが食堂になります。私はさっきここで日替わり定食をいただきました。
This place is rather large, too, keeping in line with everything else about the school. Given its lunch break, it's teeming with students.
うちの食堂結構メニューが豊富で毎日食べに来ても飽きないんです。あちらにはパンやデザートも売っていて、中でも手作りプリンは大人気なんですよ。
Wow, they even have that stuff? I don't have any trouble getting lunch from now on.
よかったら明日はお昼ご一緒しませんか？食券の買い方からおすすめメニューまでいろいろ教えてあげますよ。
I can't facilitate here, even if after she invited me. Sure, that works for me.
楽しみです。
Yeah. That's potentially nod in response. Spider smile. Perhaps her smile has the power to make people acquiesce. Yeah, right, that's just silly.
ここは講堂ですね。学園集会なんかの時はここにみんなで集まります。他には外部や上級員の方を招いて講演したりもしますね。
Oh, really? The Academy of the Advanced Research Institute that closely tied.
私たち一般学生はあまり関わることはありませんけど、騎士団の方たちは結構お会いしているみたいですね。定例試合やデュエルなどで使用される闘技場は上級員の方々が管理運営されていますから。
Duels? At an arena? Huh? What? Was it something I said?
大切な用事を忘れていました。行きましょう、ミカゲくん。
She grabs my hand and starts running off somewhere. What? Wait, what? What? While freaking out due to her suddenly taking my hand, I'm led to some place that looks like a stadium. It's equipped with earthen seats. I also spot many students there shouting out towards something happening in the center. 'Kagura? Kagura? You mean the girl from our class? I mouthed my question and looked to where everyone else is looking. Kagura and the male student are coated in something that looks like armor, fighting with handheld weapons. From what I can see, Shirogane is a superior fighter. Her opponent is completely on the defensive. Shirogane's piercing strikes whittle away his defenses little by little until finally... She strikes from beneath. The blow is too much for him to withstand, and and sends his weapon flying from his hands.
そこまで。勝者、白金神楽。
You maybe shouldn't hug your sword like that. Like, that sword is very close to your neck. Like, I'm talking like a fucking... Something could go wrong here. And then Joji, acting as referee, declares her victorious, and a huge cheer arises from the stands. Huh? Oh, yeah, it was incredible. I nodded along, trying to respond to her enthusiasm.
ここにデュエルの終わりを宣言します。シュバリエの誇りにかけて、敗者は勝者の意向を受け入れること。
Fine. The losing student hangs his head despondently. Meanwhile, Shirogane regards her opponent without expression.
さすがね。バイスの二つ名は伊達じゃないってところかしら。
Again, that just means white! What kind of nickname is that? I'd understand if you were called that. Like, mine would make sense. She has white hair. She has purple hair.
私は私にできることを精一杯しただけですよ。
With that brief comment, she takes a bow and heads to the audience towards the gate. A girl in uniform enters from where she leaves.
雨の森さん、どうしたの？話が違うんですけど。どういうこと？発注と全然違うものが届いていて、これじゃメンテナンスどころか設備の稼働すらできませんよ。そんなはずないわ。だって発注書は私が直接理事に渡したのだから。だったらご自分の目で確かめてください。
She then returns along the path she came from. Then Georgie follows her, deep in thought. Is there some kind of problem?
いやー、やっぱりシュバリエのデュエルは迫力がありますね。
What did I just witness?
すみません。ちゃんと説明していませんでしたね。
That you should after I'm back. Hold on, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. I have returned from toilet and I have brought along cat. Where's your fucking... hind paws wet. Explain yourself, cat. Actually, is he visible if I put him on the table? He is. Oh. Whoops, that was just the mouse. I accidentally moved the mouse over the close button. You want the pets? Streicheln hätten, gell? Feels good, doesn't it? He's in the cuddly mood right now. Okay, more pets. I'll keep petting you while I continue playing.
今行われていたのはシュバリエのデュエルです。
And he's gone.
シュバリエ同士で何か問題が起きたときは、ここで正々堂々勝負をするんです。
That's not good. See, my mom went to bed, so now I need someone else to pet him. And the loser has to accept the will of the winner, basically.
その通りです。いかにもシュバリエって感じですよね。
Nah, more so very the strong rule the weak. Are you leaving? The moment you're out the door, I'm closing it. That's the primary purpose of this facility.
そうですね。ここ闘技場はデュエルや騎士団の定例試合で使われています。
What the fuck are you doing, cat? Cody. 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 Ah. Great. No, I'm just closing the door anyways. If I get out, he's just gonna have to get my attention while I'm fucking recording. This was established just for the Chevalier. Man, talk about special treatment.
シュバリエは桐花学園の象徴的な存在ですから。うちの学園に入学する学園生の中にはシュバリエを目指してこられる方も多いんです。
Really? I haven't been here long, so I guess I just don't understand it yet. But basically, the Chevalier have a special role in the school and are immensely popular.
そんな感じですね。実際、神楽さんや団長さんはとても憧れられていると思います。
No, you said you love anime and manga. Are you a fan of the Knights too?
そうですね。確かに神楽さんはかっこよくて素敵だと思いますけど、私はシュバリエよりも忍者が好きです。
Huh? Why ninjas? Weren't we talking about knights?
ミカゲくんは忍者は好きですか?
Ah, there we go. He wants to get outside. Be free. He like tried to turn around last second. Stupid kid. Recently, we have like this brush that we use to brush him when he has like when he's losing a lot of hair at the moment. Just so it's in the brush instead of all over the fucking house. And recently I was doing that while sitting on the ground because it's easiest to do that while sitting on the ground. Suddenly, like, with the fucking top of his head just, like, cuddled against the, like, my fucking foot. And I was like, oh, okay, Jesus Christ, but hey, he likes being brushed like that, so I guess. Suddenly this fucker licks my toe. And at that point, it was like, okay, no, fuck off. You're a freak. Why is my cat a freak? What? I guess as much as the average person.
そうですか。忍者かっこいいのにな。
I know my answer disappointed her, but I don't know what else to say. Her prayer off the topic of ninjas was so random. I decided to pass fair somehow as we leave the arena and head back to our classroom. I'm finally at Toka Academy to search for the elusive bat. It's a much other place than I was expecting. What's more, the city is overflowing with AR, VR, and other cutting-edge technology. I feel like I've slipped into the world of the future. There's so many things to think about that it's quite honestly a little overwhelming. But honestly, I'll be able to carry out my missions. But hopefully, I'll be able to carry out my mission successfully. To be continued again. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry, that ending lives rent-free in my head. Oh, and opening action. You get what the name of the game is. She doesn't get a special outfit, she just gets casuals. Now we look away. Because this is where the spoiler usually happens in openings. That's right. Continue looking away. Don't look at that, because that is a reflection. You know what? I'm gonna save real quick and go back to the main menu once this is done. Because honestly, the main menu music is like, of course the main menu music is like a stripped down version of the opening. But I feel like it can just... Why the fuck are you here if it's supposed to be the AIs? Anyways, I'm gonna save real quick here. And then just back the title. And now just... Sounds like it could be a Toho some Toho theme, right? Like, that start just sounds like it could belong to a Toho soundtrack.
このコーナーはお話に出てくるキーワードを仙台学園都市のマスコットであり、皆さんの生活をサポートするバーチャル AI の私、あなたとあの人のデバイスに常駐しています。高性能 AI の私、ももかが解説するコーナーです。それでは早速、第1回目のテーマは、仙台学園都市についてです。あなた、ももかちゃん、よろしくお願いします。
Honestly, if no other CG shows up, I'll just use this.
お任せください。それではまず、こちらの俯瞰図をご覧ください。こちらはカノンさんたちが通う東華学園を中心に撮影した俯瞰図になります。仙台学園都市の成り立ちは、上級院が設立されたことを機に学園都市として自然発生的に築かれていきました。仙台上級院大学、通称上級院。設立から100年以上経つという大変歴史のある大学です。仙台学園都市は都心から電車で1時間程度の距離にあります。貿易で財を成した設立者の出身地ということで、この場所が選ばれたそうです。世界を牽引する人材の育成を掲げ、その時代の最先端技術が日々研究開発されています。その積み重ねが現在の地位につながっているわけですね。仙台学園都市には東華学園の他にも学園があるんですよね。その通りです。数十年前から仙台学園都市は国や企業などの協力を得て再開発を続けています。 上級院の担う役割に合わせ町自体を整えているわけです。インフラの調整や都市機能の向上、研究資料を得るための設備増設など、その取り組みの一つに上級院へつながる教育機関として東華学園を含め4つの学園が存在します。それぞれが技術、開発、人材育成などの特色を持ち、独自の教育方針で運営されています。東華学園は人材教育や海外交流に力を入れてる。私が入学できたのも海外交流の一環なんですよ。他にも学生による学園の統治や独自のシュバリエという役職も人材育成に一役買っていると言えるでしょう。ただ傾向として他の学園に比べると東華学園から上級院へ進む人はあまり多くはありません。あれ、そうなんですか？あくまで割合としては。その代わり東華学園の卒業生は別の場所で活躍されている方が多く見られます。政治家や活動家、起業をされた方に芸能人やクリエイターなど、いい意味で目立つ職業に就かれていますね。そのため都市外では上級院に次いで有名な学園となっています。自身で考え、選び、行動する。上級院のために作られた学園だけど、上級院に進む人は少なくて、でも優秀な人がたくさん卒業してて、そう考えるとうちの学園ってちょっと特殊なんですよね。現在仙台学園都市では AR や VR などの設備が完備され、街全体が研究や情報収集の場となっています。 AR や VR についてはまた別の機会にお話しするとして、今は街のお話を。
This is already way too in depth.
街に滞在中はそういった上級院の研究に協力することが義務付けられています。そのために配布されているのが専用のデバイスとコンタクトレンズですよね。その通りです。まずは専用のデバイスから。カード型のデバイスで個人認識のために利用されます。簡単に言えばこの街専用の身分証明書ですね。これ1台で交通機関の利用や店舗での支払いが可能になり、また個人認識が行われることでその人物に合った情報提供を行ったり、表示 AR のカスタマイズを反映させたり、それらの情報は上級院内にある研究室のサーバーで管理され、今後の研究開発に利用されます。もう一つ配布されているコンタクトレンズはこちらは AR や VR を視覚的に認識するためのアイテムになります。 VR を楽しむためのヘッドマウントディスプレイがコンタクトレンズになったと思っていただければ問題ないかと。あんな大きいのつけてたら生活できませんもんね。将来的にはそういったデバイスがなくても AR や VR を利用できる環境を作っていけたらと、上級院では日々研究開発が進められています。仙台学園都市はそんな未来の生活をどこよりも早く過ごせる素敵な街ですよ。皆さんもぜひ遊びに来てください。アナトがマスコットらしいコメントで締めたところで、どうやらお時間のようです。本当だ。続きはまた今度ってことで、以上教えて AI さんに聞いてみようのコーナーでした。次回もお楽しみに。
Before I know it, it's morning. After I'm done with my classes for the day, I come back to my room, write a simple report, and submit it. I'm reminded that the ornament left at the scene of the bad incident was a badge only conferred to the Chevalier. Should the need arise, I'll recommend that the organization investigate Chevalier graduates. But what on earth is the connection between the band and the Knight's badge? After that, I take my bath and finish dinner. By the time I'd sorted my report as best as I could, I was already yawning. Being in a familiar environment has drained me more mentally than physically. I'm confident in my stamina, but that does mean I should go without rest. It's vital to sleep when your body is tired. No, I still have a lot to do. More importantly, to get used to this lifestyle quickly. I walk along the sidewalk when suddenly I come across a bright red sign. The words stop alternating between English and Japanese flashes and white writing on it. It takes me a few seconds to realize that it's an AR notification in the red light. While it startled me on the inside, students around me in the same uniform show no particular reaction. It's simply a wait for the light to change. Momoka did explain the essential information AR displays, such as traffic lights can't be disabled. The others around me must be seeing the same thing I am, yet they appear calm and unconcerned. It's a perfectly natural sight in an academic city. I'll never get used to it, so if I let single thing startle me, might as well learn how to utilize the special features of this town. As I enter my classroom, Kanon, who's speaking to Shidogane in the seat in front of her, turns and says hello to me. I'm a little too embarrassed to respond in an equally loud voice, so I wait until I've reached my seat before answering. Morning, Kanon. Huh? Sure, I don't mind. Morning to you, Shidogane. I greet her in addition to Kanon. Though she shyly averts her gaze while answering. She feels like a totally different person from who I saw in the arena yesterday. At the time she was wearing armor and the situation was completely different, so perhaps that's why. Actually, was that armor real? I heard she is a chevalier as well, so perhaps all Order of Knights have similar equipment. She noticed me looking at her and directed a sharp gaze, reminiscent of what I saw in the arena, towards me. In a fluster, I fumbled out a response. Sorry, yesterday's match? I was really impressed. Kanon invited me along. Yeah, you're really strong, I have to say.
騎士団に入ってまだ間もない頃、年に一度の剣闘祭に出場されたんですけど、その実力が認められて最優秀騎士に選ばれたんです。
Even from my perspective, as someone who's had practical training, I can tell her movements and swordsmanship are on another level. She's probably been training continuously from when she was young.
最優秀騎士に選ばれると、その名誉を称えて2つ名が授与されるんです。ちょっとカノン、その名もバイス。神楽さんらしい強くて素敵な2つ名ですよね。
That reveal caused her to fall prostrate on the desk and hide her face. From the tiny gap in her long flowing hair, and here I can see that her eyes are slightly flushed.
神楽さん、どうかされましたか？いや、別に。
Despite what she says, her cheeks and her ears are red, and she seems to be trying hard to maintain her composure. I guess she finds being called her alias embarrassing. This may sound like an odd question, but do knights have those sorts of matches often? A duel. I recall Kanon mentioning that at the arena. I seem to recall her saying that when two knights have an issue, they'll settle it with a duel. デュエルとか関係なく、みんなに見てもらうためのイベントとして定期的にやってる試合とか、年に一度の剣闘祭なんかもありますよね。そういった戦いの様子はネットを通じて世界中に配信されているんですよ。結構ファンの方も多くて、剣闘祭は外部からもたくさんのお客さんが見に来て、闘技場が満員になるんですよ。Oh, that sounds cool. 私たちシュバリエを見に来るっていうより、 闘技場の設備に期待している人の方が多いんじゃないかな。He's acting a little less uptight now. What about it specifically? It didn't seem that special when I saw it yesterday. そういえば、昨日は背景とかも闘技場のままでしたけど、何かトラブルがあったのでしょうか？そうみたい。団長と手伝ってくれてる子が試合の後に何か話してたみたいだから。 Captain must be in Joji. Which means the girl helping her would have to be the girl that walked over to her just as Shirogane left. Did seem to be a rather tense conversation, so something must have happened. Not that I'd know, since that was my first time seeing one, but was there something missing?
そうですね。まず闘技場自体はテクスチャをかぶせて殺せをっぽくするだけですけど、すごいのは背景ではなく神楽さんの着ていたあの甲冑、実は AR なんです。
Really? Given her swift movements, I was sure it was real.
あの甲冑、攻撃を受けると傷がついたりもするんです。すごい技術ですよね。やってるこっちからすればそこまで再現する必要があるのかなって思うけど、言葉で言うほど簡単な技術じゃないからあえてそういう風にしてるんじゃないでしょうか。それはあるかもね。シュバリエの試合が公開されてるのはある意味プロモーションみたいなところがあるから。
What are they promoting?
私たちシュバリエの活動と上級員の技術かな。割合としては後者の方が大きいと思う。闘技場の設備は上級員の技術が詰まってるから。それを利用したデュエルや試合は発表の場としては最適なんでしょう。
In other words, battles using the latest technology being viewed by spectators have value in another sense too.
それは同じでしょうね。技術に惹かれて興味を持ってもらえれば名前を覚えてもらえるでしょうし、お互いに協力し合ってたくさんの人に自分たちのことを知ってもらおうというわけですね。実際はもっと現実的な話なんだと思うけど、まあ間違ってはいないかな。
Okay, thanks Shirogane, I learned a lot.
これでも一応シュバリエだから。騎士団のことで何かあれば私に聞いて。
Alright, I will. First she seems a little unapproachable, but she's just shy. After speaking to her, I've realized she's quite friendly. Well, I'm definitely not in any position to be calling other people shy. But still, talking to her is huge progress to me. Becoming friendly with a chevalier should prove invaluable for investigating the Knight's Badge. Of course, it's nice for my mission, but also for getting accustomed to dealing with women. Morning class is finished, and Conan and I leave the classroom. Yesterday, I managed to weasel my way out of it, but today I'm actually going to be having lunch with her. 神楽さんも一緒にと誘ったんですけど。What's she busy? 神楽さんはだいたいいつも一人で昼食をとるんです。さっと済ませて鍛錬をしたいからと前に誘った時に話してました。Maybe rigorous training is the real secret behind your strength.
私もそう思います。優れた忍者もたくさんの修行を経て一人前になりますから。
Can we stop talking about teachers, please? I guess so! She must really love ninjas, considering how she just randomly brings them up like this. She probably developed an interest in them from anime and manga. However, never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that she'd come face to face with a real-life ninja. She probably envisions ninjas as the kind of fictional characters that breathe fire and clone themselves. But nothing like that in reality, though admittedly every time I hear the word ninja comes out of her mouth, I feel uncomfortable. I should just accept that she's like this.
お昼を済ませた後はどうしましょうか?
Huh? Oh, you showed me around most of the school yesterday, so I don't think I need you to do anything in particular for me.
そうですか.
She drops her shoulders dejectedly. She's definitely the type to wear her heart on her sleeve. Vernius is apparently streaming Super Mario RPG. Feeling bad for her, I wonder if there's anything I can do to lift her mood. I know my way around school, but I still don't know where anything is in the city. If you don't mind, could you maybe show me some places that you'd recommend? Phew, I think I managed to make my gestures and expressions look natural, if I do say so myself. I praise myself inwardly as I wait for a response. Her gloomy smile flips around like a flower coming into bloom. Smiles brighter than the sun, causing me to nonchalantly look outside to hide my blushing face. Lunch break just started, so the cafeteria is much more crowded than when we visited yesterday. A throng of students seeking food and drink has just gathered at the sales counter. The meal ticket machine just beside it, also with a queue So I joined the rear of the line. This looks like it could take a
そ
while.
うでもありませんよ。食券はまとめて買っている人も多いですし、窓口もいくつかありますから。それよりも席の確保の方が難しいかもです。
Scan the seating area. More than half the seats, more than half the seats at tables are already
普
filled.
通に座って食事をするだけなら大丈夫だと思うんですけど、中庭を見渡せる席や4人掛けのテーブル席なんかは人気があってすぐに埋まっちゃうんです。
Sure enough, the seats near the window are virtually completely
今
full.
日は天気がいいのでお庭のお花を眺めながら食事をしてほしかったんですけど。
I'm gonna flowers while eating. Something I'd never considered. Provided I have something nutritious, quick to eat, and at least edible, that's enough for me. But I should probably prioritize these type of situations more if I'm to mingle with girls. With Conan's casual comment in mind, a corner near the window catches my attention. Seats are a long way from the entrance, and probably the best place to observe the courtyard from. Despite that, quite a few seats remain empty, with only a handful of students being seated there. Those seats are empty.
ああ、あそこは私たちでは座れないんです。
Huh? But there are people already sitting there?
あそこは騎士団専用の席なんです。ほら、座っている人たちはみんな騎士団の証であるマントを着ているでしょ。
Now she mentions it, I do see that. Now she mentions it, I do see that. They're all wearing the same cape over their uniform that Shidogane and that Joji do.
あんな感じで騎士団の方たちはいろいろと優遇されているんです。あの席を利用できるのは騎士見習いの方までですね。神楽さんたちのようなシュバリエになれば食堂の席だけでなくいろんな面で優遇されるんですよ。
Oh, really? Is that like some sort of form of compensation?
そうですね。その分私たちと違っていろんなお仕事がありますから。ただ騎士団の中には私たち一般学生と明確に区別というか。
I hear a sudden shriek from behind me and see cans of meals and drink cartons scattering at my feet. Turning around, I spot a girl in glasses sunk down on the floor, rubbing her behind.
大丈夫ですか？
Colin rushes over to her and offers her hand and stands her
怪我は
up.
ありませんか？あ、はい、すみません。
Look what you've done! You spilled all our food! Pick it up now, Konoha! Ugh, she's so useless. I'm embarrassed to call myself a fellow squire.
すみません。すぐに拾いますから。
The girl called Konoha hastily gathers all the dropped items. She must be a squire too, but apparently of a lower standing than the others with her. Both Konoha and I help her collect the dropped foods. As we pick them up one by one, the petite girl's arms become full. If she's going to hold them all by herself, they'd stack up to a mountain so high she won't be able to see in front of her. Where are you carrying all these?
こんなに人が多い中、そんなことをしたら転んでしまうのも仕方ないですよ。いや、それは単純に私がどんくさいだけで。
Quit chatting and hurry it up. We're waiting. We're gonna go ahead and go. You'd better not take too long. Their hands are completely empty, yet they show no inclination of helping her. It causes Conan to get up and approach one of them.
お手すきなのであれば手伝ってあげたらどうですか？同じ騎士団のお仲間なんでしょ？
Excuse you, who the hell are you? I don't think a regular student has any right to tell order members what to do. This is part of her training. It has nothing to do with you, so stay out of her business.
教育？私には弱い者いじめをしているようにしか見えません。
You wanna say that again? They both try to intimidate her, but Conan just glares at them with her huge eyes unflinchingly. I think she's in the right here, but the people she's taking issue with are knights, a privileged class within the school. Not well versed with what that means, but I can imagine they're not people she'd be getting into a quarrel with. What's more, they're all tall, brawny men. If they push her away, she could well get hurt. And yet that doesn't faze her. She keeps giving them icy glares, a resolute glint in her eyes. I'd like to keep a low profile, but that's just not going to happen. Brood over what I could say to settle this peacefully, but someone else speaks first.
お前たち、そこで何をしている？
Guys immediately flinch and tremble in
騎士見
fear.
習いがこんなところで。
It's another male student wearing the same cape that shows up. Actually, wait, his is different. His chest is adorned with the knight's badge. That Alfred's son. It wasn't us, this regular student. She was picking a fight with us.
私は弱い者いじめは良くないとそう言っただけです。
弱い者いじめ。
The chevalier called Alfred responds curiously and looks around.
なるほど。扇木の葉。はい。状況を説明しろ。
私が先輩方にお使いを頼まれまして、それを運んでいるところで転んでしまい。
頼まれたのはお前だけでなく、ここにいる見習い3人じゃないのか。
それは。
それにもかかわらず、扇一人に荷物を持たせていた。その結果転んでしまい。
その通りです。
No! We're doing our...
運んでいたというのなら、どうしてお前たちはパンの一つも持っていないんだ。
They have no response.
どうやらこちらの彼女の言い分が正しいようだ。我々シュバリエの代わりに見習いたちの行動を正してくれてありがとう。この者たちにはこちらからしっかりと指導させてもらう。
はい、
聞いたなお前たち。分かったらさっさと拾い上げて。
Yes, sir! He then drags them along with him towards the inner seats. Are you okay, Conan?
私は平気ですよ。
I breathed a sigh of relief seeing her smile. I guess there are a wide array of different people in the order.
そうですね。あの子のように一生懸命な人もいれば、騎士団という立場に気が大きくなってしまう人もいて、さっきの彼や神楽さんのようなシュバリエもいますから、一概に言えるわけではありませんけど。
You have a privileged position, but that doesn't mean they all act in a dignified manner. I'd heard that the Chevalier are respected in the school, but perhaps I should rethink that. After that, we bought our meal tickets and ate in a corner of the cafeteria. I ordered the daily meal set. Fried shrimp, cream croquettes, and a mini hamburger steak as the main food, with salad, soup, and rice as sides. I was shocked at just how cheap it was. It's probably being subsidized by the school. Its only acceptable payment method was the electronic wallet of our mobile devices. Come to think of it, I didn't use cash for yesterday's lunch either. Afternoon classes end and I leave the academy with Kanon. He's going to show me around town now. My mission is to infiltrate Tolka Academy, but the city is full of the latest AR technology and I've never experienced any of this before. I need to get used to it so it doesn't trip me up. The station is just as crowded as when I first arrived here. Given the fact that it's a high traffic area, there is consequently a lot of AR information being displayed. What conspicuously draws my attention is the town mascot, Anato. She's standing on the side of the roundabout holding a sign saying Crime Prevention Month and talking to people nearby.
最近、駅前や繁華街でひったくりが多発しています。あなたのそのバッグ、狙われていますよ。被害に遭わないためにも、日頃から注意をしましょう。
She appeals to passers-by to be security conscious with a friendly smile on her face. This must be one of her important duties as well.
さて、とりあえず駅前に来てみたわけですけど、ジン君はどこか行ってみたい場所はありますか？
To be honest, I don't really know what's here.
でしたら、まずは繁華街の方へ向かいましょうか。素敵なお店がたくさんあるんです。
We had in the opposite direction of our dorm and come out to a corner with eateries and commercial buildings. This is probably the busiest place in the city.
ショッピングモールにおしゃれなカフェ、家電量販店にアミューズメントスペースまで。この街で過ごすために必要なものは大体ここに揃っています。
We come across all sorts of shops, signage on the path. Talking is hard. In addition to the signs, each shop has AR displays, making this brighter than the station. It's quite a sight to behold. There are a lot of students walking along the street at this hour, I notice. I also catch sight of students wearing different uniforms up to hours.
みんな大体 放課後はこの辺りで過ごすことが多いですね。私もよくお友達とお茶やお買い物に来ます。中でも一番のおすすめは最近できたアミューズメントスペースですね。
She points out a white building on the opposite side. The building itself is a relatively plain white affair, yet it is adorned with the largest AR display anywhere in front of it.
最新の VR ゲームがいっぱい揃ってるみたいで、オープンしてからずっと大人気なんです。なんでも上級員が完全監修されているみたいで、技術に関しては折り紙付きらしいですよ。
Befitting arcade for the city.
それだけじゃありません。なんとここには VR 温泉までついてるんです。
What sense does that make? A what? VR and the hot springs don't sound like two things that go together.
VR 技術の応用で室内温泉に浸かりながらいろんな風景を楽しめるんです。例えば朝日が昇る海を眺めてみたり、雪の降る中野生の動物と一緒に温泉に浸かったり。
That sounds like something you'd see in a hot spring advertisement.
まさにその通りです。そういったシチュエーションを VR で再現しながら旅行気分を楽しみつつ温泉に浸かるわけです。中には空の上の温泉とか鍾乳洞の中の人とか。
Oh, interesting. Since VR doesn't need to be limited to realistic situations.
そういうことです。この街で一番ホットなスポットになってます。
I don't know. I've never experienced anything like that. It only reminds me of the traditional bath heated by flame I had in my hometown. It barely had a roof to protect you from the elements and was only big enough to fit 2 grown adults in the tub. It was used to wash ourselves and ease our fatigue until a bath was built in the main house building. Heating the water was a pain, so I didn't use it very often, but immersing in it while enjoying the view of the outdoors gave a feeling of openness. I do like baths, though I've been taking showers at my dorm since I got here.
機会があったらぜひ遊びに行ってみてください。きっと日頃の疲れがスーッと溶けていきますよ。
Oh, phone! Just noticed that. It's Jomison's! It might not be bad once I complete my mission. Enjoying the sense of accomplishment while relaxing the fatigue away in a bath. Sounds like something an old person would do, but it'd be a luxury for me. And with that, we wandered around the shopping district aimlessly. Conan continued her enthusiastic tour and spoke at length about every shop she knew as we passed them. To be honest, I wasn't interested in much else besides the hot springs, but it was fun listening to her. I was keenly anxious about walking alone with a girl, but before I knew it, even I felt at ease. This must just be the kind of person she is. I don't get tired of seeing her changing expressions, and all her emotions are expressed openly in her words. The more she speaks, the more I realize how sincere of a person she is.
繁華街の方はこんな感じですね。他に行ってみたいところはありますか？
Alright, I still haven't been to the Advanced Research Institute.
なるほど。それじゃあ行ってみましょうか。と言っても、私たちは関係者ではないので、門の前までですけど。
I'm not surprised. It's a place where scientists research and develop the latest technologies, so unauthorized people wouldn't be able to get in so easily. At least us regular people wouldn't. It's hard to see how the Advanced Research Institute would have anything to do with my investigation of the bat, but I should probably at least check it out since it's an institute in the heart of the city. Now that Conan is with me, I'm less likely to stand out than I was walking around its perimeter alone.
それじゃあ早速。と、その前に少し休憩しませんか？
Oh, sure. We've been talking all this time, so you must be
向
thirsty.
こうにフレッシュジュースの美味しいお店があるんです。
I'm still just waiting for the fucking purse snatcher to show up. She points out a little shop facing out towards the street. I see a number of juicers set up at the front of the shop for squeezing each type of juice. There's a small line of girls in uniform outside, so it must be popular among women.
あなたは昼間の
The girl lined up in front of Conan turns around.
食堂のあの時はいろいろとご迷惑をまずは自己紹介を。東華学園1年騎士見習いのオーディ・コナハと申します。
Smiles her head deeply after introducing herself. She is so flustered it worries me. After that, she raises her head so vigorously that her glasses slip down and she adjusts them with an embarrassed smile. We introduce ourselves, and she thanks us again for helping her in the cafeteria.
誤解しないでもらいたいんですけど、シダの皆さんがいつもあんな感じというわけではないんです。あの時も私が何度もミスを繰り返して一緒にいた二人を怒らせちゃったのが悪いのは私なので、シダン全体のイメージを悪くしないでいただけるとありがたいなって。分かっていますよ。私のお友達の神楽さんもとっても素敵な方ですから。バイスの白金先輩ですね。私憧れてるんです。強くていつも毅然としてて。わかります。少し照れ屋さんなところもありますけど、そこがまた可愛らしくて。
All of a sudden, they're talking gleefully like they've been year-long friends. They were busy discussing Shirogane, but then they quickly shift to their favorite juices from this place. I have trouble keeping up with the dizzying change of topics. It's like a roller coaster of discourse. I'm unable to really join the conversation, so I just stand there and smile along. Conan seems to be the type of person who can befriend anyone. As that thought crosses my mind, she throws me a probing gaze.
ところで、お二人はお昼も一緒でしたし、もしかしてお付き合いされてたりするんですか?
What? She hits me with an insane fastball out of nowhere, causing my mind to go completely blank. I only met Kanon the other day, so there most definitely isn't nothing going on between us. I'd say I'm closer to her than any of my other classmates, but that's only because of how obliging she is.
違いますよ。ジン君はクラスメートです。
Conan responds clearly as my brain is having trouble coming up with a good excuse. There's definitely no hidden intent behind that smile, making it crystal clear to her that we're merely classmates. It's kind of embarrassing that I'm the only one blushing.
そうなんですか。お二人がよくお似合いだったので、てっきり。
Alright, next in line, please.
それではお先に。
She then orders her juice, excuses herself and leaves.
明るくて元気な子でしたね。
Oh, yeah.
さあ、順番が回ってきましたよ。どれにしますか？私のおすすめはこのスペシャルミックスなんですけど。
I have no idea what's worth getting from a cursory glance at the menu, so I decided to go with what she recommended. I'll pay for it. I take out my wallet, but the cashier apologetically refuses. I'm terribly sorry, the store only accepts payment from the app. Oh, really? I pull out my device that has the app installed. I bring it to the dedicated terminal and the chime signaling payment rings.
されてるデバイスではなく、ご自分のものにアプリを入れてるんですね。
Yeah, I've recently upgraded, so I thought this would be easier to use. I give her the excuse I thought up in advance when she asks about my device. I knew I had to have something ready to answer as naturally as possible.
私は配布されたデバイスを使っています。
She pulls out a card from her pocket. Is that so? It's so thin and small.
ですよね。私も最初に受け取った時はびっくりしました。でも結構高性能なんですよ。スマホ程度の機能なら問題なく使えますし、3日ぐらいなら充電しなくてもいいんです。最初から入ってるアプリも便利なものが多くて。
She taps the device to activate it. The icon that
通
appears.
話やチャットができるアプリに簡単な加工もできちゃうカメラアプリといろいろあるんですけどやっぱり一番のお気に入りはこれですね。 AR をかぶせられるアプリ。
What do you mean?
この街限定で使えるアプリなんですけど、言葉で説明するより見てもらった方が早そうですね。
Conan taps on the street app and the device begins
いき
working.
ますよ。変身。
Whoa! Well, I guess we got a CG now.
じゃじゃーん。どうでしょう。似合ってますか？
Those are some fucking fingers! Look at those fingies! Jesus! Last time I checked, fingers aren't supposed to be longer than the palm of your hand. Like maybe a little longer, but not twice as long. Like, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? what kind of outfit is that?
手作りの忍び装束です。私、忍者大好きなので。
She's adorned in the stereotypical ninja outfit I'd seen in manga and anime. Though it has a lot of bright colors and girly patterns, which wouldn't make it very suited for covert operations. Though I have to say, she does look good in it. But I'm more surprised at the fact that she was able to change outfits in the blink of an eye. I had no idea the device had cool features like that.
変身の術みたいで面白いですよね。神楽さんたちが闘技場で着ている甲冑装備は、この機能をさらに高性能にしたものらしいですよ。と言っても、私の持ってるデバイスではあまり素早く動くと AR が追いつかないので、本当に着せ替え程度しかできませんけど。
It's still rather amazing, I think. Given how conveniently portable and powerful the devices are, it's no surprise that locals unanimously agree to use
ア
them.
プリ自体は簡単にダウンロードできますから、ジンくんも試しに使ってみてはいかがですか？そんなことしなくても、このデバイスにもその手の機能は備わっています。それもそちらよりもかなり高性能なものがね。
Huh?
今の声は？
Mocha abruptly appears behind my
どうもはじ
fuzzled
めま
mug.
して。私、この人のデバイスに常駐しています。ナビゲーション AI のももかと申します。わあ、かわいらしい AI さんですね。はじめまして。ジンくんのクラスメートのカノンと申します。これはご丁寧に。いつも彼がお世話になっています。いえいえ、こちらこそ。
Wait, Kanon? I move a little distance away from Kanon and whisper to Momoka in a quiet voice. What are you trying to prove by suddenly
ど
appearing?
ういうつもりも何も、あなたがご自分で使っているデバイスの良さを理解していなかったようですので、説明しようかと。確かにこの街で無料配布されているデバイスの性能は高水準のものと言えるでしょう。デザインも洗練されていますし、薄く軽量なところも利点だと思います。だがしかしですよ。あなたが持ち、私が常駐するこのデバイスは、それ以上の高性能なものなのです。いいですか？まず具体的なスペック。
Mocha explains in a regular tone of voice the difference in specs between the city's device and mine. Her demeanor doesn't appear any different from usual. Probably. Are you mad?
怒る？どうしてですか？あのデバイスよりこちらの方が高性能なのは明白です。だからこそ、あなたが勘違いしてしまう前に、こうして正確な情報をお伝えしようとわざわざ出てきてあげたんですよ。
So you are mad.
ちょっと何を言っているのかわかりませんね。
I always thought she was a little odd as an AI, but I never expected her to have an emotional side to her. Well, her tone of voice is unchanged, so maybe it's not quite what I'd call emotional. And the way it's kind of awkward having it appear unprompted, Kanon was startled too.
驚いてはいるでしょうけど。カノンさん。なに？ももかちゃん。
Momoka waves and Kanon happily responds. She seems immensely curious about Momoka.
私が現れたのは話題作りの意味もあります。あ
Why?
なたが女の子と仲良くなるためですよ。
What? Why would you?
静香様が私にそうするように命令されました。あの子は女の子に免疫がないからきっと自分からは仲良くできないでしょ。だから機会があればあなたが間を取り持ってねとのことです。
Can you not casually imitate her voice? That's none of her business. Besides, I'm talking fine with Kanon, so this wasn't the time and place for you to appear.
確かにそうかもしれません。ですが待っていても出番が遅くなるばかりかと思いましたので。仕事は待つものではなく自ら勝ち取っていくものよ。そう静香様もおっしゃっていましたので。
You really don't need to mimic her voice for every quote.
生体模写ではありません。過去に収集した静香様の音声データを。すごい！ももかちゃんってそんなこともできちゃうんですね。
Kanon suddenly comes over and praises Momoka with a round of
他
applause.
にはももかち ちゃんはどんなことができるんですか？そうですね。道案内からキーワード検索はもちろんのこと、メディカルチェックに寂しい夜の話し相手など、人類の新しい相棒として恥ずかしくない程度の能力は持ち合わせていると自負しています。人類の新しい相棒ですか。なんだかとってもスケールの大きい話ですね。私ともお友達になってもらえるでしょうか？もちろんです。この人ともども今後ともよろしくお願いいたします。こちらこそ。
We leave the shopping district with those special juice blends she recommended earlier and then a handful of Advanced Research Institute. Kanon and Momoka seem to have hit it off. They talk merrily along the way. Intermittently, Momoka would bring me up in the discussion, prompting me to participate. This must be her way of trying to help me.
それじゃあ、例えばですけど、ジンくんのデバイスを使えば AR で分身の術とかできたりしますか？可能ですね。もちろんそれに対応するだけのアプリが必要になりますが。そうなんですか。それは羨ましいです。カノンさんは分身したいのですか？分身したいのではなく、分身の術が使いたいんです。私、忍者に憧れていますので。なるほど。忍者に。はい。忍者に会いたくてこの国に来ましたから。それはなんとも興味深いですね。ですよね。私も忍者ってとっても興味深いと思います。
She suddenly takes that the wrong way and nods enthusiastically. Momoka is perceptive enough to realize that digging into this topic is dangerous, so she doesn't touch on it again. We approach a building with high walls all around it to conceal the buildings inside.
見えてきましたね。あそこが上級院です。壁に囲われた広大な敷地内にいろんな研究室が点在しているんですよ。
Stare at the walls as Conan explains. They look around 3 meters high. I could easily scale them with my wires. The problem is how to tank security. If I scale the walls only to account out of security, then it'll all be for naught. The most advanced technology is developed here, so it would be no surprise for them to have developed security I'm not familiar with. Ideally, I'd like to enter from the front entrance once to investigate. If I get inside the grounds, I could infiltrate from the roof.
ジン君、どうされました？
Ah! No, that's nothing! It's just a lot bigger than I was expecting. I found myself pondering how to infiltrate this place just by looking at it. It's like some kind of work habit that comes with the trade.
そうですね。この第一キャンパスはそれなりですけど、上級院は町の至るところに点在していますからね。すべてのキャンパスを合わせると、東華学園の4倍くらいにはなるでしょうか。
4 times Toka Academy is big enough as it is, yet you're telling me the Advanced Research Institute is even bigger?
まあ、この町自体が上級院を中心に作られていますから、そういう意味では町全体が上級院の敷地だと言っても差し支えはないでしょうね。
I turn a corner and find a huge gate. Perhaps they're concerned with preserving the scenery, as I see no signs of any outrageous security, just 2 cameras on either side of the gate. Probably won't be easy once inside. Given the nature of the institute, it probably has a lot of outsiders entering, so it likely has different security clearance areas.
あの子って。
I look around and see 2 girls talking in front of the gate. One of them is wearing the same uniform as us, and her face looks familiar. When we were watching Shirogana's duel, she came to the arena after to speak to Renjoji about something. But when I look at the other girl, I have to do a double take. They have a different outfits and hairstyles, but they're the spitting image of each other. Identical twins, maybe? At least they have to be
とに
sisters.
かく今日はお姉ちゃんに会いに来たわけじゃないから。そんな、せっかくだしさ、ちょっとだけお茶していこうよ。だから忙しいんだってば。お姉ちゃんだってやることあるんでしょ？私だって暇じゃないの。どっかの誰かが勝手に発注書を書き直したせいで、これからセッティングし直さないと。それならお姉ちゃんが手伝ってあげようか。いい。セッティングだけなら 私一人でやった方が早いし、お姉ちゃんにはお姉ちゃんにしかできないことがあるでしょ。そっちをやりなよ。ゆいちゃん。とにかく、私もう行くから。もう、ゆいちゃんは今日も釣れないな。
She watches the girl Yui leave, smiles freely, then suddenly turns that way.
あなたもしかして。
She stares at us intently as she briskly walks over
ジン
here.
君のお知り合いですか？
No, I don't think so.
確率としては、カノンさんのお知り合いである方が高いのではありませんか？と言われても。
We're at a loss, but the girl puts on a smile as she confirms her suspicions.
桃か、こんなところで会えるなんて。
は？
桃香ちゃんのお友達？申し訳ありませんが、私のメモリには。メモリになくて当然だよ。だって、私は開発者の一人でしかないからね。
Mom?
そうなんですか？正確に言うと、桃香のベースになったあなたの開発に関わってるって感じかな。桃香はね、あなたをベースに機能を調整した AI なんだ。ビジュアルもなんとなくあなたに似てるでしょ？
I know you say adding more functionality, but to me she just looks downgraded.
言われてみれば確かに。ということは、あなたは桃香ちゃんのお母さんってことでしょうか？
Nah, it's more so they're sisters.
そうとも言えるし、姉妹とも言えるかな。根本的なシステムの DNA みたいなのは同じだからね。いくつかの企業に試験的に AI が提供されることになったんだけど、その中のモデルの一つが桃香なんだよ。でも、こんなところで会えるなんて思わなかったな。私も、開発者のお一人とお会いできるとは思いませんでした。桃香は今楽しい？はい。おかげさまでやりがいのあるお仕事を任せていただいています。そっかそっか。それならよかった。
She smiles so happily you'd think she was talking about herself.
それにしても、桃香を搭載できるデバイスを持ってるなんてすごいね。現行モデルでもかなりハイスペックなものじゃないとほとんど機能しないと思うんだけど。
Mine.
そうなんだ。ちょっと見せてもらってもいいかな？
She takes another step closer with an innocent smile on her face. First of all, who are you?
ああ、まだ自己紹介してなかったね。こういうところが抜けてるってゆいちゃんにいつも怒られちゃうんだよな。私の名前は雨の森リセ。今年から上級院に通ってる？所属してる？まあそんな感じだよ。さっきの子は私の妹でゆいちゃん。ちょっと人見知りだけど私と違ってしっかり者の優しい子なんだ。そういえば二人ともゆいちゃんと同じ制服だね。
She only just realized her eyes boggle. She strikes me as the type who focuses unilaterally on one thing and tunes out everything else. We introduce ourselves as well, and she warmly smiles back, saying, "Nice to
自
meet
己
you."
紹介も済んだところでデバイス見せてもらってもいいかな？大丈夫。スペックが見たいだけだから他のところは触らないし。お願い。桃香がどんな環境で稼働してるのか知りたいの。
Well, I guess you can take a quick look.
ありがとう。
Amon takes it in both hands and stares at it intently, and then taps on the display.
見たことのないフォルムのデバイスだね。中身の方も独自にカスタマイズされてて。あ、すごい。これ自分で組み立てたの？こちらのデバイスはとある企業から一般モニターとして彼が受け取ったものです。本人は軽い気持ちで応募したようですが、幸運にも当選し、こうして私を搭載した高性能デバイスを手にしたというわけです。ああ、なるほど。だから桃香が常駐してるんだね。一般に普及してないはずの桃香がどうしてここにいるんだろうって不思議だったんだ。でしょうね。私ほど高性能な AI を個人で使うなんてまずありえないことですから。もっともリセさんのような優秀な方々の努力によって近い将来それも身近なものとなるでしょうけど。面白い返答だね。 あなたの性格設定をした人はとてもユーモアがあるみたい。そしてそれ以上に AI のことをよく知ってる。もしかしてうちの関係者とか？
申し訳ありません。そちらは企業秘密となっております。
残念。私が今やってる開発のために勉強させてほしいと思ったのに。
She instantly accepts her prepared excuse. Given her knowledge in the area, with a little explanation, she might be able to surmise the rest. With enough delving on her part, my ignorance could be exposed, so I'm grateful. But still, she's quite young to have gotten into the Advanced Research Institute. It says something that she wants to learn everything from. That she wants to learn from it. Just who set up Momoka anyway? Given the nature of the organization, only a handful of individuals, mom included, know the details of all the members. I'd like to ask her if the opportunity arises. Plus, I have a few gripes about how Momoka's personality has been set up.
もしその企業の人と話すことがあったら、上級員の研究室が情報共有したがってたって伝えてもらえないかな。企業側のアプローチも気になるし、こっちも学園として集めたデータから何か新しい提案ができるかもだから。
I got fucking damn it.
そういえば、専用のデバイスやアプリで様々な情報を集めているんでしたよね。
そうだよ。集めたデータはうちの研究室にあるサーバーで管理されてるんだ。そこから用途に分けて各研究所へって感じ。
私そういったことには詳しくないのですけど、どういうデータを集めていらっしゃるんですか？
AR の表示設定にウォレットの使用履歴、それから GPS によるログとか、持ち主の行動に関すること全般かな。
Huh? That's pretty much all personal information in history.
個人に指定を合わせればそうなるかな。とはいえ、実際にそれをやろうとすると大変だと思うけどね。何せ膨大なデータの中から個人を特定して、その上で必要なものだけを拾い集めて整理しなきゃいけないから、例えるなら森の中で特定の落ち葉だけを見つけて、その葉っぱがついていた木をイメージするみたいな感じかな。
Fucking damn it. So it's not impossible, but in practice extremely difficult.
少なくても専門の人が長い時間をかけてやらないと難しいだろうね。まあ、上級員がデータを集めているのはあくまでも検証や研究のためだし、私はそういうのは専門じゃないからよくわかんないけどね。
She chuckles. I give it a suitable response and think about how I'd be able to extract data from the Institute in my head. If the bat is in Sendai academic city, then it's highly likely they're using the dedicated device and app. Reason being, you can't even buy anything in a city without using them. Even if I were to get hold of the enormous collected data without any leads whatsoever, I wouldn't be able to find anything connected to the bat. However, I should get some leads. Should I get some lead, then I may be able to extract them from the data. My organization should be able to analyze that data. I'll propose it to Mom and wait for instructions. I mull over my plans after this when a girl comes out from the institute grounds carrying a large load.
お姉ちゃん、まだここにいたの？こちらの人たちとお話ししてたの。前に話した企業に貸し出した AI の一つのモモカがこの人のデバイスに。
Someone help! That man stole my purse! There we go! Been waiting! Everyone's attention turns to the sudden shrieking voice. A woman lies on the ground. A man directly nearby is on a rickety bicycle racing on with a woman's purse in one arm. Colin rushes over to the woman. In the meantime, the man is pedaling hard, trying to escape. I instinctively reach in the pocket where my throwing knives are, but I can't do that. Using those would be far too conspicuous. Quickly survey my surroundings, spot a stone smaller than my fist, pick it up and take aim. Hitting him would cause all sorts of problems. I target his bike. I take a back swing and pitch it, aiming for his rear wheel. Ah! What the hell was that? The stone scores a direct hit on some of the wheel's supporting spokes, and a number of them break off and scatter. His bicycle, which was already in bad shape, becomes completely unrideable. He discarding it, and dashes down a corner. Stop! I break into a run and chase after him. I turn the corner to find he's already disappeared. Now, what do I do? Using my wire work here would make apprehending the thief easier, but it would be way too conspicuous. Actually, taking my mission into account, I should have just let him go and not given chase. Body just moved instinctively. Maybe this is also part of what Mom means when she says I'm mentally too immature. I don't want to consider the idea that helping someone in need is immature, though. I keep running in the direction you've last headed when my device rings in my pocket. Conrad, everything okay there? I lost him after he turned the corner. I'm still running in the direction I think he went. What do you mean? Stand confused and when something zooms over my head. Is that a drone? Alright, what was your name? Okay. Her abrupt interjection makes me swallow the rest of what I was going to say. The oldest sister is a friendly, approachable person, but apparently the youngest sister isn't. She's quite thorny, and there's a coldness in her voice. Which way do I go from here to get there?
私のこともご存知なんですか？
さっきお姉ちゃんが言ってたでしょ。アナトをベースにした AI ならそれぐらいできるはず。
もちろんです。アプリ起動、データをつなぎます。
As soon as Mocha finishes speaking, a huge arrow like the one I saw last time appears in front of me.
目標への最短ルートを表示しています。矢印に従って移動してください。
Roger. I run following the arrow and have to turn 2 corners, spot the man holding a woman's back. That man's a thief! Startled, he starts running again. His breathing is labored, but he must be rather worn out already. I follow while maintaining a reasonable distance from him. I keep shouting that he's a thief.
考えましたね。このやり方なら確実に犯人を追い詰めつつ、自身はある程度安全な距離を保てますから。もうあの程度の相手であれば逆上して襲いかかってきたところでどうとでもなるでしょう。
Well, I hope he gets captured before that happens. I speak in a hushed voice, so no one hears me, when the sound of a police car siren blares. That was quick. Surrounded by police officers and so tired from running that they easily apprehend him. Once they've confirmed that, I followed the same route I came back to where I came to. I followed the same route I came back to where the others are. By the time I've returned to the Institute gate, the police are talking to the assaulted woman. Kanron and Amen Nomori spot me and rush over. I'm perfectly fine. All I did was chase him. Ultimately, I did nothing helpful.
そんなことないと思うよ。あの時とっさに石を投げてなかったら、もっと遠くに逃げられちゃってたと思うし。すごかったですよね。もうピューって、まるで忍者の投げるクライみたいに。ジン君は何かそういった訓練とか運動をされていたんですか？
Not particularly. It's just instinct. I thought I had to do something. My body acted on my own.
そうなんですか？だったら才能があるのかもしれませんね。
I don't think so.
そういえば妹さんのお姿が見えませんが。
めんどくさいからあとはよろしくって帰っちゃった。悪い子じゃないんだけどね。
事情聴取などで時間を取られるのがお嫌だったのでしょう。私たちも今のうちにおいとましましょう。
Yeah.
待って、連絡先だけ交換してもらえないかな。桃香のことでもっと話を聞きたいし、私なら機能を拡張させるアプリとか作れるかもだから。私もリセちゃんと連絡先の交換したいです。
Why is this elbow specifically so fucking hot right now? What the fuck? I see no reason to refuse, so we exchange contact details and I leave. Even in a futuristic city filled with AR, crime doesn't disappear. That's about as predictable as it gets. Problems will always arise when people can congregate. Considering I felt like I wanted into an alternate reality since coming to the city, it's a bit of a wake-up call. Behind the bright shining lights of the latest technology dwells an equally potent darkness. It's probably where the bat is hiding. I need to get a lead on my pursuit under the cover of darkness. That's my mission as a ninja. To be continued. Again, one of you is not like the others. Unless you suddenly want to tell me that Kanon is actually an AI controlling a robot.
このコーナーはお話専門学園都市のです。あの人の手今回解説してくれるのは私たちが通う東華学園。
Actually, you mind if I just skim these? I'm just gonna skim this one so we can get on with it. But starting not really next part because I think I'll have a part 2 recorded by then. Starting part 3. Just tell me if you are okay with me just skimming these for the core information. Anyways.
東華学園がテーマ。東華学園騎士団団長。学園の解説をする。私たちが学園についてなるほど。それでは。東華学園は上級員学生の数は1000人を少し。私やジン君、神楽さんは普通科ですね。私は国際教養科で1学年に3クラス。その割にはよく普通だって。私が欲しいカノンちゃんとは終わってから。敷地内には校舎だけでその多くが上級員から最新の AR 技術で装飾されているだけでなく、デュエルの時に皆さん激しい人の動きについていく。その通り。本物の正直と、まあそれにデュエルを公開することで私どっちもお得。そういうこと。あ、行動でしょうか。学園集会をしたり学園祭の時期は最近こっちにも上級員からまだ具体的なことは決まって。 AR と VR を混ぜた複合現実。言葉にすると簡単ですがそうでしょうね。そして忘れてはいけない食堂。いいですよね。私もわかります。美味しく。食堂にはいくつかの企業が入って、つまり一食の料金が学生の懐には優しく、企業側も努力を続けるだけの価値。学園の概要としてはあら大事と東華学園といえば盛り上がっているところ申し訳。ここ騎士団については
There we go. Infiltration. Spent my first weekend at Sendai Academic City investigating the city itself. Scoped out the area of it, the history, what technology the Advanced Research Institute is currently working on, and so on. Walked around the city again to firmly implant the geographical layout in my mind. As a result, I'm able to reasonably get wherever I need to without Momoka's huge arrows. After dark, I investigated how far the devices had been propagated amongst the city residents. To my surprise, I discovered that over 90% of them are carrying them. Even though they're obligated to cooperate with the Advanced Research Institute, that's an astounding number. It really speaks to how comprehensive the data they're collecting is. Once you get a lead on the bat based on the Knight's badge, the Institute's data may help prove the crime. Even if I don't get a hold of it now, I should secure the means to get access to the data. I'm infinitely more comfortable with this type of word than becoming friends with a girl. Imagine how angry Mom would be with me if I told her that. I continued collecting data on the Institute with that in mind. On Monday, after I walked to school, I drop off my bag and head to the auditorium for the weekly assembly held at the beginning of each week. It's pretty large, but with all the Tokyo Academy students packed in there, it feels a little cramped. The teaching staff stand facing us students in the seats near the stage. Among them is the director, Mr. Tazaki, who was introduced who I was introduced at the captain's office. He hugs a laptop, a grimace on his face. Something pretty important must be on that laptop. The principal on stage recites the usual commentary, and that the civic guidance teacher calls attention to recent accidents and incidents. And finally, the Order of Knights captain, and then Georgie climbs onto the stage.
皆さん、おはようございます。騎士団から今後の学園の予定をお伝えします。
Her well-projected voice and her resolute stance demands all the students' attention. She's got an aura about her that attracts audiences.
まずは近く行われる定例試合について事前にお伝えした日時で行う予定になっています。検討祭を間近に控えた試合となりますので、騎士団一同大変気合が入っています。己の誇りと実力をかけた戦いに皆さん大いにご期待ください。続いて先日皆さんにご協力いただいたアンケートの結果と騎士団としての対応をお伝えします。まず皆さんからご意見が多かった学園活動費についてですが、
The Order is in charge of the work normally done by disciplinary committees and school councils in ordinary schools, and Georgie speaks clearly and succinctly about the tasks. Her ability to hold the audience's attention is probably also one of her qualities as a leader. That thought crosses my mind as I mull over the Knight's badge in my head. I guess I'll need to get closer to Chevalier to investigate the badge issue. Given Georgie as the captain, speaking to her is probably the most direct route. What I say there, though, that's the biggest problem. Once you finish speaking, the assembly comes to an end. I walk back to class with Kano and Shirogane.
それでですね、このままではひったくり犯に逃げられてしまう。ジン君がまるで忍者のようにシュバッと。
There's nothing ninja-like about it.
その石が見事に自転車に命中して、ひったくり犯は走って逃げざるを得なかったのです。逃げる犯人をジン君は追いかけました。追いかけて見事犯人逮捕に至ったのです。
Well, all I actually did was chase him and it was the police that caught him.
へえ、それでもすごいじゃない。そういう状況で行動を起こせるってだけでも立派なものだと思うよ。
It wasn't that big of a deal. I just found myself moving without thinking.
そういう正義の心が尊いんですよ。私が憧れるセミマルさんも自由と正義を愛してこその人生だ。
Yamato? I've never heard of that ninja before. Are there some historical figure?
カノンが好きなアニメの主人公よ。グレンの忍者セミマルさんです。もうすっごくかっこいいんですよ。私にとってセミマルさんは人生の先生と言っても過言ではないかもしれません。大事なことはセミマルさんから学びましたから。
Oh, okay. Sounds like a very important person to you.
セミマルさんはお姫様を助けるために単身で敵場へ向かうんです。たとえそれが罠だと分かっていても。敵の攻撃は苛烈で、さすがのセミマルさんも傷つき追い詰められていきます。でも諦めたりはしません。なぜなら姫様と交わした約束があるから。
As we head back to from the auditorium, Kanon's telling of Semimato's story gets even more enthusiastic once we reach our classroom. She keeps gesticulating with her hands and body, and her expression changes with every situation she describes. She sure does speak about it in a very realistic way. Even as someone who's never experienced the show, just listening to her is enough for me to visualize it. I can really tell how much it means to her. I'm sure she has watched it countless times to get each line down perfectly. And it clearly conveys just how enthusiastic she is about it and how much she loves it. He may be fictional, but given how much she loves a fellow ninja, frankly, I'm a little envious. So.
それだけ夢中になれるっていうか、熱く語れるものがあるって。
Catch my breath hearing Shirogane verbalize exactly what I was thinking.
神楽さんにだってあるじゃないですか。戦ってる時の神楽さんは本当にかっこいいですし、頑張ってはきたかな。でもカノンのそれとはちょっと違うと思う。 私の場合はもっとこう、なんていうか、気持ちの向き方が明るくないんだよ。
What do you mean?
カノンちゃん、カノンちゃんはいるかしら？
My offhand question is drowned out by a voice from the classroom entrance. My classmates are startled to see Renjoji show up out of the blue, as am I, since the person I was planning on seeing came to me first. She looks around the classroom. Once she spots Kanon, she walks over here.
見かけくんじゃない。カノンちゃんや白金さんと同じクラスだったのね。
Yeah.
聞いたわよ。雨の森さんと協力してひったくり犯を捕まえたんですって。
She was the one who cornered the culprit. I didn't do anything special.
逃げる犯人を追いかけていったんでしょ。その正義感、うちの騎士団で生かしてみない？
Huh? Completely unexpected suggestion has me at a loss for words. Is this the perfect opportunity to get near the knights? But I don't know anything about the current situation within the order. If I join them and it restricts my movements, I'll be put at an impasse. I'll just extract information for now. I don't actually know anything about the order. Could you teach me about the Chevalier?
転入してきたばかりだし、しょうがないわよね。確か初日に説明をしたのはこの学園のシュバリエの役割のことよね。
Yeah, he said they managed the whole academy, and he also said that people start as squires, and once acknowledged, they can ascend to the status of
そ
chevalier.
う、シュバリエは様々な権限を与えられるけど、なれる人は限られているわ。
How many chevalier are there at the
今
moment?
期は私を含めて15名ね。上限が決まっているわけではないけど、毎年だいたいこれくらいの人数に落ち着くみたい。
See, there is a limit on the number of personnel, but less than 20 each year become chevalier. That reminds me, I was also told that Shirogane has an alias she obtained during the combat festival. Doesn't matter what grade level you're in?
そうね。白金さんは1年生ながらシュバリエになっているわ。ただ、1年生でシュバリエになるのはかなりレアなケースだけど、それだけ白金さんが優秀だったということね。
たまたまいい結果を残せただけですよ。
学年は関係ないという話をしたけど、3年生はだいたい検討祭をめどに騎士職を辞するわね。
It's the knight's badge, which signifies them being a chevalier handed down from generation to generation. Finally get to the core issue. If the badges are only circulated within the school, then they have quite a limited
い
source.
え、騎士章はシュバリエになった人それぞれに与えられるわ。卒業生の中には勲章のように家で飾っている人もいるらしいわよ。とはいえ、マントの留め具として使うから、欠けたり、それこそ紛失したりすれば替えを用意するけどね。
That substantially increases the circumstances in which one can obtain a badge. You must have more badges than Chevalier in the event of needing to replace them. Perhaps it won't be easy to... Well, it won't be so easy to use the badge to track down the bat after all. I need to investigate some more first.
何やら考え込んじゃってるけど、大丈夫？他に聞きたいことある？
Then Georgie calls to me after I pause the discussion to fall deep into thought. I should worry about this
興
later.
味が湧いたらいつでも声をかけて。私たち騎士団はいつだって優秀な人材を求めてるから。
三影くんを勧誘しに来たんですか？
本命はカノンちゃん。この間の話考えてくれた？
私が騎士団に入るというお話でしょうか？
その通り。今の騎士団にはカノンちゃん、あなたが必要なの。
そう言われましても、あの時もお伝えしましたが、私に剣の心得はありませんし。
剣の腕だけがシュバリエであることの条件ではないわ。実際に騎士職を持っている子の中には剣が得意でない子もたくさんいるわよ。シュバリエとしての考え方はそれぞれあると思うけど、一番大切なのは成し遂げようとする強い意志と誰かのために尽くせる慈愛の心だと思っているわ。そしてカノンちゃん、あなたは困っている人がいたら真っ先に手を差し伸べる優しい心を持ってる。それだけでなく自分の信じる正義を貫く意志の強さも。だからね、私は確信しているの。あなたにはシュバリエの資格があるって。
Then Georgie stares at Connor with a stern expression. complete contrast to when she invited me into the order earlier. That just shows how serious she is about her joining. I only met Conan a few days ago, but I can agree with the opinion that Renjoji has formulated about her. She moved before I did during the purse snatching incident to attend to the victim. Also at the cafeteria, when she saw the untoward attitude of the squires, she resolutely voiced her opinion. She does indeed have both kindness and strength.
買いかぶりすぎですよ。私ね、人を見る目には自信があるの。もう一度騎士団団長として、そして私個人としてもお願いさせて。カノンちゃん、騎士団に入ってもらえないかしら。
There's a stir among the students around us. The rumor that Conan is being invited to the order of knights is true. That's huge, isn't it? Imagine if she was on the order side. I hear people whispering among themselves. Perhaps they feel that if she became a knight, she'll become too busy with its responsibilities to have time for her friends anymore. All things considered, I sense anxiety in their tones of voice. Perhaps the knights and regular students are more estranged than I thought. I realize that all the class's eyes are centered on Conan, awaiting her response. Conan slowly raises her head, looks at Renjoji, and smiles.
お断りします。
Tension in the air abruptly relaxes with her response.
あら、また振られちゃった。私が欲しいって思う子にはみんな振られちゃうのよね。でも諦めないから。私は真剣にあなたが欲しいと思ってる。きっと何度声をかけていただいても返事は同じですよ。そういうこと言えちゃうところがまた素敵なのよね。ますます欲しくなっちゃう。そろそろ授業が始まりますよ。今日のところはこの辺にしときましょうか。またお話ししてくれるかしら。お茶のお誘いなら喜んで。いいお店探しておくわね。
She winks very naturally and then makes a gallant exit just as grand as her entrance.
緊張しました。
Really? I sure couldn't tell.
団長さんは何と言いますか、オーラがすごいですから。
Oh, I can kind of understand that. She uses that air of perfection. Still impressive that Camp and herself is inviting you to join the order, though.
勧誘ならジン君もされていたじゃないですか。
I wasn't the same, though. Mine was just in passing, whereas she was serious with you.
実際そうだと思う。カノンのことを知ってから団長はずっと口説いてるから。
Was there something that started it?
まあね。カノン、話してもいい？はい。
Out of character. Totally out of character for her, she nods while blushing
私
bashfully.
たちが入学して間もない頃、先輩のシュバリエの素行をカノンが真正面から注意したことがあったの。その先輩っていうのがもともとあまり評判の良くない人で、いじめみたいなことしてたんだって。そこにカノンが通りかかって恥を知りなさいって。あの頃はまだ日本語も不自由で、アニメで聞いた言葉をそのまま使ってしまったのですが。間違ってなかったと思うし、いいんじゃない？
What happened after?
当然先輩は怒って下級生の、それも一般学生が生意気だって凄んだんだけど、カノンは全くひるまなかった。それどころか相手を糾弾したの。シュバリエを名乗るのであれば見本となるべき行いをするべきだってね。するとカノンの言葉に周りにいた一般学生たちが勇気づけられて、そのシュバリエに対して溜まっていた不満が一気に弾けたんだ。騒動はどんどん大きくなって、最終的に当時の団長や先生方の耳に入って、該当の先輩は騎士職を失うことになったの。この話が一気に広まって、カノンは有名人になったんだ。もともと気さくで人がいいから、どんどん人気者になっていって、今に至るってわけ。
That's why students from other classes and even upperclassmen regularly greet her.
ある意味、学園の空気を変えるきっかけになった感じかな。今の団長の騎士団改革がうまくいったのも、カノンの事件があったからだし。それに関しては私は何も。団長さんや神楽さんのような立派なシュバリエの方々が努力された結果ですよ。あの時のことも思い返すと少し恥ずかしいですね。 でもあれがきっかけで皆さんに仲良くしていただけているので、今となっては良かったかなと思います。
Seems her personality has always been like this. She's kind to everyone and has the courage to stand against wrongdoings. I feel a little proud to have become the friend of a girl like her. I was also glad I had the opportunity to speak to Renjoji. The knight's badge is only conferred to a chevalier, but now I know that the accessory is not a one-off item. In which case, there's probably not much point investigating whether someone has a badge or not. After morning classes end and I eat lunch with Conan, I have things to think about, so I spend some time alone. Conan said that if I needed advice, she'd happily lend an ear, but it's not like I can consult with her on how to infiltrate the Advanced Research Institute. Fortunately, some nearby classmates took her attention. In the meantime, I slip out of the cafeteria and walk around looking for somewhere peaceful. Let's go back a bit. I contacted the organization to inform them about the badges during class. As a result, I was advised to continue investigating further. I should accept that tracing the badge to the badge is going to be difficult, which means I need to think of the next possible approach and narrow it down to one likely candidate. I have to infiltrate the Advanced Research Institute, primarily to get a hold of the personal data stored on the server there. Why do I need to take the illegal approach of infiltrating? Because there are reasons this information cannot be disclosed to the public. Being the nation's leading center of technological development means there are many things that are kept classified. Without concrete evidence linking it with the incident, we can compel them to disclose it. There's the possibility of getting the runaround when seeking permission. I can't afford to waste time. At least that's my excuse for doing things the way we do. At present, there's nothing in particular I could use to... There's nothing in particular I could use the record of the residents' movements for, but it could come in handy if I get a lead on that bat. I might be able to see some that's been missed if we analyze the server data. Such as, for example, who left the city at the time and date of the incident, and who was near the scene of the crime. I could tell that from the public transportation and continuous GPS movement logs. In all previous incidents, the bats had left no evidence, so we can assume that they're taking steps to avoid that. I'll come back to that once I get hold of the data. Just need a lead for now. I suddenly realized something to reconsider. I'm being uncharacteristically hasty. I remind myself that not having a change of mental direction at times like this leads to errors, and use that to psych myself up. The server that stores the data is apparently located in a corner of some laboratory. I spotted a laboratory that fits that description on my weekend investigation. It's a 3-story building, and I've confirmed that there is a door on the roof leading into the building. That would be the best way to infiltrate the premises. Once safely inside, I'll ascertain the level of security and the position of the server. My partner Momoka is equipped with the ability to disable security up to a point, but I don't know its limits. If I mess up and get caught, I'll raise the security level, making it even harder to get the data. First of all, I ascertain how far I can get with my current equipment, and if I'm endangered, I'll perform an immediate retreat. If I can take any information from there, the organization will be able to work out some countermeasure. I'll carry out the plan today. I haven't done anything at this level since coming to the city, and I'll just be wasting time waiting around. I make up my mind and open the door in front of me. A pleasant breeze greets me. I wander aimlessly in thought and come out to the rooftop. The weather's nice, and since it's lunch break, I may as well rest here. I casually check my surroundings. Thereupon I find a girl bearing down on another girl up against the rooftop fencing.
私の気持ちは分かっているでしょ?
I'll be right back. I have returned, and fucking cat once again followed me. So here he is. Say hello to the people. Say hello to the people. Nah, doesn't want to. There you go. Yeah, I don't know why, but he just really likes getting patted over the entirety of his face. It's a weird thing he's got going. Gotta fucking leave again. I'm opening the door. There you go. Gotta leave that badly. This man follows me down here and then immediately leaves. How fucking dare he? So rude. Actually, you know what? Weirdly enough, I just noticed. I actually never fucking made a channel for this game specifically. So I'm wondering, what channel is the feed running off of? Actually, hold on, it's even still showing that the censorship is supposed to be shown, but it just isn't. Hold on, is it doing the Elgato feed? Nah. Is it doing the Civ feed? Nah. If for some reason it's running off of the if my heart had wings feed. Okay, that's weird. Hold on. Game capture. Secret agent. Specific window. Secret agent. There we go, and then we transform. Center to screen. There we go. Now we just pull it down. Also, we can just get rid of Clover Days. Remove. Yes. There we go.
いや、だから何度も言ってますけど、私は団長さんの気持ちに応えるつもりは。またそんな釣れないこと言って。こんなにも欲しいって言ってるのに。ちょっと顔近くないですか？ゆいちゃんって綺麗な瞳をしているのね。ちょっとやめてくださいよ。その顔でそういうこと言うの。赤くなった顔も可愛いわよ。ちょっと本当にこんなところでそんな。
Wait! Did I stumble upon two girls? Wow, I've never seen this before. Right, I really should be eavesdropping. I need to mind my own business. Get the hell out of here. She saw me. Forgive me, I didn't mean to spy on you! I quietly do an about turn and reach for the door handle.
いやいやいや、助けてくださいよ。あら？ミカゲくん？
Huh? I turn around and take a good look at who they are. I realize that I recognize both of them. Then Georgie is bearing down on Aminomori, who is blushing and flailing around trying to escape. Then Georgie keeps holding her and continues talking to her, not minding me.
騎士団はあなたのような才女を求めているの。その能力の高さは私たちだけでなく先生方も認めているわ。あなたにとっても悪い話じゃないはずよ。騎士団に入れば相応の恩恵があるもの。上級員目指しているのでしょ。だったらこの話を逃す手はないと思うの。騎士団所属となれば学園内での評価は高まるし、活動実績次第では推薦だって受けられるのよ。望む未来をつかむためにも、あなたには私の手を取ってほしいの。
This is just how she was trying to coax Kanon this morning as well. Her words are not confrontational, but her eyes are serious. Yet Aminomori looks her straight in the eye and flatly refuses.
お断りします。それだと私の望む未来は手に入れられないので。どういうこと？だってあなたは上級員に進学するつもりです。でもそれは私自身の実力でなければ意味がないですから。だからそのために騎士団を使えばいいって言ってるの。それじゃダメなんですよ。少なくとも私自身が納得できませんから。今まで通りちゃんと闘技場のメンテや試合関連のお手伝いはさせてもらいますから。それでいいじゃないですか。そこまでしてくれるからこそなおさら騎士団に入ってほしいのよ。だから私には騎士団は必要ないんですって。 先輩からも何か言ってくださいよ。
Huh? Oh, sure. From what I've gathered, Amanamori has no intention of joining the Order. However, Georgie values your potential highly and would love for her to join. They've probably been continuously speaking past each other. They'll never reach the other. I still don't know a lot about the Order, but what are the advantages of joining?
そうね。騎士団に所属すれば学園生活において様々な面で優遇されるわ。特別な地位を得るだけでなく、食堂や各種施設の優先利用、進路についても優遇されるし、今は学費の補助もある。それらについて見直している最中のものもあるけど、ね、これだけ聞いても騎士団に入るメリットはたくさんあるでしょ。実際志願者はたくさんいるし、見習いだけでもかなりの数がいるわ。もちろんシュバリエになるためには騎士団だけでなく他の学生たちに認められなきゃいけない。それにシュバリエになった以上はそれなりの責任や職務はしっかりやってもらわなきゃいけないわね。
Well, that's what it means to have the post of knight. I think it's appropriate for responsibility to come with advantages. But if a person doesn't see those privileges as appealing, wouldn't you expect them to not be interested? I can't speak for Amanamori, but from what I heard, that's what you can't see eye to eye. That's why you can't see eye to eye. Even if you point out the benefits, the person won't agree if they aren't desirable to them.
でも雨の森さんは上級院への進学を目指しているのよね。それなら騎士団所属という実績が助けになるはずよ。
そういうのいらないんです。私は私の力で上級院へ行きたいので。
誰の助けも借りず実力で上級院にってことか分かっているつもりになって、でも実際はあなたが求める報酬を私は用意できていなかったのね。私としたことが初歩的なミスをしちゃってたみたい。気づかせてくれてありがとう。
Oh no, I was just sharing my
それ
thoughts.
が助けになったのよ。雨の森さんやカノンちゃんだけでなくあなたのことも欲しくなってきたわ。
She emphasizes me when I flinch and then turns back to
もう
Amanamori.
一度あなたにうなずいてもらえるような報酬を用意できるか考えてみるわ。その時はまたお話を聞いてね。
できればそっとしておいてほしいんですけど。
それは無理よ。あなたが欲しいと思う気持ちは本物なんだから。自分の努力でつかめるのならためらうことなんて何もないもの。それじゃあ二人ともまたね。
She gives us a bright smile and departs. Is she always like that?
そうですね。いつもあんな感じで、こっちのテンションなんて関係なく、でも話は通じますし、本気で嫌がるようなことはしませんから。いい人なのは分かってるんですけどね。私が欲しいって言ってくれるのも本気だって伝わってますし、シュバリエになれば上級院への進学が有利になるのも事実ですし、私が望んでいるものはちゃんと提示してくれています。
But you don't want to join the order.
まあ、それじゃあちょっとズルしてるみたいになっちゃいますから。
I see. Oh, I know it's a bit belated, but can I introduce myself? I then convey my name, class, and the fact I'm a new student.
姉の森ゆい、1年です。姉から聞いてると思いますけど、あの日上級院で会った姉の森リセとは双子の姉妹になります。
She got into the incident at her age. That's incredible. And according to Renjoji, you're just as
お
talented.
姉ちゃん、姉に比べたら私なんてちょっと勉強ができる程度の天才っていうのは姉みたいな人のことを言うんでしょ。
She looks a little sad. That must be a sticking point there with her sister.
さっきはありがとうございました。なんだかんだで助けてもらいましたし、あとこの間も勝手に帰ってすみませんでした。苦手なんです、知らない人と話すの。とにかくそういうことで、私はこれで。
She leaves the rooftop, seemingly to escape. Left alone, I stare into the distance and suddenly remember her sister saying she's not a bad girl.
終わった
Once classes end for the day, Kanon gets up before anyone else and packs up to leave. Do you have something you need to do?
頼んでいた荷物が届く予定になっているんです。もうずっと楽しみにしていて。
There's a fucking kunai or something.
もしかして今日もどこかを案内してほしいと。
No, I don't want to bother you anymore.
いつもなら遠慮なさらずにと言えるのですが、今日だけはすみません。
No worries, I have my own things to do today too.
そうですか。それならよかったです。
She looks relieved as she stands up and slings her bag over her shoulders.
それではまた明日気をつけて帰ってくださいね。神楽さんもシュバリエのお仕事頑張ってください。
Alright, you take care
あ
too.
りがとうございます。
新作の忍者アニメでも届くのかしら。
Probably. After waving Kanon off, we prepare to leave ourselves. I return directly to the dorm and begin changing into my outfit. I put on my stealth suit and equip my wire work and other tools. The tight fit of the outfit and the weight of my equipment allows me to mentally switch from student mode to ninja mode. I intend to infiltrate the Advanced Research Institute as planned out over lunch. My main objectives are to investigate the security level and confirm the location of the server. My ultimate objective is to extract the server data, but this time I just want to check things out and formulate an approach to my destination. There are things I can't make out just from a rough floor plan. It's crucial to prepare in advance and not leave any unknown variables during the main mission. Stand in front of a full-length mirror after equipping myself. Momoka?
了解。着せ替えアプリを使用し、ミッションスーツをカバーします。
The body glows for a moment. The next instant, I am in casual attire you'd see just about
あ
anywhere.
なたの体をリアルタイム AR でカバーしました。配布されているアプリよりも高性能なものですので、動きによるズレはありません。白金さんがデュエルの時にまとっていた甲冑の AR、それと同等のものだと思っていただいて構いません。あなたが持っている高性能デバイスと私という AI のサポート、そしてこの街の特性があって初めて成り立つカムフラージュです。
You can explain the fundamentals in detail another time. It is enough for me to know that I don't look conspicuous. My stealth suit is a drab color, but it fits so snugly that you can make out my body lines. The closest equipment would be full body tights or a spandex cycling outfit. Of course, walking around like that in the city would make me stand out like a sore thumb. That's where I thought of using the city-developed app for camouflage. This way I don't have to wear anything over my stealth suit, and I can freely change it to any attire. It's easy to move around in and conveniently quick, so it's the perfect app for
こ
infiltration.
の街で生活している以上、AR を可視化するためのコンタクトレンズ、もしくはメガネを皆さん着用しています。
He's going to coincidentally run into someone that doesn't.
なので、見破られることはまずないでしょう。ただ、監視カメラなどには通用しない可能性が高いので、注意してください。
You'll take care of that,
よ
surely.
ほど厳重なセキュリティでない限り、私が対応します。とはいえ、監視カメラに手を振るようなことはしないでくださいね。
Got it. I'll try to stay out of their field of view as much as possible.
あと、強い衝撃もできるだけ避けてください。ノイズが入ったり、最悪 AR が剥がれてしまう可能性があります。
Shirogana was in the intense battle, but that didn't happen to
あ
her.
れは闘技場に専用の設備が整っているからです。携帯用のデバイスでそれに近い表現ができるだけでもかなりすごいことなんですよ。
Okay, fair enough. Once I finish once over my outfit, I switch my frame and my mind. This will be my first infiltration since coming to the city. The tension feels pleasant and my senses are heightened. I absolutely love this feeling. I leave the dorm and head to the Advanced Research Institute. I did a number of preliminary inspections last week and confirmed that there aren't many security cameras on the wall surrounding the Institute grounds. I checked to make sure there are no people around and fire wire at the highest point of the fence. Secures well at the apex, and I activate the motor on my back to retract the wire, pulling me over the wall in the process. It takes but a few seconds, and I'm already inside the Institute grounds. I've landed at the rear of some building within the
デー
grounds.
タサーバがあると思われる建物はここより北に位置しています。
It'll probably be safer to leap overhead than walk along the ground. I aim my wire-firing hand at the roof of a nearby building. Fire it off in the same manner as previously, and pull myself up to the rooftop. Once on the roof, I crouch down and survey my surroundings. There are effectively no people coming and going onto the rooftops. There are only split air conditioning system units and no benches in sight. The other buildings are much the same as far as I can see. I move from one roof to the other, occasionally firing my wires for a few meters, and eventually arrive at my target building. How's the rooftop door look?
スキャンの結果、鍵に申し訳程度のセンサーが取り付けられているだけのようです。
Can you deal with it?
当然です。
Bring my device close to the doorknob, and Momoka inactivates the sensor. I then use a lockpick on the door and enter. Things have gone well so far. That must be it. Step past the interior surveillance cameras and find what looks to be my objective. However,
中へ入るには ID が必要のようですね。私でも対応できるかと思いますが、
didn't expect it to be that easy.
どうされますか?
For now, just keep a record of what type of security is there. Since you think you can handle it, we can approach it more prepared at a future date.
了解。20秒ほど時間をください。
Ascertaining what security lies in the area leading to the server room is more than enough for data acquisition. Not being able to touch it when it's within sight is frustrating, but it'll be all for naught if I fail now. If I can retreat without leaving a trace, then I can return to infiltrate at any time. There's no rush. We gather what information we can and promptly leave the premises. The sun has begun setting by the time I leave the rooftops. It'll be quicker to leave the grounds from here rather than to retrace our steps there.
そちらの方向でしたら神社があるはずです。境内に降り立ち鳥居をくぐれば上級員の監視カメラに映らずに寮へ戻れるかと。
You can see what appears to be a shrine beyond the fence, as Momoka said. From there, I'll get down from the wall and fire off my wire. Should be able to reach. Check my surroundings and find my wire at the tip of the rooftop and immobilize it there. Then descend from the rooftop and curl the motor revolutions to land on the ground. I retract my wire and fire it again to climb over the fence. I pull myself over the wall, relying on the power of the motor, loosen the fixed wire, then fire to the shrine rooftop. The motor retracts the wire and carries me to the shrine. I can see a small clearing near the shrine from above. I lower myself down slowly using the wire. With this, I've safely landed on the grounds and someone just saw him. However, at the very instant, I feel something approaching from behind. I pull a knife immediately. Turning around to slash my knife and hear the clanking sound of metal clashing. My VR's suffering from the impact of my landing. The visual image of the clothes created by the device is distorted. Was my foe lying in wait? Surely not. My mind races, dealing with the counters for all possibilities, and I look where the attack came from. And who do I find standing there? Well, this is fucking awkward, isn't it? It's Kanon in her homemade ninja attire. What? But how? I'm at a loss, but she speaks spring with so much emotion she's bordering on tears. This is terrible. To be continued? Yeah, to be fucking continued for like another fucking hour maybe, and then police will come.
AI さんに聞いてみよう。このコーナーは仙台学園あの人のデバイス第3回目の今回解説していただく解説にあたりまして騎士団に入団後検討祭でその実どうもシュバリエや騎士団のことなら私好きさえあればカノンさんを騎士団に勧誘しようとするのでなるほどということでバイスこと白金さんよろしくお願いします
Also, they really just could have chosen a better name for her. Like, yes, Shiro Gane, call her Bias.
二つ名で呼ぶのはやめてくれないかな。
東華学園にはいわゆる学生、その仕事は風紀に広報、いわゆる委員会活動み。
騎士団内でそれぞれ部署が特筆すべき点は、彼ら騎士団の発言権は。そうだね。やろうと思えば理事会に予算案を出。
おお、それならぜひ図書館に忍者関係の
他の学生から一定の要望があれば検討。
現在騎士団に所属しているのは60名前後。残りの40、
騎士見習いという立場になりますね。その名のと
通常シュバリエになるためにはまず騎士団に入団し、日頃の活動や年に一度開催される検討祭での資格を得るってことはその通りです。シュバリエになるには定期的に行われる騎士選挙に。
騎士団内部だけで決めちゃうと他の
シュバリエになると騎士賞、中でも一番大きいのは食堂でいつでも
学費等の援助ですね。それを目的申請さえすればシュバリエは学費のほとんどを免除。騎士見習いも割と現実的な事情から騎士団に。
もちろんそういった特典。騎士団の活動は中でも上級員の最新技術、年に一度の検討祭だ。戦ってる神楽さんは本当にかっこいいですから人気にな。
私だけの力ってわけじゃないけどね。このように外部からは大変人気のある他の学生との関係がね。シュバリエになっそのあたりのこともということでお時間。
それじゃあ最後は神楽さん。
あれを読めばいいの？以上 AI さんに聞いてみよう。はい。デュエルより緊張し。
それで
Duel.
その子に忍者であることがバレてしまったと。
Yes, can't apologize enough, though she didn't figure out everything.
どういうこと？
She's a foreign exchange student and apparently loves ninjas. So she confused me for the sort of ninjas that appear in anime and manga. We already went through all that. What is this?
その身のこなしに鋭い剣さばきはまさにアニメで見た忍者そのものです。私の目はごまかせませんよ。こんなに近くにいたのに気づかなかったなんて。さすがは忍者ですね。でもまさかジンくんが忍者だったとは想像もしていませんでした。思っていた姿とはちょっと違いますけど、時代によってスタイルが変わるのはよくあることですもんね。私の大好きなセミマルさんも初期と映画版では忍び装束のデザインがちょっと変わっていてですね。
Hold on, Canon. Let me explain this.
すみません。私ったら興奮しちゃって。
Forget him. What I am for a second. What are you doing here?
区内の練習をしていました。さっき受け取ったばかりなんです。
Wait, I was joking when I said the fucking delivery she got was fucking kunai. She pulls out a throwing knife from her inside pocket. From this familiar steel construction, and it's a recall. When dealt with it, it seems to be the real thing. Where'd you get those?
ネット通販です。手裏剣もあったのですけど、まずはこちらから練習してみようかと。
If anything, shurikens would be easier. Like, the only thing would be is like, yes, grip it in a way so you don't cut yourself. Like a kunai, you have to be... essentially, it's knife throwing, while with a kunai, you just essentially throw a bladed fucking frisbee. Like, all you need to do is learn how to aim with that. With kunai, you need to, like, take into consideration the rotation of it. Because it's not going to fly straight. I've never thrown one, so I'm not can't be confident saying that. But I assume it wouldn't just immediately fly straight. Okay. She did say she was receiving something she ordered today, but I didn't think it'd be throwing knives.
区内って難しいですね。なかなか上手に投げられなくて、気がついたら日が暮れていました。でも、そのおかげで忍者のジンくんに会えたので、今日はとってもラッキーです。
I didn't say I was a ninja.
空からさっそうと現れて、あんなにかっこよく区内を弾けるなんて、忍者以外にいませんよ。
She speaks with such fervor that I'm at a loss for words. I think she's dead certain that I'm a ninja. For any normal person, they never would have had that thought, but given her love for them, that's the only thing she can think of. And since she's not actually wrong, I can't find the words to properly deny it. Not only did she see me in my stealth suit, but she clearly figured out I'm a ninja. Under the circumstances, I can't really weasel my way out. Should I explain the situation and bring her to our side, or get our organization to deal with her? At any rate, I have to do something. I finally became friends with a girl, and now this. Kanon?
安心してください。私、忍者の事情は心得ています。きっと何か重要なお仕事の最中なんですよね。ジンくんの邪魔はしませんから。もちろん、ジンくんが忍者だということは誰にも言いませんよ。秘密にします。それとも、正体を知られたからには死んでもらうとか、そういう感じでしょうか。
No, most definitely not!
よかった。夢だった忍者に会えた瞬間に死んでしまうなんて切なすぎますから。
She's deeply relieved. Man, that's pretty weird. However, having met her dream ninja, she's as excited as a kid on Christmas. Fortunately for her, though, I'm not kind of ninja she idolizes. But that doesn't mean explaining it will do me any good. Need to somehow fumble my way through this. Listen up, Kanon. There's a good explanation to this, but I can't tell you about it.
わかります。秘密を守るのも忍者の大事な役目ですからね。
I appreciate it, so yeah, please don't tell anyone.
もちろんです。先ほども言いましたけど、忍者の事情は理解していますので。
Thanks. Well, I better get going.
待ってください。秘密にしておく代わりにというわけじゃないんですけど。
Sure. She looks at me anxiously.
私をジンくんの弟子にしてください。
Huh? No sooner do I finish my report than Mom bursts out laughing on the other end of the call. I can very easily picture her holding her stomach. There's nothing remotely funny about it to me, though. I am happy that the potential failure of the mission is so humorous to you. I asked her to let me think about it. But this is top secret! As far as she's concerned, I am. I don't believe she knows about my mission or the organization. I don't know what to do, honestly. Well, I haven't really accomplished anything with my mission yet. As Mom says, having a grasp on human nature and how to manipulate people is vital to being an excellent ninja. I know that, but still. That leaves me only one choice. Alright, I'll give it a shot.
よろしい。何かあったら逐一報告すること。ついでというわけじゃないけど、他に引き込みたい人間がいるのなら聞かせ。必要ならこちらから人員を派遣してもいいし、あなた自身が声をかけても構わないわ。ただ、その場合は細心の注意を払うこと。
Actually, I have a bit of a proposal. Informer of my infiltration of the Advanced Research Institute.
サーバデータを入手するためには、セキュリティを抜ける必要があると。
I'm sending you the security details now. Momoko believes it may be difficult for her to currently deal with it
それなら
alone.
上級員側に協力者を作るのが一番でしょうね。誰か心当たりはない？
Well, the only acquaintance I have so far is this girl named Aminu Mori Risa, but she just joined the institute this
な
year.
るほど。わかったわ。その件については考えておくわ。
Thank you.
それじゃ、また何かあったら報告して。その子、カノンちゃんだっけ？弟子にするのならちゃんと面倒見てあげなさいよ。
I'll try. I cut the line and then fall back onto my bed. I never imagined this happening. I wasn't being careless, but there's no denying that this has led to an undesirable situation. On the bright side, though, she didn't pick up on my mission. I anxiously ponder how to tackle this issue with Kanon from here on until I fall asleep. The next morning, I sense an unusual presence as I head to the lounge from my room. Kanon. I look and spot Kanon hiding in the corner of the room, her eyes blazing. She crouched down, holding a notebook and staring at the entrance of the male dorm.
闇討ちでしょうか。
Yes, but I have a feeling I know what she's
期
expecting.
待には応えるべきではありませんか。
Tell me to stop a blade with my bare hands.
それよりももっと忍者っぽく返してあげた方が喜ぶと思いますよ。
She makes an AR image appear in front of me. Is that me?
AR であなたを再現してみました。着せ替えアプリの応用ですね。と言っても、そこまで複雑なことはできません。現状では、せいぜい歩くのが限度です。
Cue one of the routes using this with him talking because they managed to develop it to that point. I definitely won't fool her. Meanwhile, the IR walks on ahead and begins passing in front of Kanon. She leaps out of the AR and swings her notebook at it. However, having no physical presence, it passes right through the AR.
これは変わり身の術。
Nah, more like an optical illusion.
なるほど。さすが師匠。
Ain't not so loud and stop calling me that!
いやー、朝からとてもいいものを見せていただきました。
Well, good for you, I guess.
やっぱり優秀な忍者ともなると、あれくらいの忍術は朝飯前なんですね。
That wasn't any sort of technique, it was just AR.
なるほど、AR 忍術ですか。さすが師匠。最新技術もすでに忍術に取り入れちゃうなんてすごいです。
Please stop calling me master.
でも私は弟子になるわけですし、そうなればジン君は忍者の師匠ですから。
Listen, the more you scream about this, the more likely he is to be found out, and that will very quickly end your fucking ninja way. Date bayo, there we go, I finished the fucking joke. Laugh. Or don't, because quite frankly it's not... Motherfucker. Or quite frankly don't, because it's not funny, was what I was about to say. Why is every single fucking bottle in this goddamn tray just literally 1 second from exploding? Yeah, fun fact, it's not good to rub. Just supposed to dab at it. I know how some of y'all are going to misunderstand that. No, I'm not talking about the stupid ass fucking pose. I'm talking about the act of lightly tapping. Smile bright sun turns into a glum frown reminiscent of a rainy day. That's what I mean. I just want you to keep my situation secret. Like, you'll stand out if you keep shouting words like ninja and master.
確かに密かに行動する。それも忍者にとって大事なことでした。
I'm going to stab you. Yes, it is. I'd really appreciate it if you could save these discussions for when we're in private.
わかりました、師匠。じゃなかった、ジン君。
Anyway, thanks. Anyway, just keep behaving as you have been at school. We'll discuss this at length later.
はい、楽しみにしています。
Things feel different when we arrive at school. More than half the seats, which usually have students sitting in them, are empty. There are a few people here. Shugan isn't here yet. Did something happen?
違いますよ。今日は騎士団の定例試合ですから、みんな闘技場や食堂とかいろんなところで観戦準備をしてるんです。
Regular matches. Alright, and Georgie mentioned that at the last assembly. Does that mean Shirogan is preparing for a
そう
match?
ですね。今度こそ見逃さないように私たちも闘技場へ行きましょう。
Put my bag on the desk and leave the classroom as per Conan's suggestion.
定例試合はその名の通り定期的に行われる騎士団を中心にした桐花学園特有のイベントです。騎士団の皆さんが磨き上げた剣技を披露する場ですね。場所は闘技場で行われていて、撮影した映像はインターネットを通じてリアルタイムで世界に配信されているんです。内容としてはくじで選ばれた団員の方たちがデュエルを行う。
Oops. Are the duels like the one Shirogane was involved in the other day?
そうですね。実力者同士のデュエルはかなり見応えがありますよ。
I exit the main school building and head to the arena. At the entrance, I find quite a crowd. We find quite a crowd. What's surprising is there are relatively few students in our own uniform. More than half the people lined up are ordinary citizens, so even non-students come and see the regular
騎
matches.
士団は人気がありますから。定例試合や検討祭となると外部の方向けに毎回チケットが販売されるんです。一応私たちも申し込めるんですけど、学生は食堂や特別教室なんかで中継が見られるようになっていますから。
That explains why there are so few students in class. Actually, wait, are we having classes today?
今日は通常の授業はありませんよ。昨日ホームルームで
Not unless I just didn't hear it.
先生が言いそびれていたのかもしれませんね。私たち学生にとって定例試合の時に授業がお休みになるのはいつものことなので。
Okay, that makes sense. Conan's explanation causes a question to abruptly come to mind, which I then ask. You can't get into the arena unless you have a ticket, right? I don't have one.
心配いりません。私が席を持っていますので、正確に言うと私の父の名義ですけど。
She then beckons me to follow her to a line of people going into a nearby entrance. There's a sign reading special seat entry.
普通科のカノン・メイフィールドです。父が持っている席を利用したいのですけど。
She shows the student ID, then receptionist Knight checks their terminal. Alright, there are 4 seats registered in his name. How many of them will you be using today?
私と彼の2名です。
Alright. They clack away at their terminal and print off 2 tickets. 2 reserved seats have been allocated in the name Mayfield. Please enjoy the show. She thanks the clerk, takes tickets, and leads me through the dedicated entrance into the arena. Into the arena, not into the arena. This isn't arena or something. How much were they? I'll pay you
気
back.
にしないでください。
父が年間を通して購入している席なので、
What's that?
遊園地なんかにある年間パスポートみたいなものです。騎士団が発行しているもので、購入すれば特別な席をいつでも利用できるんです。結構人気があるらしくて、父も席を取るのに苦労したと言っていました。と言っても実際に父が利用したのは数える程度しかありませんけど。
Is it okay for me to be using one of your dad's seats?
大丈夫ですよ。父からはお友達と自由に使いなさいと言われていますから、特別席はあの辺りですね。
Look ahead and see a separately demarcated area. They're in the best spot to watch the battles, and the seats are even more luxurious than the rest. The people sitting there are equally well dressed, and I can't see any other students. These are basically VIP seats. Is your family really rich or something?
さあ、どうでしょうか。
She raised my question with a smile. This confuses me, but before I can ask a follow-up question, a scathing voice from behind interrupts me. What are you students doing here? The special seating. Why don't you return to the regular seating where you belong? Turn around and see Mr. Tazaki, the man who's always carrying a laptop within giving us a jittery glare. Then pushes us aside, and when he finds the people he's looking for in the special seating, he immediately fixes a smile to his face. Apologize for taking so long. Thank you for making the journey here today, and welcome to our arena. His pleasantries are complete on 180 from his typical sour attitude. From what I can overhear, there's some sort of electronics manufacturing company. I suddenly remember the order that Aminomori mentioned yesterday. It would have to come from her, been received and acknowledged by Denjoji, and then handed to Director Tazaki. If it were altered anywhere along the way, Tazaki would be the biggest suspect. I doubt it has anything to do with my mission, but I don't know if it might prove to be useful somehow.
どうされました？
Nothing. Let's get to our seats. Where are our numbers? I hold my ticket in hand and pretend to look for my seat as I approach Tazaki. I stealthily take out a listening device from my inside pocket and toss it into under his seat.
ここですね。
And we sit down and take out my device and give Momoko an
了
order.
解。録音開始します。
How'd you do it? We'll check out what they said later. Oh, that was one fucking movie theater.
皆様、本日は同化学園騎士団定例試合にお集まりいただきまして誠にありがとうございます。鍛え抜かれた団員たちの剣技と上級員からご提供いただいた最新技術。
Then Georgie gesticulates with her hand and body movements as she speaks to the audience like an announcer. She slowly bows to acknowledge the crowd's enthusiasm, causing her cape to flutter.
まずは皆さんを戦いの舞台へとお連れいたします。
Her words serve as a signal for the whole arena to light up with dazzling colors. What unfolds before us, the next moment is not the arena, but stone pavement reminiscent of medieval or Europe. The stone construction reminds me of a Colosseum. That's incredible.
ですよね。私も初めて見たときはびっくりしました。
So this is what was missing the other day when Shirogane had her duel and the necessary equipment for AR. Stage decoration didn't arrive in time. Stone bricks and the dust rising from the ground look so realistic you'd never think it was AR. Considering what would be required to generate this level of realism, I can imagine how much equipment and the operating power it would need. As I'm sitting there shocked by the arena's transformation, a number of filming drones appear out of nowhere. Is Aminomori controlling some of them?
場も整ったところで我が騎士団の面々に登場していただきましょう。
Formation of chevaliers and squires appear at the entrance. I recognize a number of faces among them.
神楽さん、頑張ってください。
Once that Georgie confirms that all the members are standing in line, she makes the declaration in a dignified voice.
これより 東華学園騎士団による定例試合を行います。どうぞ最後までごゆっくりお楽しみください。
Preparation for the first match begin as soon as she finishes her announcement. Two unfamiliar knights stand opposite each other, anxiously awaiting the word from Mr. Kuki, the referee. What are the rules, by the way?
定例試合はデュエルと同じルールで行われるんですよ。基本的には相手の獲物を落とすか負けを認めさせたら勝ちになります。
It's not like kendo or fencing when they receive a point for each strike.
というか、そもそも勝敗よりもいかにシュバリエらしく戦うかというところが重要になってくるみたいです。正々堂々戦うことはもちろん、勝利にも気品が求められるんですよ。
So what if someone uses underhanded tactics to win? Would that be invalid?
そうですね。獲物を突きつけて相手を傷つけることなく負けを認めさせることが最上の勝ち方とされているくらいですから。と言っても、そういった形で決着がつくのはよほど実力差がある場合でしょうけど。
Makes sense.
そういう感じなので、潔く負けを認めるのもある種誇り高い行為として好意的に受け止められるんです。
Is it up to the referee to decide if they fought in a manner becoming of a
その
chevalier?
通りです。大体騎士団 OB の方や先日のデュエルの時のように団長さんが務めることが多いですね。
I'd expect more sportsmanlike rules from the use of the term match. It's a far more ideological affair, something that honors their unique set of values.
二人とも準備はいいかな。それじゃあ名乗りを上げようか。
Second year international curriculum student and chevalier Kawanishi Gaku. First year general curriculum students and squire Yamauchi Tetsu.
定例試合とはいえこれはデュエルである。その名乗りに恥じぬよう正々堂々戦い、自身の騎士道を示せ。いざ勝負。
On Mr. Kuki's signal, the two on stage clash. The chevalier name called Kawanishi is carrying a broadsword. The larger Yamauchi is carrying a mace as thick as his own thighs. They are using the same
そ
weapons.
こもまた魅力なんですよ。武器によって戦い方も変わってきますから。師匠、ジン君がもしデュエルをするなら武器はやっぱり刀でしょうか。
Oh no.
ジン君の刀さばきぜひ見てみたいです。
Opportunity never arises. Meanwhile, Kawanishi has managed to knock away Yamauchi's mace and the match is over. It's a good demonstration of why squires have a long way to go before beating a chevalier. The duel follows a similar pattern after that. From what I could see, most of the members were very capable. I could tell from their movements and the way they handled their weapons that they've trained regularly. Of course, they're not all like that. We saw her the other day.
扇コノハちゃんです。コノハちゃん、頑張ってください。
He's aiming her weapon at her opponent, but with a frightened expression on her face. She just barely managed to deflect her opponent's attack
扇
earlier.
さん、逃げ回ってばかりでは勝負にならないよ。
分かってはいるんですけど。
He's unable to parry her opponent's attack, and her weapon goes flying.
勝負あり。
また負けちゃった。
Ogi slumps her shoulders despondently and leaves the stage. She's just a squire, so she probably still has a lot to learn.
続いて午前中最後のデュエルを行います。普通科2年バイスの2つ名を持つシュバリエ白金神楽。対するは同じくシュバリエ国際教養科2年アルフレッド・ガードナー。
Does he use a shield, though? And how big is it? They both quietly stand and ascend onto the stage when called. Their expressions are dead serious, and you can sense how focused they are right now.
バイス、君と戦えるこの日を俺は心待ちにしていた。今日こそこれまでの雪辱を果たさせてもらう。 俺のシュバリエとしての誇り、そして正義をかけて。
あなたに事情があるように、私にも負けられない理由はある。この場では言葉よりも剣が多くを語り、そして証明する。違う？
その通りだ。ならば存分に語り合おうじゃないか。
二人とも気合十分だね。では名乗りを。
普通科2年、シュバリエ、白金神楽。
国際教養科2年、シュバリエ、アルフレッド・ガードナー。
騎士としての誇りをその剣に乗せ、己の騎士道を示せ。いざ勝負。
はあ。
Alfred bursts forward as soon as the signal is given. He instantly closes the distance and uses momentum to strike down on Shirogane. Having predicted that, she at least dodges it, parrying his sword aside and warding him off. The slender, adorned blade he's gripping flows through and presses towards her. She adeptly handles her opponent's blade and backs off, leaving space between them.
まだ始まったばかりなのにいきなりピンチです。
I don't think she is, actually. Upon first glance, she's being driven back and only parrying attacks, so it may look like she's being driven into a corner. But she remains composed and her piercing gaze is fixed on Alfred.
そこだ。
Shirogane falters as she's hit with a strong strike. Alfred capitalizes on this window and presses deeper. He does so without noticing she's baiting him. Alfred oversteps and Shirogane's blade slashes. He just barely manages to parry the blow, but his balance is lost. Shirogane uses the opportunity to mercilessly strike him again and again. Double.
攻めているつもりが誘い込まれてしまったか。
あなたの傲慢さが招いた結果ね。
何を言う。俺の剣はこの程度では破れたりはしない。
力で強引に、そういうところが傲慢だと言っているの。
傲慢？違うな。俺は俺の力を信じている。
Realistically, that's like, yes, he's trying to win as a strength. The motherfucker is using a rapier, the sword that is known for a flexible blade and used for thrusting, with not that much, like, weight to it. While she's using a thicker blade, more weight, she should be it should be easier to parry it. Hell, because it's a more flexible blade on the opponent's side, it should be even easier. Alfred uses brute force to stem the flow away from Shirogane. From what I've seen thus far, I can tell they're both very skilled. Alfred is dauntless and courageous and presses on his opponent through full frontal brute force. It's a very suitable style for a chevalier to fight fair and square. On the other hand, Shirogane has the flexibility to change her style according to her opponent's attack patterns. In all likelihood, she has a style of her own, but given this current tit-for-tat situation, I won't get to see that. Still, I've no doubt that she's trained quite a lot, seeing her keen swordsmanship and the way she carries herself. In a complete turnaround, in a complete about turn from their vicious blows, they both stand on stage some distance apart, glaring at each other. You can feel the tension growing with each passing moment. Before I realize it, both Kanon and I are leaning forward in anticipation, watching with bated breaths.
やはり力押しだけでは君の守りを切り崩せないようだな。初めて対戦した時もそうだった。迂闊に攻め入れば手痛いしっぺ返しを食らう。揺るぎないその冷静な剣は一体どのようにして作り上げられてきたのか。
私の剣にどんな意味や価値があるのかなんて興味ない。ただ私は負けられないだけ。勝って結果を得なければ意味がないから。
その貪欲さが君の強さというわけか。勝利への渇望ならはあ。
Now, I just realized, if she does it well enough, she can actually use the crossguard for disarming. Like, since he is using a slender blade, so what she could try to do is, instead of parry attack, just cleanly parrying an attack, is parry it while dodging to the side, try to catch it between the two rings of the crossguard, and then wrench to just yank it out of his hand. He steadies his breathing and attacks once more. He initially strikes shallow, and after studying his opponent's response, he alters the intensity of his attack. Since her defense is strong, he tends to break through it with repeated attacks. However, she knows this and disposes of his attacks with the bare minimum movement, attacking during any opportunity she spots.
Yeah.
このまま力をして押しつぶすつもり？
単純だが効果的だろう。鍛えているのは君だけじゃないんだ。
The situation gradually flips. Shugana had been managing to stave off his attacks, but her blade movements are becoming more wobbly.
守るばかりじゃあまり長くは持た。それなら、
何？
In the slightest of gaps between attacks, Shirogane slips her blade in. It happens so quickly that Alfred just barely manages to react in time. She then adds a side-sweeping attack, which cuts into his flank. He thinks he caught her and swings his blade down to attack, but she's already moved away. A sharp flash cuts in front of his blind spot. Shogun's attack makes contact with his shoulder, but he just barely deflects it with his weapon. He thrusts her away with all his strength and raises his blade to counterattack. She crouches for an instant, but then lunges towards him like a bullet. The instant they cross paths, Shirogane's blade strikes Alfred in the torso. He falls to his knees from the pain and the force of the blow. He's got to be a minor villain, by the way. I call it right now.
Tateru?
ああ、今日こそはと意気込んでいたんだがな。
あのまま押し切られてたら私も危なかった。
やめてくれ。敗北は敗北だ。それ以外にはない。
そうね。
やったー！やりましたよ！神楽さんの勝利です！
Yeah, what an incredible performance. I was on the edge of my seat.
私なんて途中からずっと息が止まっちゃって、あまりの緊張感に倒れてしまうかと思いました。
It was an intense match, that's for sure.
はい、神楽さんもすごいですけど、お相手のアルフレッドさんもすごいです。
It wasn't just them. All the order members took their matches seriously. There's a powerful fascination for anyone watching them grapple in earnest. I think I understand why it is popular with outsiders. As a break in today's matches for lunch, so we went and ate at the cafeteria like always. And the way I gave Conan a random excuse and left her. I left a retrieved concealed microphone and checked the data on it. I put my earphones on it. I put my earphones in and would play the voice of my device. I can hear the people who were with Tansaki speaking. Perfect. I successfully bugged them. I'm gonna go somewhere quiet to check it out, so I find myself heading to the rooftop. I open the door and see a girl sitting on the bench up there eating her lunch. Oh, Shiragane.
見影くんどうしてここにカノンと一緒じゃないの
I was a little affected by the heat of the battle, so I came to the roof for some fresh air. Are you having lunch?
ええここはいつも静かだから
Not bothering you, am I?
騒いだりしないのなら別に構わないよ
She then makes space for me to sit. Now that I'm sitting beside her, I won't be able to listen to the recording. And that would be awkward to just sit silently, so I'll try talking about her match. That duel was amazing. Conrad and I watched it at the arena, and you really are
あ
strong.
りがとうでも戦いなんて時の運だから私より強い人はいくらでもいるしさっきのデュエルも相手に攻めさせすぎているしもっとスマートに反撃もできたはず
Really? Seemed like a comfortable win to me, though.
まだまだだよまだまだ私はもっと強くならなきゃいけないから
You sense a strong will and a whiff of sadness from her words. Her eyelashes hang down, preventing me from ascertaining her true feelings from her eyes. It's going a little awkward, so I bring up something to change the topic. Do you always bring your own lunch?
そうねいつもというわけじゃないけど余裕があるときは作るようにしてる
Why, did you make those yourself?
そうだけど
Found myself unconsciously peering into her lunchbox. There are little hamburgers, rolled omelets, and a variety of differently colored vegetables, all in a lovely arrangement. Her rice is seasoned, has a cute rabbit character drawn on it. Do you like designing them like that?
いやそういうわけじゃなくてこれはその個人的な趣味っていうか別に深い意味があるわけじゃないの
She gets uncharacteristically flustered and hides her lunchbox. Sorry, I wasn't saying it to tease you or anything. It just caught me a little off guard.
そうよね私にこういう可愛らしいキャラ弁は似合わないから
I never said that. Honestly, that surprising element makes it kind of cute. There's nothing wrong with it at all. I was so flustered I don't know what I'm saying, but trying to cheer her up by randomly stringing together a response. She must have found that amusing as she relaxes and smiles.
ありがとうそう言ってもらえるとちょっとだけ気持ちが楽になるよこう見えて料理だけじゃなく家事全般は得意なんだ子供の頃から自分のことは自分でやるようにってしつけられてたから
Your parents sound strict.
そうだねうんそうかもしれない独立で立ち家を背負える人間になれっていうのが両親の口癖なんだ私はその期待に応えなきゃいけないの
So that's the secret behind your strength.
そんな大げさなものじゃないよ私はただやらなきゃいけないことをやっているだけだから
She smiles ruefully. Just as I've infiltrated this academy for my mission, so too does everyone else have their own set of circumstances. Some of those things must be hard to talk about. I should probably avoid prying too deeply. I need to get off this depressing subject. Who's the character you've drawn on that rice?
いきなり話題を変えたね
Sorry, I felt kinda bad.
いや別にいいんだけどさこれ知らない最近人気のキャラなんだけどゆるい感じが可愛くて
I can see that. Soft contours and the eyes are small. Is it a rabbit?
そうだよ他にもクマとかもいてね見てるだけで癒されるんだ表情とか何考えてるのかわかんない感じなんだけどそれがまたいいっていうかもうそこにいてくれるだけで癒される不思議な雰囲気があるのよやっぱり限定のぬいぐるみ買っちゃおうかな
Must really like that character.
いやその
Oops. Don't worry about it. I was the one to ask.
これじゃ私もカノンのこと言えないな
It's not a bad thing. I think it's great that you have something you love to talk about.
そうかもしれないけど私はカノンほど自分を前に出せないからできれば このことはみんなには秘密にしておいてもらえると助かるかな。
I don't see why you need to hide it.
私が恥ずかしいの。
She blushes faintly, taking her chopsticks to her remaining lunch. The gloomy atmosphere has eased a bit, thankfully. I feel like I'm getting to know her better, slowly but surely. What are the afternoon matches going to be
午
like?
前中と同じようにいくつかデュエルをして男性が閉会宣言して終わりだよ。
What do the order members do once their duels have finished?
特別な予定がなかったら団員席で終わるまで見学かな。
That's a shame. I was hoping we could watch the rest together.
まあ一応私たち騎士団のイベントだからね。会場に騎士団がいないんじゃ示しがつかないんじゃないかな。
I guess so.
どうしたの？
I think there's some kind of argument going on. Point to the school gate. There's a guy in a chevalier cape forcefully trying to drag a girl by hand outside the school. He looks
あれ
familiar.
は
Now I remember he's the chevalier who had a duel with the other
デ
day.
ュエルで彼女には近づかないと約束したはずなのに。
After spitting out those words laced with contempt, she rushes off through the door and down the stairs. I follow hastily.
彼女は以前からあのシュバリエに強引に迫られていたの。困った彼女は私に事情を話してデュエルの代理人を申し込んできた。シュバリエ同士のデュエルで私が勝てば彼女に近づくことを禁止できるから。
So that's what the duel was about. Now the chevalier broke his promise.
デュエルでの決着はシュバリエである限り絶対に破ってはならないことなの。破った本人だけでなく騎士団全体の規律の乱れにつながるから。それなのに見失った。一体どこへ？
I want to go back and inform Ren Georgie about this.
それはできない。まだ定例試合は終わっていないもの。何より私は彼女の代理人としてあのシュバリエに約束を守らせる責任がある。
Running around looking for him isn't random, is going to work.
彼女の身に何かあったら私は。
How do we search for a target we've lost? I know from the sky. Stop Shirogane as she's about to run off and take my device out and look up the name from my call history. To be continued. I'm not stopping at this fucking situation. At least solve the situation first, motherfucker.
AI さんにこのコーナーは仙台学園都市のマスクあの人のデバイスに早速今回仙台学園都市の一番の特徴 AR である私のこの姿髪の毛の質感とか実際に手を伸ばしていただけるまた着用を義務付けられているちょっと前まではカメラで撮影した映像そうですねただ現在のところもでもそう遠くないそうですねそのために実際仙台学園都市さて仙台学園都市
Whoops. Accidentally skipped that one.
私も持ってますよ薄くて軽くていろんなアプリも入ってるしこんなのタダで使わせてもらっていいもちろん無償カード型デバイスカード型デバイスはスマートフォンの代わりだけでなく使用率は GPS による行動記録それじゃデータを解析すればそれも可能でしょうねまあ当たりがついている場合はこれらのデータは上級員の研究でもそれを安心してください最先端の技術なるほどそれも
Yes. Just.
はいというわけでデバイスや美味しい話にはそれということでお時間です
Now you're done with that.
いきなり連絡があったと思ったらドローンを持ってこいだなんて
So I know you already explained the situation over the phone, but I need your
デ
help.
ュエルで負けたシュバリエがその時の約束を保護にして女の子に手を出した女の子の敵には容赦しません逃げた方向はわかりますか
校門の方へ向かっていたことしか。ただ女の子も抵抗していたから人気の多いところでは目立ってしまうと思う。
それじゃあ繁華街と反対方向上級員の方角を見てみます
Aminomori taps away on an AR monitor and the drones on the ground rise into the air. The drones rise to roof height and fly off towards the Institute. We should use this opportunity to contact Renjoji.
移動中に伝えておきました。午後のデュエルが始まり次第、動ける人員をこちらに向けてくれるそうです。
あとは2人の行方さえ分かれば。
見つけました。現在上級院付近を移動中です。
Okay, get us there then,
了
please.
解です。
Come on, Shirogane.
うん。
We leave campus and begin running towards the Institute. Aminomori keeps us updated on the two's movement through earphones and microphones on our devices.
上級院を通り過ぎて、ここは神社でしょうか？
I know where that is. Let's hurry.
気持ちはありがたいけど、三影くんは無関係だから、ここは私に。
I'm already involved out of the way, and two heads are better than one. I'd feel bad if I didn't help until the end.
ひったくりの話を聞いた時も思ったけど、三影くんって見かけによらず正義感が強いんだね。
Hearing that, I'm suddenly somewhat embarrassed as I realize that I moved without thinking. I'm just meddlesome.
いいじゃない、おせっかいでも。誰かのために行動できるってすごいことだよ。
Well, you're that way too, aren't you?
どうかな。私はシュバリエだし、立場と責任があるから。
Yeah, but being able to uphold your responsibilities is a commendable thing in its own right.
そう思えたらいいのだけど。
As we discuss this, we manage to pass the Institute and arrive at the entrance to the shrine. Once we enter the shrine grounds and climb the stairs, we spot the Chevalier trying to drag the girl to the rear of the shrine.
そこまでよ。その子を離しなさい。
Shirogane, why the hell are you
あ
here?
なた、自分が何をしているのか分かっているの？私たちシュバリエにとってデュエルでの決着は絶対よ。
Shut up! This is all her fault! If only the dumb bitch would have just listened to me. You acted as a proxy for her, and because of that, not only did she reject me, but I lost the duel. I'm a last doctor in the order now.
自業自得でしょ。女の子の気持ちに寄り添うこともできず、自分の要求だけを突きつけていたのだから。
I'm a Chevalier. I'm not the same as regular students. I act for the honor of the school and bear that responsibility. So how dare a regular student give a Chevalier like me the cold shoulder? Shirogane, as a fellow Chevalier, I know you understand how I feel.
わからないよ。だって私はシュバリエである以前に女だから。それにシュバリエだからといって何をやってもいいわけじゃない。あなたは今シュバリエは学園の名誉のために活動していると言ったわね。その責任も負っていると。その結果がこれなの。だとしたらあなたはシュバリエの名に泥を塗っているだけよ。あなたの中に少しでもシュバリエとしての誇りが残っているのなら、今すぐ彼女を解放して胸につけている騎士章を返納しなさい。
Shut up! Shut the hell up! Ah! He flies into a fit of rage and puts his arm around the girl from behind, using her as a shield. Stay back! I can leave a scar on her face with bare hands!
あなたって人はその子を少しでも傷つけたら、もう学園の中だけの問題では済まなくなるのよ。そうなればシュバリエだろうと関係ない。
Screw all of you! It's all your fault! You chased me, cornered me, would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling pricks! Okay, calm down, you Scooby-Doo villain. If only you'd given me the time of day initially, none of this would have happened. But now look what you've done! Quit making excuses. Things became tricky when your foe realizes they have nothing to lose. Not only are they willing to throw aside their honor, but even their lives in worst-case scenarios.
もう一度言うわ。彼女を解放しなさい。
Shut up! Get that out of my sight! Do you want me to make this bitch's face so hideous she can't walk out in public? You gotta help
大
me.
丈夫よ。必ず助けてあげる。
Stop ignoring me! Ah!
ごめんなさい。
If you want me to stop, then scram! Rather than back down, the girl meanwhile helps on controlling me with his arm around her. As a man, nothing is more inexcusable than using someone weaker than you as a shield. Since his attention is focused on Shirogane, it probably wouldn't be that hard to incapacitate him from here. It's just that in these circumstances, doing so will reveal my own skill as a ninja. Thanks to Kanon's ditzy nature, I just barely managed to barely fool her. But I guarantee I won't be so lucky with Shirogane. That would ruin my ability to continue my mission. I've got to be wiser to not act, regardless of what happens. I know that, but still. I told you no from the very first time. When she got acted by the proxies, I thought I'd finally be I'd be able to have a normal life. So why are you? Stop crying, damn it! I can't take it anymore. His selfish act is hurting her, causing her to shed tears. There's no way I can let him get away with this. Shirogane must agree. She eyes the boy with blazing anger in her eyes. Give him the slightest opportunity, she'd close the gap and strike him down. If only there was something to distract him for a second or two. Momoka, can you project others beside me the way you did this morning to Kanon? I whisper to the microphone, which is still on. My partner answers in a characteristically calm voice.
データさえあれば最大で20人程度なら表示できます。ただその場合、現状ではアプリの限界でどうしても動きは単調になってしまいます。
Even paper mache will do as long as they can fool him for a second. Prepare to do it on my mark. I keep my eyes glued to the situation, waiting for a
お
response.
待たせしました。いつでも行けます。
I say go and then turn to look towards the shrine as naturally as possible. They're here. What? He turns his attention to the shrine entrance and yells out in surprise. There's a group of knights walking this way with an Enjoji in the lead. You're kidding! The regular matches shouldn't have finished yet! The orders wouldn't have interrupted an event for an ordinary student! Shit. Ah! Okay! She closes the distance like a speeding bullet, grabs his arm and strikes him in the flank. He bucks from the pain and then twists his arm. And when she twists his arm, he flies in an arc. Ah! He grimaces but says nothing. Says, remember the orders are here. What? Wait, what? She looks back at the entrance, puzzled. She's confused because the members of the order that were there a moment ago have disappeared without a trace, which is only natural since Momoka created them out of thin air and AR with the app. Thanks, your lifesaver. It hurts a little bit when he held his arm around me, but I think I'm okay otherwise. Did he leave a scar on my face? Shirogane! She begins weeping again from relief, and Shirogane embraces her soothingly. Aminamori would have informed the knights of what was happening at this location. The real order should arrive soon. Now just hand over the guy and... Shirogane, if I've heard for you! Shirogane! He suddenly gets up, holds a stone he picked up aloft, and approaches Shirogane. It's an easy attack to dodge, but she doesn't bother, because the stone could end up hitting the girl instead. I have to do something about this, so I swiftly move up to the girls and pull them both towards me. I hold them, awaiting his approach, and kick him in the legs. His swing misses completely, causing him to lose his balance and tumble over. That's what happened when he tried to throw a rock that big. Even I can't believe what a patent lie that was. But she seems to have accepted it without question. Sorry. I instantly take my hands off upon realizing I'm still holding them. Oh, really? Listen, at this point, just say, like, there was, like, a dojo at my hometown, and my parents wanted me to at least have some kind of self-defense skills. Like, you need to push your upper bounds of what you're allowed to show without pulling too much attention on you. At this point, if you keep doing this shit, it's just going to sound more and more unlikely. Like, threw a fucking rock hard enough to disable a bike and ran after a fucking thief for like a very long, for long enough for the thief to get tired, but he himself didn't fucking break a sweat. It's not going to sound well. And now this, it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. This man needs to come up with a lie that excuses his physical strength to a degree, so he's allowed to use it in case of emergency and just say, oh, that was like adrenaline or something. You know, make a low, like increase the upper bound a bit. Not really.
とても胴に言っていたから。
She managed to pick up on that in a brief instant. Talk about sharp. I guess it's like hysterical strength. I just panicked when I saw him lunge at you two.
ごめんなさい。渡したらお礼も言わないで助けてくれてありがとう。おかげで二人とも怪我をせずに済んだよ。
I didn't really do anything. He probably would have just tumbled without me doing anything anyway. I'm just glad you're okay. After that, the order came and took the unconscious guy away.
学園の外でそんなことがあったなんて。
Afterward, we returned to school with the order. I was dismissed and told to give a detailed report at a later date, while Shirogane took the girl to the infirmary to be on the safe side. And Georgie was delivering her closing address just as I returned to the arena. I met up with Conan there and gave her a rough breakdown of the events as we walked back to the dorm. Shirogane is something else. She stood her ground without budging an inch. I could really feel that sense of ability you'd expect from a chevalier.
普段は結構クールな感じですけど、やるときはビシッと決めてくれますからね。
That girl didn't seem to be badly injured, so I'm glad for that.
女の子もそうですけど、神楽さんやジンくんが無事で本当に良かったです。
Chevalier behind us was caught too. Hopefully things are sorted out okay in the order as well.
これにて一件落着。
We keep chatting as we walk back to our dorm in the evening. Check out what I recorded on the bugging device that night in my room. It had clearly recorded Takashi offering monetary gifts as bribes to the manufacturers. Of course, that's not enough to convict him, but it's enough to mark him as a suspicious individual. I gather my data and report in to Mom at my regular contact time. I believe there's some critical evidence on the laptop he's always carrying around. If I could get a hold of the date on it, I think I could find evidence to incriminate him.
できそうなの？
I have an idea.
そうならとりあえず手に入れておきましょうか。コウモリの尻尾をつかむのに田崎ってカードが使えるのかわからないけど、あとは19位のデータサーバーのセキュリティのことだけど、結論から言うとモモカで対応するのは難しいみたいよ。時間をかければ対応できるらしいけど、それなら対応する ID を手に入れる方が楽なんじゃないかって。
So we'll need someone to cooperate with us.
それについては考えがあるからこちらに任せておいて。
Alright, is that all for today?
そっちの生活は楽しんでる？
Well, I guess I'm making a little progress and I have more female acquaintances.
あらそう。それじゃあ彼女を紹介してもらう日もそう遠くないかしら。
There's a world of difference between being acquaintances and being in a relationship.
わからないわよ。恋なんてね、いつどんな瞬間に落ちちゃうか予想がつかないものなんだから。私とあの人もね、出会いは突然だった。
Right, I've got a big data bar, so can we save this for later?
もう少しぐらいお母さんの話に付き合ってくれてもいいのに。
I've heard the story of how you two fell in love more times than grandma's lullabies.
またそうやって他人事みたいに。あなたにだって恋に落ちる瞬間が来るかもしれないのよ。だってそれはそう遠くない未来かもしれないの。もしかしたら明日かも。
Suddenly tomorrow is the fucking route choice. I highly doubt it. Besides, I have other responsibilities right now and those take priority.
そう言っていられるのも今のうちだけよ。恋に落ちたらそんな風に冷静でなんていられないんだから。
I've never fallen in love though, so I can't even imagine it. Of course, I'm at least somewhat interested, but why would I be excited for some destined encounter I don't know when will come? Would falling in love change even anything for me? That question pops in my mind and disappears without an answer. Morning. Were you watching a ninja anime again?
出かける準備をする間だけと思っていたらいつの間にか見入ってしまっておかげで朝から汗だくになってしまいました。
Well, at least you made it in time.
そうですね。あれ
んはまだいらしてないんですか？
I haven't seen her today yet. Morning homeroom's about to start too. I wonder where she is. And Shirogane appears at the... Then Shirogane appears at the classroom
二
entrance.
人ともおはよう。
おはようございます。神楽さんがギリギリだなんて珍しいですね。
昨日のことで朝から騎士団の集会があったんだ。
That incident was perpetrated by a chevalier, so I guess they had to cover what's going to happen from now on and whatnot.
まあね。それで放課後にまた会議をすることになったんだけど、二人にも同席してもらえないかな。
私たちが騎士団の会議に？
団長からのご指名なの。二人と同じクラスだからって伝言を頼まれてさ。特に予定がないのなら参加してほしいんだけど、どうかな？
I don't want to stand out too much, so I prefer not to participate in such a meeting.
いいですよ。私でお役に立てるのなら。
I figured Connor would say something along those lines. Considering it's another way of gathering at towns, and I guess I can do it. I can go too.
よかった。それじゃあ後で団長に伝えておく。二人ともありがとう。
They just show up. Congratulations, you're knights now! This was a trap. So after school, we head to the order office so that Connor and I can attend the Order of Knights meeting.
私、騎士団室に行くのは初めてです。
Mr. Kooky took me there on my first day, apparently because the principal and director were
どん
there.
な感じの会議になるんでしょうね。
Considering it's about the misbehavior of one of their members, I doubt it'll be a pleasant
せっ
discussion.
かく声をかけていただいたことですし、何かお役に立てるような話ができればいいんで。失礼します。
We open the door to the order office and everyone looks in our direction. The atmosphere is tense, telling us instantly that the topic of today's meeting is depressing.
二人とも来てくれてありがとう。さあ、こちらへどうぞ。
Aminamori is already sitting down next to the seats we've been directed towards. She must have been called due to her part in helping out with the search. I feel piercing gazes till we reach our seats, which is hardly a surprise, even if we are all students. They're mixing non-members into discussion about the misbehavior of one of their members. In stark contrast, I know that Georgie greets us with an even more cheerful smile than usual. She must be doing that on purpose to make us feel welcome. Once we sit down and take another look around, about 20 people are seated at the table on the seats behind it, including us. The bulk of them are wearing capes adorned with the same knight badge that Anjoji and Jidogane have.
準備はいい？はい、大丈夫だと思います。
And Georgie, who's sitting in the chairman's seat, asks that to Orgi, who's sitting next to her and staring at a laptop. She's not wearing a knight badge, so she must be here as a secretary. Additionally, there's one more person here who isn't a chevalier. The Order of Knights advisor, Mr. Kooky. He's a little distance away from our circle, watching over us. Imagine this is part of the school's policy of having the students themselves solve the problems within the school.
さて、全員揃ったところで会議を始めようと思うのだけど、その前にみんなの疑問に答えておいた方が良さそうね。なぜ本県の会議に騎士団以外の学生が出席しているのか。
ちゃんと説明してなかったんですか？
軽く伝達はしたわよ。詳しい説明はこれからね。
Aminamori then sighs loudly. That lack of an adequate explanation may be part of the reason for those stares earlier.
まずはこちらの雨の森さん。闘技場の運営を手伝ってくれているから知ってる人も多いんじゃないかしら。昨日の事件でも学園を出た彼らの捜索に力を貸してくれたわ。今日の会議に同席してもらったのは事件の目撃者として詳しい状況や個人的な意見を聞きたかったから。
必要なことは昨日全部話したんですけど。
まあまあ、そう言わないで。続いてそちらの三影くんも彼女と同じように目撃者であり事件解決に協力してくれた一人よ。彼は白金さんと一緒に該当のシュバリエを追い詰め対象の確保と事件を間近で見た一人としてぜひ積極的に会議に参加してね。
I'll help however I can.
そして最後はカノンちゃん。直接話したことはなくても彼女の顔と名前を知っている人はいるんじゃないかしら。去年問題を起こして騎士団を追われた先輩がいたわよね。 その時に声を上げてくれたのが彼女よ。
She must be talking about how she confronted Chevalier head on. Shirogane told me about that. Apparently it was quite big news at the time, and given it was an event involving a Chevalier, no doubt there are people who remember.
そういえば先日食堂で騎士見習いの行いも正してくれたのよね。
そんな大げさなことではありませんけど。
役職や立場なんか関係なくちゃんと意見を言ってくれることがありがたいのよ。ただでさえ騎士団と他の学生には距離があるみたいだから。さて、去年と同様に今回も一般学生が被害に遭っているわ。それにもかかわらず騎士団内部だけでこの問題を処理するのは透明性に欠けるでしょ。彼女に参加してもらったのは騎士団に関係のない一般学生として貴重な意見をもらえると思ったからよ。彼女たちが同席する理由を理解してもらえたかしら。
She waits for the others to voice their opinions, but no one speaks up. Instead, Amanamori mutters something.
とかなんとか言って、本当はなし崩し的に私たちを騎士団に引き込もうとしてるんじゃん。
さすが雨の森さん。
He's not even trying to hide it!
ではみんなに理解してもらえたところで会議を始めましょうか。それじゃあアルフレッド君よろしく。
承知しました。今回緊急招集をしたのは先ほど団長がおっしゃった通り皆聞いていると思うが、定例試合の最中に騎士職を持つ学生が女子学生を連れ出す事件が発生した。現場を目撃した白金がこれに対処。幸い女子学生に大きな怪我はなく、該当のシュバリエもその場で捕らえている。今回の議題は該当のシュバリエの処分について忌憚のない意見を求める。
処分ではなく処遇ね。
失礼しました。
彼が事件を起こした動機について白金さん。
At Enjoji's behest, she stands.
彼は以前から被害に遭った女子学生に好意を抱いていました。そして彼女の方は気持ちに応えられないと。ところが彼はそれに納得せず、シュバリエという自分の立場を利用し強引に彼女に迫っていました。
困り果てた彼女は彼を抑えるため、同じ女性でありシュバリエとしての実力も十分なあなたにデュエルの代理人を頼んだわけね。
事情を聞き、私も彼に非があると思ったので代理人の話を受けてデュエルを申し込みました。
その結果デュエルには白金さんが勝利し、今後彼は彼女に近づけないはずだった。
それが彼のプライドを傷つけ追い詰めたのかもしれません。気持ちを抑えきれなくなった彼は定例試合で私たち騎士団が動けないタイミングを見計らって彼女に接触し連れ出そうとしました。その後のことは今朝お伝えした通りです。三影くんや雨の森さんの協力のおかげで無事に彼女を救出することができました。
うん。被害に遭った彼女も同じような話を聞かせてくれたわ。誰かを欲しいと思う気持ちは本来尊いものだけど、一方的すぎるのは良くないわね。
それを団長さんが言うんですか？
あら、私はちゃんと引き際をわきまえてるでしょ。諦めもしないけど、現在該当のシュバリエには自室で謹慎してもらっているわ。さっき少し話したのだけど、今になって自分のしたことの重大さに気づいたみたい。もともと真面目で不器用な子だから自分の気持ちをうまく抑えられなかったのね。本人も深く反省していて、自身の処遇については騎士団に一任すると言ってくれたわ。どのような結果になっても慎んで受け止めると。これらを踏まえてみんなの意見を聞かせてほしいの。
One chevalier raises his hand. Through this incident, he managed to sully both the honor and prestige of the Chevalier name. That is unforgivable. I believe that he should not only be stripped of his title as knight, but expulsion from the school should be considered for the sake of its honor. Murmurs of approval raised from the Chevalier around him. From what I can see, the majority of them want him severely punished. The Turning towards this, other Chevalier raised their hands hastily to object. Wait, sure, what he did was wrong, but isn't expulsion a bit extreme? The victim in this instance didn't suffer any significant injuries, and we didn't need to call upon the police or any outside authorities. Instead of making a big deal out of it in vain, we should concentrate on helping the girl and rehabilitating him. Are you out of your mind? Thanks to his misdeeds, all of us are being blamed, even though those of us who take our jobs seriously. But badging the individual who committed the error won't resolve the fundamental issues. Anyone can make mistakes. Isn't correcting those part of our duty as Chevalier?
甘いな。俺たちシュバリエは他の学生の模範でなければならない。そしてそれは常に己が信じる正義を貫くことで成立。奴の行いに正義があるか。
Why are all of them under so much pressure? Jesus. Well, he's shown remorse and can be rehabilitated.
一度罪を犯した人間は必ず同じ過ちを繰り返す。そのような人間は我々騎士団には必要ない。むしろ己を恥じる気持ちがあるのなら自ら騎士章を返して学園を去るべきだと俺は考えるわ。
That's a bit much.
お前は奴と同期だったな。それならかばいたくなる気持ちもわからなくはない。だがな、間違った慈悲は人や組織を簡単に腐らせるぞ。お前はそれを分かっているのか。奴が同じことを繰り返したとき責任を取れるのか。
Well, Alfred looms over him, preventing the Chevalier who voiced an opposing opinion to counter him. You can see where Alfred's group is coming from, but it's very lacking in compassion. Of course, what he did was undoubtedly wrong, but it stinks to high hell that they're trying to kick him to the curb without giving him any opportunity to atone. That's why the one member voiced a position, but appears the others agree with Alfred and don't say anything.
なるほど。騎士団としては彼に厳罰を与えるべきという意見が多いみたいね。それじゃあ外の意見も聞いてみましょうか。雨の森さんはどう思う？
私ですか。そうですね。正直に思ったことを言ってもいいですか？
もちろん。
あのシュバリエの処遇なんてどうでもいいです。騎士団で勝手に決めてください。
What?
ただ、もう二度と今回のような一般学生に迷惑をかけるようなことはやめてください。被害に遭った子や私もそうですけど、静かに学園生活を送りたいって思ってる子もいるんです。だって学園の中だけが私たちの全てってわけじゃないんだから。
Pretty rude for a first year, aren't you?
容赦ないか。彼女の意見は正しい。今回の一件は我々騎士団の監督不行き届きでもあるのだからな。だからこそ再発防止のためにより厳しく騎士団を管理していく必要がある。奴には自分のしたことの責任をしっかりと取ってもらわなければ。
責任というのなら彼だけではなく騎士団にもあるのではないでしょうか。一つ間違いを犯したからといって切り捨ててしまうことが騎士団の責任の取り方なのですか？
A calm but elegant way of articulating her opinion draws everyone's
お話を聞い
attention.
ていて、皆さんシュバリエという役職に大変誇りを持っているのだと感じました。でしたら自分だけでなく仲間や他の人の間違いを正すのもまた誇り高い行為だと思いませんか？傷つけられた名誉や信頼はすぐには戻らないかもしれません。だからこそ過ちを犯した彼を救うことで少しずつ失ったものを取り戻すために手を取り合って。
一般の学生であればそれでも構わないのだろうが、俺ここで奴の処分をためらえば騎士団は身内に甘いと罵りを受け、名誉だけでなく 威厳も傷つけることになる。そんなことはあってはならない。厳罰を与え追放するからこそ騎士団の名誉と清廉さは守られるのだ。
あなた方騎士団も私たちも学生であることには変わりません。
だが立場は明確に違う。学園を正常に運営し他の学生を導くという大役、そして何より我々には先代から受け継いだ騎士団を守る義務がある。
騎士団は学生のための組織ではないのですか？
もちろんそうだ。だからこそ簡単に揺らぐわけにはいかない。
彼も私たちと同じ学生です。正しく導くのも騎士団の務めでは。
罪を犯した時点で奴はシュバリエだけでなく学生としての責任を放棄している。そんな人間を他の学生と同じに扱うのは不公平だと思わない。
He's fucking sweating.
だからといって
1年前お前が糾弾したシュバリエは会議の結果喫食を失い、それを恥じ自主退学をした。その結果被害に遭った学生は穏やかな学園生活を送れている。今回も同じようにすれば騎士団の威厳は保たれ、あの女子学生にも心の平穏が訪れるだろう。それで全て丸く収まる。罪を犯した者に慈悲など必要ない。
それではあまりにも。
Tensions rise in the room from Conan's and Alfred's back and forth. Listening to their impassioned debate is forcing the other chevaliers to express their own opinions. Opinions clash and the meeting devolves into chaos. Those who initially spoke for severe punishment like Alfred were very empathetic. Those who wanted to help like Conan were no less insistent. Then Georgie watches it all unfold silently. She listens attentively with a stern expression, digesting each and every word. What sort of thoughts are behind those eyes? Once she calculates that things have reached impasse, she claps her hands.
二人とも熱い議論をありがとう。一旦そこまでにして少し休憩にしましょうか。30分後に再開するわ。他に意見がある人はそれまでにまとめておいて。
The order members stand and leave the office. Are you okay?
少し熱くなっちゃいました。でも大丈夫です。
That was pretty amazing. You expressed your opinion so clearly.
私夢中になると前しか見えなくなっちゃうところがあるので。
それもカノンの魅力だよ。
そう言われるとなんだか恥ずかしいですね。
声をかけて正解だったわ。おかげで貴重な意見を聞けたし、みんなも考えるきっかけになったと思う。
そうでしょうか。少しでも気持ちが伝わってくれていたら嬉しいのですけど。え、どうしたの？
議事録が
全然書けてないじゃない。
皆さんの言葉を一生懸命聞いてたんですけど、全然追いつけなくて。せっかく団長に声をかけてもらったのに。録音はしてくれてるのでしょ？はい。なので後でまた聞き直して文章に起こします。
そんな面倒なことしなくても、もっと簡単で確実な方法があるよ。それちょっと借りていい？
いいわよ。やってみてくれる
Amanamori changes seats with Ogi and begins working on the minute-keeping laptop.
音声認識とテキスト出力のアプリを合体させて集音されたデータを流し込めば。はい。
何やってるのか全然わからなかったんですけど。
議事録用の音声認識アプリを作ったの。と言ってもウェブにあるものを合体させただけだけどね。
いや、簡単に言いますけど、普通の人はアプリを合体させたりできませんよ。
そう？まあ普段からそういうの勉強してるから。これがあればマイクに拾った音声を自動でテキストにしてくれるから、あとは見てるだけでいいと思うよ。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。 さすが雨の森さんね。もうこのまま騎士団に入っちゃいなさいよ。
いや、結構です。
That was incredible. I can only imagine how much studying it took to be able to get to your level.
まあ、努力は裏切りませんし、私、そういうのは嫌いじゃないんで。
これさえあれば私でも議事録を。あれ、このアプリがあるのなら、私がここにいる必要なくなるんじゃ。
It's fucking text to speech. It's gonna make mistakes all over the fucking place.
ああ、まあ、そうだね。
私いらない子ですか？
Using the app, all the minutes are done. We watch Ogi move to another room and then Joji pours us tea. There are 5 of us left in the older office. The others, the owner of this office, and Joji. Then Kanon, Shirogane, and Aminamori. Lingering tension from the heated debate is eased by the aroma of tea. Thanks to the relaxing atmosphere it provides, we all enjoy having a casual chat.
そうそう、繁華街のレジャー施設がまた一段とパワーアップしたのを知ってる？聞きました。室内プールや温泉施設に AR が本格的に導入されたんですよね。
あれは空間ごと作っちゃう感じですから、AR っていうより MR に近いと思いますよ。
MR？ MR って？
AR と VR を混ぜた感じです。拡張現実とバーチャルリアリティも合わせて空間を作っているもので、例えばこの団長室を MR で南国に変えちゃうみたいな、やろうと思えば雲の上の温泉とか宇宙空間で水泳したりとか、そういう非現実的なことも表現できます。
雲の上の温泉か。
At some point this shit is going to lead into solid vision again.
なんだか落ち着かなそう。
I can't imagine that anyone in here doesn't know what solid vision is supposed to be. It's the thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! That makes the monsters be physically there and actually have mass to them.
私はとっても楽しそうだなーって思います。まるで絵本やファンタジーの登場人物になったみたいで。私は海外リゾートのビーチを試してみたいわね。何度か遊びに行ったことがあるのだけど、本当にいいところだったから。リゾートですか。それならブルーラグーンがおすすめですよ。北欧にある世界最大級の温泉なんですけど、大きく広がった空と水面の青がとっても綺麗なんです。美容効果もバッチリで、お肌もスベスベになりますし、タイミングが合えばオーロラが見えることもあるんです。北欧っていうとかのんちゃんの出身地の近くかしら。そうですね。向こうにいるときはよく家族で遊びに行きました。
あ、画像出た。へえ、確かにすごく綺麗なところですね。
北欧か。そっちの方はまだ行ったことないな。イギリスやドイツとかなら家族旅行で何度か行ったけど。
うちも似たようなものですね。今度実家に戻った時に提案してみようかな。
もしあちらに行かれることがあったら、ぜひ声をかけてください。そうそう、海外といえば。
Started out thinking about talking about the leisure center at the shopping district and moving into overseas vacations. Apparently they've all been going on overseas vacations since they were little, and the discussion has gotten quite lively. I live in a completely different world, having been cooped up in the mountains, spending all my free time training. I look up at the terms that I hear come up on my device. Any information I learn might come in handy, and just listening would be boring.
こんな話をしていると、本当に旅行に行きたくなってくるわね。
でも騎士団の団長をしている間はいろいろ仕事もあるでしょうし。
うん。海外旅行とかってなると、長期のお休みにならないと無理ね。お仕事いっぱいありそうですもんね。そうなの。だから2人には騎士団に入ってもらって、私のお手伝いをしてもらえたら助かるんだけど。
お断りします。
うん。2人とも眩しいくらいのいい笑顔。そういうところ大好きよ。
2人のことはさておき、忙しいのは事実ですから、あまり無理はしないでくださいね。
もちろん。私、オンとオフはしっかり切り替えるタイプだから。とはいえ、最近 ちょっとお疲れ気味なのは事実なのよね。そうだ、今度みんなでさっき話してたレジャー施設に行きましょうよ。いいですね。みんなでゆっくり温泉に浸かったり、 MR でしたっけ、それを利用したいろんな海を泳ぎ回ったり。温泉はともかく泳ぐのは。あら、雨の森さん、泳ぎは苦手？そういうわけじゃありませんけど、水着がないんですよ。
ああ、私もトレーニング用のしか持ってないな。
じゃあお買い物も一緒にしましょうよ。なんだか楽しくなってきちゃった。フィッティングだけならアプリでできますし、今から少し試してみますか？かのんちゃん、それ採用。会議の再開までまだ時間はあるし。
Oops, interesting. Just got a conversation that suddenly turned to choosing swimsuits. And then they have to get to fitting, right? Even if it is AR, does that mean they'll be in swimsuits? We should leave the room.
でしたら私にお任せください。
え？あら？それは。ももかちゃん！
Wait, what are you doing? Momoka appears without notice, startling everyone. With her back to me, she respectfully bows to the others.
どうも皆さん、はじめまして。カノンさんとユイさんは数日ぶりですね。私、そこで大きく口を開けている人のデバイスに常駐しています。AI のモモカと申します。
AI って見影くんの？
個人でこれだけ高性能な AI を持ってるなんてかなり珍しいわね。
I was selected to be a test for a certain corporation and she came with the device.
お菓子のおまけみたいな言い方は心外ですね。むしろ私がちゃんと活動できるように最新のデバイスが用意されたんです。
すごいね。AI とは思えないほどしっかりと会話ができてる。
AI はアナとで見慣れているつもりだったけど、彼女とは似てるようで全然違うみたいね。ベースになったのはアナとらしいですけど、この子は独自の性格付けや理論が組まれてるみたいです。
彼女とは姉妹のようなものではありますが、環境が変われば個性も違ってくるということです。その辺はユイさん姉妹と同じですね。
そうかもね。顔は一緒でも中身は全然違うから。それでももかちゃんはどうして出てきたの？
何やら AR で水着のフィッティングをされるとのことで、それなら私がお手伝いしようかと。私なら皆さんの体をスキャンし、より正確によりリアルに着せ替えることができます。
着せ替えアプリに介入して AR の再現率と表現力を上げるってこと？
その通りです。
あなたって私が思っているよりも高性能なのね。
お褒めに預かり光栄です。ではどなたから試されますか？
Wait, hold up! You can't just pop out without warning and suggest that!
いいじゃない、面白そう。どんな水着でもいいの？
もちろんです。私の力でまるで魔法のように着替えさせてみせますよ。
そうね。それじゃあこれなんかどうかしら？
She types out her device. She types on her device, then turns her AR monitor around to show us all.
データ調整完了。AR 出ます。
Momoka emits a light camera-like flash. You know, I could just take a screenshot of this to use this as a thumbnail instead. But now I already have a thumbnail. The next second, then Georgie is standing in front of us wearing a
マジ
swimsuit.
か。
これちょっと本当に AR なの？
マジですし、
いや、だって肌の質感とか本物にしか見えない。
すっごいじゃない。胸の感じとかまるで私の裸を見たことがあるみたいね。
スキャンさせていただいたデータに服のたゆみやシワのつき方などもろもろを計算して再現させていただきました。見えないところの傷やほくろなどもお伝えいただければ全て再現できますよ。
ほら見て、ジャンプしたらちゃんと胸も弾むし、体を伸ばした時にできる水着のシワまで表現されてるわ。
She moves around and jumps, enjoying the accuracy of the AR imagery. I, on the other hand, am forced to avert my gaze. The AR, just AR. I keep telling myself, but the intensity inside is still just the same. I only just managed to get to the point where I can talk normally to girls. This is too much for me to handle. I mean, I'm not saying I don't want to look. I'm a guy, and I'm interested in girls as much as the average guy in my head. But I'm not comfortable enough around them to where I can just stand there and look when they're wearing such a revealing outfit. Can't point my face is burning up right now, and I don't know what to do.
Mikage-kun?
Yes?
どうしたの？さっきからずっと窓の方を見ているけど。
There's nothing.
せっかくだから男の子の意見も聞きたいなと思ってるんだけど。
You're fine, I think.
そんな適当に言わないで。もっとちゃんと見てよ。
She grabs my face with both hands and turns my head to face her. With her skin now in my field of vision, my body temperature rises even further. I'm looking! You're great! Good! You're good! Great! You look wonderful!
そう？もう一つ気になってるのがあるんだけど、比べてみてもらってもいいかしら。
Do you wish to kill me? Huh?
ももかちゃん、お願い。
受けたまわりました。AR 出ます。
Ah! After a bright flash, she's dressed in a different swimsuit. This one feels a little, skimpier than the previous one.
どうかしら。こっちの方が体のラインがしっかり出ていて、羽を伸ばしてるって感じがすると思うのだけど。
Hold on. That just straight up looks like her nipples up here. Yeah!
もっとよく見て。胸元のところとか、さっきのとは全然違うでしょ？
Stop bringing your boobs so close, please. I can see them well enough so much so that it's embarrassing. I can't say that, so my arms dart around. I'm no expert on swimsuit fashion. I think you should be asking the other girls for their opinions.
もちろん聞くわよ。でもほら、やっぱり異性の意見って気になるから。
She looms close and puts on a seductive smile. Shit, this is really not good.
そうだ。もう一着気になってたのがあったの。実物を着るのはちょっとためらっちゃうけど、ももかちゃん、お願い。
なるほど。これはなかなか。
Oh boy, Jesus.
本当にいいんですか？
Oh, come on, what the hell is that just a comment supposed to mean?
いいのいいの。こんな機会でもなければ試さないでしょうし。
受けたまわりました。AR 出ます。
Okay, hold on. I feel like I should look this up, just out of curiosity. Hold on. Secret agent, my swimsuit. Nah, of course it's not showing it. Oh well, I'll just believe that it's better that it's not currently on screen.
水着っていうか、ほぼ裸じゃないですか。
大丈夫よ。大事なところはちゃんと隠れてるから。
いや、隠れてるっていうか、もうこれ隠す気がないですよね。
番長さんって本当にスタイルがいいんですね。
The two voluptuous breasts are right before me, only the tips covered with a thin layer of fabric. Her beautiful pale skin looks so smooth it's mesmerizing. That's it, I can't take it anymore. Excuse me! I hold my device and burst out of the office as fast as I can.
あら？ちょっと刺激が強すぎたかしら。
桃香が珍しいからってやりすぎですよ。
いや 三影くんのリアクションが可愛すぎてつい。団長さんってそういうところありますよね。S なんですか？どうかしら。個人的にはどちらでもいけそうな気はしているけど。ジンくん、顔が真っ赤っかでしたけど大丈夫でしょうか？あれくらいで逃げ出すなんて情けないですね。
What's I supposed to do? I'm not used to it. If I stayed there any longer, I'd lose my mind. Surely you understand you're on my side, aren't you?
基本的にはそうですよ。ただ、私には静香様からあなたの成長を促すように命じられていますので。
Then choose a more peaceful way to aid my growth. That was too much simulation out of the blue for me.
心の準備ができていればよかったと？
Maybe.
その様子では、静香様が安心なさるのはまだまだ先になりそうですね。
Let me do this at my own pace. With all that's going on, I've gotten thirsty, so I decided to head to the cafeteria to buy a drink. My palpitations haven't eased yet. If I close my eyes, I can almost envision Joji's skin, which puts me in a mood I can't quite describe. I'll drink some cool and take a breather. The cafeteria operates after school as well, making it a place to chill and relax for students. Some are chatting with friends, while others are studying together. There is also a group wearing capes at the inner tables. A number of knights with Alfred at their center are in a discussion with at their dedicated tables. So I'm curious, I leave the cafeteria and circle around to outside their window. I hide my presence and strain my ears to listen to the knights outside. How's Captain planning on dealing with this incident? It's an incident involving one of our members, and I can't believe she'd invite regular students.
団長の言う透明性というのもわからなくはないがな。
But if we continue with these light punishments, our dignity as knights will be at risk. I'm already catching wind with that the number of regular students opposing the Chevalier has been increasing as of late. We need to be stricter about our actions, both to show them how noble the order is, and to prevent those assholes from getting cocky and taking advantage of us.
俺も君と同じ意見だ。団長は少々独断が過ぎるな。
If only they'd let us decide by majority
バ
vote.
カなことを言うな。騎士団における全ての決定権は団長にある。それは先輩方から受け継がれてきた騎士団の伝統であり、我々が守らねばならない。ただ俺も騎士団が間違った方向に進むのは良くないと考えている。
What if there were a change of the guard?
まだそこまでは考えていない。だが団長があまりにも正義に反する行いをすれば、己の信じる正義を貫く。それがシュバリエだからな。
Yeah, you're the one you're the one we need leading us, Alfred. Everyone agrees. All the people seated voiced their agreement. Alfred seems quite popular among the order. As far as I can see, more than half the knights are on his side. In every organization, there are some pillars that stand out, and the Order of Knights is no exception. I wonder how Joji plans to settle this incident. The break is over, and the meeting resumes. There is no heated debate the way there was before the intermission. Instead, they're quietly discussing the lack of confluence of opinion. It seems that with the tincture of time, each group has become more firmly entrenched in their opinion. In a sense, it may have been easier to reach a conclusion with the heated debate. It's going to be hard to change people's opinion now. After an hour of discussion, Joji clamps her hands the way she did prior to the
み
intermission.
んなありがとう。反対意見を恐れず自分の考えを語ってもらえたことを団長として嬉しく思うわ。騎士団としての規律と名誉を守るため厳しい処分を下すべきだという意見が多いみたいね。過去の事例を見ても問題行動を起こしたシュバリエの多くは騎士職の剥奪をもって責任を取っている。今回の一件も被害に遭った彼女の気持ちを考えればそれが妥当なのかもしれない。ただカノンちゃんたちが言うように騎士団としての責任の取り方としては十分だとは言えないわ。組織のために功を切り捨てることを繰り返せばいずれ健全な代謝は失われ老いて枯れていくもの。 私の判断を伝えます。該当の彼は騎士見習いへ降格処分とします。
What? That's all you're going to do?
降格後はアルフレッド君、あなたの直属として更生を促してほしいの。あなたならできるわよね。
ご命令とあれば今一度奴を騎士団にふさわしい人間へと。
ありがとう。彼には私から伝えておくわ。
The knights had half risen, but once they heard Alfred's response, they took their seats once more. With the leader of their clique accepting the decision, they were no longer going to voice their dissent. She took the opinions of Conan's group while giving the opposing group led by Alfred some degree of freedom, skillfully silencing them. It was a superb decision that combined the finer points of both divided opinions. A handful of them looked disgruntled, but that Joji and Alfred will probably deal with them individually later.
それじゃあ今日はこれで解散ってことで。
Everyone stands up. Konon Aminomori and I are about to leave the office, but then Joji stops us.
少し話をしたいの。いいかしら。
Once everyone leaves, then Joji pours me fresh tea. I take the cup offered and wait for her to speak.
はあ、疲れた。見かけくんも楽にしてくれていいわよ。
Right.
みんな真面目よね。もちろんそれはとてもいいことなのだけど、もう少し肩の力を抜いてもいいと思わない？
Well, it is an incident involving a girl.
彼も彼よ。一度振られたのならきっぱり諦めるか、自分を磨いて振り向かせるか、そのどちらかしかないじゃない。それなのにあんな手段に出ちゃうなんて。勉強や騎士団の活動よりももっと大事なことを学ぶべきでしょうに。この学園が人生のすべてではないのだから。
Is that your real objective?
そうね。会議の場では絶対に言えないけど。
She smiles teakily and brings her cup to her pretty lips.
会議の間、見かけくんはずっと黙っていたわね。
Sorry you asked me to come in. I didn't offer anything constructive. I was trying to think of something to say, but I haven't been here that long, so I was worried about offending people.
責めてるんじゃないのよ。でもそのおかげでよくわかった。
Understand what?
外から見た感覚かな。うちの学園って変わってるでしょ。その中でも騎士団の存在は他に比べてかなり特殊だと思うの。頭ではそう理解していても、その輪の中にいるとその環境に慣れてしまって特殊だって感覚がわからなくなるのよ。
Zappa invited me, since I only just transferred here.
その通り。まだ学園に染まっていないあなたなら一般的な視点で私たちを見てくれると思ったから、あなたがどんなところで驚くのか、どんな発言に関心を示すのか、ずっと観察させてもらっていたわ。
I was trying to observe her during the meeting, but she was the one observing me. What's more, she's used my responses to gauge what the objective viewpoint was. She might be a far trickier opponent than I'd imagined.
あなたのことは屋上で雨の森さんを口説いていた時から気になっていたの。今の騎士団にはあなたのような冷静で学園に染まっていない視点を持った人物が必要なのかもしれないわ。
If I were to join the order, I'd eventually be tainted by being in it.
そうかしら。あなたなら大丈夫なんじゃないかなって思う。
You overestimate me. I'm just an ordinary student like any other.
どこにでもいるような人なんてどこにもいないものよ。何もかもが普通で特徴もない、誰もが固有の世界を持ち、個人の意志のもとに生きている。そういう意味では私もあなたも変わらない。どこにでもはいない。私とあなたはここにしかいない。あなたが気づいていなくても私はあなたの価値に気づいたわ。だから欲しいの。
She stared at me fervently, and I sensed a strong desire behind those eyes. I can't reason it logically, but she's overflowing with so much charisma that I could agree if I'm not firm of mind. I'm gonna Mori face that gaze directly. Stop it, please. I can't live up to your
まっ
expectations.
すぐ 私の目を見て言うのね。
I know you're not saying it in jest.
もう私の欲しい子はみんなそうやってちゃんと断るんだもんな。はぐらかしてくれたらまだ付け入る隙があるのに。
In contrast to her comments, she smiles, looking amused, and takes another sip of tea.
それくらいの距離でいてくれる方が私も気楽に話せるかもしれないわね。
Your job sure sounds tough.
本当よ。もうみんな私を超人か何かと勘違いしてるんだから。あら、もうこんな時間じゃない。今日はもう店じまいね。みかげくんもありがとう。本当に助かったわ。またゆっくりお茶でも飲みながらおしゃべりしましょう。
The light streaming in from the window illuminates her figure. The expression on her face now feels like it's the most natural one I've seen from her. No, this seems like a short scene. I'll just pack this in and then end the part. This incident was entirely caused by personal emotions, thus I don't believe it has any connection with the bat. No, I'm sorry. Did something happen? To be continued, okay. I mean, if they're gonna give me the to be continued, then I'm gonna fucking end it after the goddamn segment.
このコーナーは仙台学園都市のあの人の第5回になります。解説はいつものお二人。どうして私なんですか？リセさんに打診したところ、そんなこと言ってまた私に面倒なことを。残念ですがもうお願いゆいちゃん、はあ、上級院はまた東華学園を含む仙台学園都市は数々の功績から入学試験とかも。そうですね。花形である上級院に入るためにはゆいちゃんのお姉ちゃんのリセ、まあそうでリセさんのように上級院は設備も整っ、そうやって世界中の天才たちが休憩スペースで世間話をしてたら、天才ってそうやってそしてそれアナとはまあ私のふるさとと言って、あ、そっか。見解はそれぞれある。私は桃香だけでなく私とアナとでは。なるほど、実際すごいところだ。リセちゃんもそのいずれ語られる時が来るで。さあ気になるところで。
Sisters. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. Just want to see you next time. Bye-bye.